Which when you read like
So,
when
so
Chef when you read that Guns Germs Steel, that's how Jared Downing talk because he's writing from an earlier time period. So he's saying so he gonna be talking like that. He gonna say Black Africa. You know what I'm saying when he's
no, but I'm
writing that
saying,
book.
is it just as racially charged as just using the word black,
Of course.
or is it more concerned about the region of those people?
It
Well,
is, but you can because it's a geographical region. Also, technically, you could kind of do a shuffle. You get what I'm saying? Logic.
Oh man.
Yeah, yes. No, I agree with that.
say Black
It
Africa, it seems like more
leaves
it's more
room for people to
more race.
misuse it.
But it's more
That's
race
because that.
based when you do black. You see what I'm saying? If you say Black Africa, then that seems more race based. You know what I'm saying? You say okay, these are the so when you say sub-Saharan, now you got a region as a locator instead of skin. You know what I'm saying? Because below the Sahara versus black, like what black mean? Black skin. So now you racialize. But if you say sub-Sahara or below the Sahara Desert, now it's regional. You see, so it's easy to make
That
the
sounds a little
transition.
different than what you were saying a couple minutes ago.
That's the
Because a
exact
couple
same
minutes
thing.
ago you was real quick.
That's the
I
exact
might
same
be
thing.
tripping, but it sounded like you were basically saying it's the same as black. Like they just took only thing they changed was from black to sub-Saharan, but they meant the same thing, carried the same
They're
weight.
still
That's what it
yeah.
sounded
I
like you
said
said
that.
a couple minutes
Yeah,
ago.
I said they're still talking about the same region. Subsequently, where that's all them same race of people we're talking about. That's what I said. Because that's why I said it don't
Okay.
matter. You can switch the name. You still talk about the same region. You can still talk about the same people.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, you
Yeah.
could.
You call it
Yeah,
ancient population, like, like.
that makes sense. Yeah, that make a lot of sense. I don't want it to, but it kind of do. But all right, where you at with that? Because I can't like social making too much sense right there. I ain't nothing to say.
And I don't know. Shit, I guess everybody else stupid and we super intelligent. And, we the first people to catch them. I guess so. I guess we the first niggas to catch them.
Oh,
We caught them.
First nigga
They
can
really
catch you
mean.
up.
They really mean the racially charged black and Negro when they say sub-Saharan Africa. I guess we the first ones to catch them. Big up, to
Just a
them.
second, 'cause you said Soy Kiana caught him too, right?
Yeah, let me.
No, I'm
nah, he
talking.
called
I'm
it
saying I'm
something
talking.
different.
Yeah, he don't like the He don't like the word
Yeah.
period because it
So
doesn't make sense.
right. So he got another word
Yeah.
to describe the same region.
Super nigga.
Emperor. Emperor. You know what I'm saying?
The super nigga reading. My nigga, dude.
Oh, in other words, I'm saying when you start including other countries, that's when I'm gonna pay attention. But I don't know.
So if it's just political, then how do they talk about sub-Saharan genetics, right, being distinct? If it's just, a political term, then how is they using that what is supposed to be just a political term? There it has biological implications on it. Far as wise, they can extrapolate the difference between sub-Saharan genetics and everybody else. So it can't be just political. You dig what I'm saying? That can somebody help me make sense of that? If it's just political,
No, I agree with that. I think we fight against Unc again. I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't want to. He don't want to tap out. He fighting for his life.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Because that's how they measure it. That's how they track back migration. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? When you look at the Green Sahara paper, they say, okay, this population has little to no sub-Saharan African DNA. You know what I'm saying? This has 67%, 11, you know what I mean? So they're using
so
it.
how is not scientific?
They just don't like the term. They don't like the words. Don't like the wording of it.
All
Because
right,
he
so
know it
look.
implies black people.
So here
When
goes
you pull that
Sorkita.
second layer off, when you pull that first layer off, you're back to black people. When you got
Yeah,
to
you
start
black.
talking about those, you're back to black.
I'm trying. I'm trying. I don't see no way to deal with it like that. But that's
All right, so
I don't, I
here
don't
goes Sorkita. Here goes Sorkita words. Logic. So he was talking about the Schunemann study, right? So he says the study and its results were widely reported in the media. Attention was given to the interpretation that seemingly suggested that the population that created the core original culture of Egypt was Southwest Asian and or European, and that Egyptians, quote unquote, were primarily of that origin, and that later in the Islamic period, the population was admixed with, quote unquote, sub-Saharan people, and then he puts in quotations, read Negroes, right? So he makes the same he synonymizes
What he
the
say
two
again,
terms
Haskell?
for psychology,
He
right?
said real Negroes? What he said?
No, read,
Read
READ.
Negro? Okay,
Yeah,
read Negro.
yeah, yeah. So it's like saying IE. You know, you say
I.e.,
IE.
yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
thought he said real Negro. I'm like, all right, yeah, I got it. That's,
RNs, huh? So so
yeah.
so so let me read that part again, because Kieda don't mince words, right? He's saying it just like how I'm saying it. The study and the results were widely reported in the media. Attention was also given to an interpretation that seemingly suggested that the population that created the core original culture of Egypt was Southwest Asian and or European, and that quote unquote Egyptians were primarily of that origin, and that later in the Islamic period, the population was admixed with quote unquote sub-Saharan people, i.e., Negroes, via the assimilation of slaves. This was an extrapolation this was an extrapolation to all of Egypt from one site that overlapped the Greco-Roman colonization and is known to have been settled by Southwest Asians since the Middle Kingdom. There was no discussion of the archaeology of Egyptians beginning in the primary pastoral community or of an understanding of the original indigenous Egyptian Nilotic population. Stated another way, it in effect that implies to some, that would be the biblical DNA niggas, that the developments along the and Chef, we're gonna throw you in that car too, Chef. Stated in another way, it in effect implies that to some, that the developments along the Nile are really not of the Saharo-Nilotic world of Africa, because the people were not locals, at least not in the terms of ultimate origins. Its historical genetics conclusions have cited uncritically, in spite of the smaller restricted sample sizes and lack of a full and critical integration of contextual evidence. A small sample, even of one, may work for species or genus level questions or discoveries, but is inadequate for population questions with large sizes spanning a lengthy time and expansive geography. The paper provided confirmation bias for those who wish to see Egypt's foundational origins as Semitic, Southwest Asian, or European, which is an unsupportable general conclusion. It is important to note that historically, not only was Upper Egypt the source of the core identifiable Egyptian culture, but it was primarily Southerners of the 11th, 12th, and the 17th and 18th dynasty and 25th dynasties who politically reunited Egypt and reinvigorated its culture after periods of fragmentation. I'm gonna stop there because I'm reading too much, but I got some more that deal with the
And
sub-Saharan
that's
shit.
Soy Kita. That's all Soy Kita.
That's also Ikeda. That's directly
Awesome,
from Soy Kita.
awesome, Haskell.
Yeah,
Awesome.
you ran me into a brick wall today, Haskell. I ain't fucking that.
Awesome. So
That
Soy
shit sound crazy as fuck.
definitely use sub-Saharan African as a proxy for Negro and Black. He did it. He said that.
All right.
Yeah.
So here it go. Here it go. This is even better. So it says the data was compared to those from living Egyptians to a recent sample from Yoruba speaking people from southwestern Nigeria used to represent quote unquote sub-Saharan Africa. The living Egyptians, based on samples from a wider geographical provenance than the Abusir el Malek, are interpreted as having more ancestry from quote unquote sub-Saharan Africa, which is explained by what the authors call the Islamic slave trade, a problematic term. He finds even that problematic, right? The analysis is largely based on a very small sample, and a comment on a light skin color is based on one individual. The trade in people from Europe and migrations during the Ottoman period are not discussed. A Skygrid plot from a Bayesian analysis is interpreted as Bayesian is like some mathematical computer shit. Is interpreted as indicating a long-standing presence of this profile in Egypt, with the paradoxically decreasing variability and or population size at the same time that there is an increase in migration from Southwest Asia. This contradiction is not reconciled. The authors offer two caveats: that their ancient Egyptian sample is from one locale. That's not relevant to the sub-Saharan shit. I thought I was speaking.
Damn, I'm looking it up on ChatGPT while you're reading it, bro. It ain't looking good. I'm rooting for you on this one, but that sub-Saharan shit look like that's basically them saying black people. That's kind of what it's saying.
Hold on.
I'm
So
rooting
there's
for him. I'm rooting for him. I'm definitely rooting for him. No, yeah, I ain't got to take that back. Yeah, I would like for him to actually be 100% there.
No, I
But
would
it sound like
want to add a
he
caveat.
sound like he a little off on this whole.
I would like to add a caveat. I just would like to add a caveat to it. Simply, sub-Saharan Africa, the term is not synonymous with Negro or Black. And I'm just going to stand on that. I'll end it right there.
Well, Kieda disagrees.
Yeah, I don't have
a problem with Kieta's statement.
I don't
have a problem with Soy Kieda. Like we discussed, Soy Kieda is just one person, one scientist. I do science.
Expert.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, I'm telling you what the term means. So it's easy for me to have a good conversation around that. So I'll just leave that at that. And I wasn't even actually, I was working. So I wasn't even, getting the full context of it. So what paper is that? So I'll ask him what the context in this paper, what is he actually meaning that?
The title of the paper is called Ideas About Race in Nile Valley Histories, a consideration of racial paradigms in recent presentations on Nile Valley Africa, from Black pharaohs to mummy genomes. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it in the chat.
So the papers basically talk about issues around race, correct? And certain terminology, right? So I thought we had already recognized that people will misuse that. I thought we had already established that. So I'm thinking he's speaking to the fact of the misuse of it.
No, he's not.
He's telling you how they use it. He's telling you how to use it. Am I wrong in that? If I'm wrong, I don't want to argue that because I thought that's what it was. My fault.
All right.
What he's saying is his agreement on how he uses it adds credibility to sub-Saharan meaning black, because that's what he's interpreting from the data. That's why he said i.e. Negro. You know what I'm saying?
So he's saying that's how they're using it. He's saying that's how certain people are using it. Am I correct?
Talk about the Suleiman study.
Oh, okay. All right. So we got to run that. We got to see how many scientists agree with that. I mean, that's a great conversation. Damn right.
What ChatGPT is saying is that it's far more effective.
Please don't tell me y'all niggas arguing over sub-Saharan.
It's far more effective at tracking that skin color than it is culture or anything else. That's what it's saying. That's what it mainly is used for.
So, all right, let me read.
So, Fatty, where we fucking up at?
Whoa, hold on, bro.
I don't know. I'm asking what y'all arguing about. Y'all arguing about sub-Saharan?
It takes the place. It takes the place of them having to use the racialized term of black and Negro now.
Y'all arguing over that?
You disagree?
Honk is arguing.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Never mind. Let me mute out. I just want to hear this.
Here's my position.
I appreciate it.
Let me read my position right here.
That was classy, Fetty. That was classy. You did your thing.
It says the current. It says the current scientific use of sub-Saharan Africa definition. Sub-Saharan Africa refers to the population whose recent ancestry is primarily from regions south of the Saharan Desert. Context is a geographical and genetic term often used in population genetics, epigenetics, and anthropology to describe genetic lineages and population structures. So I'm just right there with it. I'll leave it right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but see, but you're just saying you're not. Basically, just going to say you don't subscribe to race. Because if I
Right.
ask you where the black people at in Africa, what are you gonna say?
I'm gonna say in the minds of colonialism.
Exactly. So we ain't gonna never get past where we are. We gonna
Right.
move
I'm
right
not.
there.
No, I'm not.
So
I'm
we're
good.
not gonna
I've made my
do it.
statements. I think.
Yeah, you.
I think.
But you know when you say that, don't you get off the page a little bit?
I don't actually get
Because
off
the page,
I don't get off.
yeah,
I
the
stay
page say
within the
something
text.
different.
No, what page? Here.
So I'm saying like they you know it's saying I'm trying to see like where I could read what you saying. I'm reading what it say that this mainly used to track that skin color. Like I'm hearing your defense, which makes sense, but I'm trying to figure out like where you getting it from because it seems to kind of be prevalent used as this racialized term. That I'm
Right. So then, if it's used as a racialized term, then let's just tear up all the scientific books and just let's just do the YouTube thing. Then you got me. What do
Here's
you
a
want me
better
to do?
question. Here's a better
but
question.
that's what I mean by getting off the page. Go ahead, go ahead.
I didn't think
Why do people?
I didn't think I was getting off the page because I'm reading the script. You get it? That is
Yeah,
the page. I didn't know.
let
So
me
I'm not going to determine. I'm not. We don't live in a vacuum though. And
No,
like I
but
said, these
part of the
terms you
script,
can still find them. You
let
can
me
still
ask
find
this. Let me ask this question then. Why is it? Why do people find issue with the term sub-Saharan?
No, I find issue with the misuse of the term. You feel me? Like
Okay,
because Sudan,
explain the
because
misuse.
Su- because Sudan. So Sudan. Watch this. Sudan is not part of sub-Saharan Africa.
But those
Northern
population
Sudan.
groups are
Northern
like the
Sudan.
Dinka. They're part of sub-Saharan Africa. That's why you got to go into population
Northern
groups instead of talking
Northern
about a country.
Sudan.
No, Sudan. I'm gonna stand on that.
No,
And then
they
you go to
put
But
another.
but those
no. They say
Nilo-Saharans
they
are
do.
classified as sub-Saharans, bro.
They do some North Sudan because it's right in the middle.
When did the
It
term
cuts through
first
it.
started being used? Is the
And
question.
we already been through that, like 55, something like that.
Man, come on,
55,
bro.
40,
Yeah, it's
something like
late.
that.
Yeah, it's late. It's definitely late in the conversation. Well, you mean when it start popping up in literature? Yeah, it's not. It's not an early term of usage.
But so you feel like you want more countries in what we consider sub-Saharan to make it more
I'm
accurate?
saying. I want to keep it as what it is. It's a geopolitical statement, and depending on the governing body, they will either classify Sudan as sub-Saharan Africa or North Africa, and so that should present a problem for y'all in this conversation. Because then, what
Well,
do? Right?
well, it's
So
only because
remember,
the desert cuts through it. I mean, shit.
okay, so that it cuts fine, but it's a jagged line. Humans don't work that way, right? So it's not an easy thing to do. That they're trying. It's like race. You can't measure that. That's an interesting concept. So if we're agreeing that there's sub-Saharan, if we say, you know what, let's just have a conversation around the sub-Saharan Africa, right? And Sudan is in sub-Saharan Africa, right? Okay, bet let's have a conversation.
Parts of
Then
Sudan.
part,
Parts of
okay, part,
Sudan.
okay, parts of it, right? It's, if you look at the thing, it says Sudan period. We know the population range in the north and the south. But regardless of
But
that,
that's
right?
recent though.
Let me finish. Come on,
Those
man. I might be
Yeah,
helping you. I just want to be able to finish, right? I don't want to argue through it. So if we agree on this phone right now that we're going to agree and adhere to sub-Saharan Africa, and then Sudan is in sub-Saharan Africa, right? Then you would have to make the point of, well, then Nubia is part of sub-Saharan Africa, right? And then you would say, well, hold on, sub-Saharan Africa, we're going to equate that with black. Okay, no problem. So now you got Nubia, which is in southern Egypt, black people, and then when you really do the basic reading, will tell you that Nubians have been an influx with quote unquote the Egyptian population since time immemorial. No more different than the Middle Eastern population with quote unquote Upper Egypt. So now we got an issue. Now we saying the same
Egypt.
study that you use with the Shula man and all that shit. Once they start finding mummies down there, you're gonna end up with the same fucking problem. So then you would have to say, based off of the wall pictures, based off of the relationships between the black people that y'all keep saying are Nubians, right? Then, since the beginning of the time, you've always had black people mating on the ground with people that you call them whatever you want to call them. So we right back. That's my point. So I can fight it any kind of way you want to fight it. If y'all want to say the Nubians is black, then you're emphatically wrong about black people not being in Egypt or sub-Saharan Africans not being a part of Egypt since the beginning of the time. So how y'all want to do it? I can fight it either way.
Let me say this. Let me say this one thing. Let me say this one thing real quick.
I'm out.
So
hey, gentlemen, I appreciate the conversation, man. I'm out, yo.
This nigga always running. But with Nubians, right? That's why you got to give context on which Nubians you talking about, because you got Afro-Asiatic speakers like the Beja and all of them, and you got Nilo-Saharan groups that doesn't have as much of a West Eurasian or Levantine admixture than other Nubian quote unquote groups. So that's why I get confused when niggas just lump all Nubians together. Like, even when you talk about Sudan, them Nilo-Saharan speakers are classified as sub-Saharans, bro. Them Dinkas, all them Nilotics and all of that, they are sub-Saharan Africans, bro. And West Africans share a common ancestor. We share a common
But
ancestor.
see, that just only goes to further show you that is not a political thing. It's masquerading as a political or geographical thing, but it's race. Because you're saying even in regions that are geographically below the Sahara, there are further divisions made even among those populations based on their admixture. So
Right.
it's a racial classification. That's all it is.
It's not directly synonymous. That's why, like, I think Sosa was talking about how, like, we had these conversations dealing with like ancestral populations and the fact us as lay people, in society, they try to present it in their papers and say they're not saying, ancestral populations is directly synonymous with race, but they do shit like they conduct surveys and they see that most people, whoever they list themselves as, it is a somewhat like 90% correlation to their ancestral group. So they correlate sub-Saharan, some people, not all, some people correlate sub-Saharan to black, European and all of that to white and shit like that. So it just depends on what field you're looking at. You know what I mean? But it's not directly because it's always going to be a little
you may.
Yeah, rest in peace, Hulk Hogan, man. Hulk Hogan just died. And rest in peace, the Hulkster.
Who?
Go ahead. Hulk Hogan.
Who just died? Hulk Hogan. Oh wow. Yeah, you racist though. But so I feel like in some kind of way, like the conversation went like in a full circle, and it didn't like pan out the way I wanted it to. But so we started out kind of making this argument that, at least I did, that you can't fight against like a racial argument and not some kind of way, be talking about race. So like if this conversation is kind of rooted in that, like you almost are like you just have to go to that arena. Like you can't avoid the racial conversation when you have it. So to me, and I hate to say this, but like, man, it almost would be like trying to jump ahead of the conversation that's being had. Like, so that if they struggling with the whole racial thing, I get it, but I can't like some kind of way jump ahead of them because of some other conclusion I have. Like I gotta kind of follow what they kind of going through for real. So that's tough for me. You know what I'm saying? That's tough for me. I can't get ahead of the people actually having the conversation and say, y'all doing it wrong, and you know what I'm saying? That's kind of can't do that. So that's tough. That's tough. That's a realization for me. I thought that there was so much science today that they were kind of able to kind of move on from some of those points. But it sounds like they've just reorganized those thoughts into like more palatable terms. You know what I'm saying? But they still talking about that same shit. That's tough. I didn't know that.
Can I say I agree with him? Hold on, can I say one thing? I agree, and me and Logic really don't, but I agree on that concept that for me, the reason why I agree because the way the word got started was because of race. So I don't know how you're going to run away from that. So if that's the case, that it's not about race no more, and Sudan is what? Is it part of the sub-Saharan concept or not?
It depends on what organization. Yeah, it depends. Like Monk said, like the UN considers them not sub-Saharan.
Is that because of race or is that because of geography?
It's definitely not because of geography, because geographically most of the country is below the Sahara. But it's part culture and part race. So because they're Islamic, right? And they're included in the Arab League, that's one of the reasons why it's not considered sub-Saharan. And then the other would be that a lot of those Sudanic peoples are heavily mixed. They got a lot of Arab mix in there. So that's another part of the reason why some organizations don't put them in the sub-Saharan category.
But like I said, I tend to not agree with logic, and this must be going to rain or snow or something like that. But it's a racial concept that started in 1899 or something like that. So why are we running from the racial aspect of sub-Saharan Africa if the newest study that came out proved that a dark-skinned person could be in North Africa at them times?
This is getting stupid.
Yeah, the skin color don't matter.
This is like ain't nobody following the goddamn consensus now, but us. This is crazy.
How's that?
They never thought
how
that.
do you disagree with
people,
that step?
They never thought that dark skinned people couldn't be in Egypt. No, I'm saying that was never a thing. They know the skin color range. Like always been understood.
So that's why the term sub-Saharan Africa is somewhat of a racist term in a sense.
Sub means below what? Below the what? Sahara.
This raises a question for me. Like, what's the importance of the consensus if you still have to have this masquerading argument beneath this scientific? That's tough.
I mean, I think because because the thing is, logic, you can never separate politics. Like anywhere there's people, there's going to be politics, right? And I think what has happened with some of us is that we look at as like that one field that is kind of like we kind of look at it idealistically, like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no politics in it. The science is the science. But I mean, most of these scientists, they got to be funded by, corporations and people with money, and like that science shit don't pay, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna, if a person's paying they money, they're gonna have influence. Politics is always gonna be a part of science. You can't separate it. It's just impossible.
Yeah, the whole time it felt like we were trying to remove race out the argument, but like beneath it is the forefront of the argument. That's crazy. I'm kind of like at a loss of words, but I don't know. At that point, it's like I'm attempting to be grounded in some sort of like, we got to do it like this, but whole time they like, we all we got to do is just change the terms, and we can still say what the hell we want to say.
I don't have a problem with it though. I don't know why people like. I think like humans trying to run away from the race thing. That's just humans trying to act like we're more sophisticated than we are. Because you can say whatever you want about, oh, it's skin deep and it doesn't matter and we're one human race. Listen, when you look at somebody and they look similar to you, you're going to feel an affinity for that person on some level. Like, you're just not going to be able to fight that. Like, I don't see the big deal. Like,
No. I think you're missing what I'm saying, right? So if we in this space make the argument that because of the consensus we should eliminate certain arguments, but the experts don't seem to be doing that.
No, they're trying to follow. That's why I don't agree with Haskell. I don't agree with you saying
Johannes.
Like I don't agree with you saying Johannes Krauss is pushing racism. He's using the terminology that's within the scientific, discipline. No, they changed it to something else, and he'll use that because basically they're just trying to they're looking at what they call African and non-African populations. That's basically what it's an
For
observation
what
of.
purpose? For what purpose?
Right.
All right. If race
To
doesn't
better
matter,
understand
none of
that
that, right?
migration.
Okay.
Right.
So you're saying it's impossible to understand the back migrations without labeling an entire group below a certain geographical region, like lumping them all in together, because you could break down like all those different so like for instance, like a Yoruban isn't the same as
Naturally.
somebody from the Great Lakes, and they're both below the Sahara. So what's stopping science from just creating uh more definitive categories below the Sahara? Just don't
Correct.
I
lump them all
mean,
in.
basically what they're looking for is they're looking for introgression. So when they find introgression, that's a key, right, to back migration versus a one region that you won't. That's just something you don't hardly find there. So that's why that proxy is there. They go, oh,
All
this
right.
person got
Here's the other part of Kate I wanted to read, right? So he says here, he says, thirdly, the sample used to identify a sub-Saharan component in later living Egyptians is from a Yoruba-speaking population in Nigeria. This sample is used problematically and incorrectly as a proxy for all of infra-Saharan Africa. He means sub-Saharan when he says that, right? For ancient and modern times. Considering discussions of a generation around race and study design in general, what is the basis for using the Yoruba as a representative of all of sub-Saharan Africa? A questionable unit of analysis. So he feels sub-Saharan in a scientific sense is a questionable designation in science, right? In any case, on careful consideration, it is of interest that the Yoruba are part of Seligman's true Negro taxon. This is a kind of stereotyping consistent with racial thinking, with assumptions about homogeneity and uniformity, or in this case, picking a population that is deemed to be the real sub Saharan African or just real African rooted in colonial tradition. You et al., those are some scientists who wrote a paper, have found that there is greater difference among Africans than between Africans and Eurasians. But that study is flawed in that the samples focus on sub Saharan Africa. Furthermore, the results can reflect only Yoruba or some regional Nigerian ancestry in the modern Egyptians, analogous to ancestry testing, but no evidence has been presented of Yoruba migration, forced or otherwise, to Egypt. It is stated that the Yoruba are being used as a proxy sample for something called sub-Saharan African and of a particular sort, and it is both a stereotype and typological. Critically, it must also be asked what is philosophically behind making a comparison with some sort of genericized sub-Saharan African when no effort has been made to use the southern Nilotic Basin region adjacent to Egypt. Curiously, in past work
There you
across
go.
disciplines, Curiously, in past work across disciplines, Nubians and Cushites are sub-Saharan Africans, as in the Black Pharaoh presentations written by Egyptologists. So why not use them as a proxy? Only if there is some underlying notion of a pure Negro type does not using them make sense.
This is making me lose faith in science, yo. No,
It's
no
just
How?
it's
bullshit,
just
bro.
yeah,
every product.
science always
How do you feel like?
yeah,
Excuse me.
science always
Sorry.
gonna be battling with each other. That's his position. But I see shout out to Shakir in the chat, Astro. Shakir saying now to use all sub-Saharan African clusters. You know what I'm
It's
saying? So Astro, you can pop
it's
in too.
almost
We in
like,
Brad's Discord. We in Brad's Discord in the voice chat.
yeah, to what I'm saying, that good guy. What I mean by that is like there's no good faith argument.
Pull up
You know what
Astro
I'm
Flow.
saying? Like it's like both sides just got a bias that they pushing, and on both sides you see people kind of like leaning to use these tools in this direction or that direction. But the tool is like inefficient in the way that it doesn't allow one of the groups to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's beneficial to both groups. You use the same term and mean all kind of different shit. So like to a motherfucker that's like us, just layman trying to read that, like we don't know all of the fucking ins and outs of his backstory and what his agenda is, but we trying to like navigate the nuance of what he's saying.
Oh, that's
But a
not
lot
us
of
though.
a lot of what he's saying is is possibly him masquerading political arguments within these racial terms. But go ahead.
That's two scientists. That's one scientist rebuttaling another. That's not us in the on the street just saying what he's saying. So I don't know how you equate a scientist rebuttaling another scientist like he's a regular person. It's my question to you.
I put it to you like this.
is take what he said
Maybe
in
a simpler way.
consideration. All it would do is
Let
take
me
what he said
let
in
me say this.
consideration, logic, and then add more samples to
Yeah,
you
I
know what I
got
mean?
you.
No,
So,
no, 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 no,
no,
no,
no.
no, no. Do you
All
understand
I'm
my
saying is
question?
like,
Hold
no,
on.
so all I'm
Do I have to
saying is
repeat my
like, you
question?
can't really. It's so difficult to identify when the political argument starts and the geographical and the genetic argument stops because they're using the same words to describe both things. You get what I'm saying? That's to me, that's tough.
No. Do you
The
understand my
range don't
question to
change.
you though? Hold on. Can I have a conversation with Logic? Real fast. My question to you is that you have one scientist saying that another scientist is doing something that's not scientific. It's more like, they're just trying to prove something without, before they even start doing the scientific test. He's saying this skull should not be used. Now, who is we, a layman person, to say that he's wrong for making that statement? My question to you.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
get
Yeah,
it.
yeah. We actually talk about the we're going to talk about just say the neural study we're talking about. We're talking about the this is a conversation that came up around the Schunemann study. That's right. That's you reading right, Haskell? That was
yeah,
Sorkier
yeah,
comment on the
yeah.
Schunemann
From
study.
Cater. But it all
Okay.
applies because they use the same terminology in the Green Sahara paper and in the Neurot paper. The whole idea of, and they use that same proxy too, I believe, in both those papers or in all three papers. So the Schunemann paper, the new Neurot man, and the Green Sahara paper, they use that Yoruba proxy as representing sub-Saharan Africa. So it tell Astro pull up. Shit,
Oh,
that
you
ain't
up?
ever stopping.
Yeah, don't leave me up. You don't be god damn. I told Astro we in the Discord, the voice chat. Coming with that damn Australian accent, shit,
Yeah,
talking
that
shit.
crikey. You
I know.
Negro.
They're like, listen, Haskell, in the paper, on the study. Yeah, pull up Astro.
Egyptian, you're a Bantu sub-Saharan. You
Yeah,
had
yeah. You be
nothing
like,
to do with Egypt.
you be
Crikey.
like, yeah, man. You be like, the still indigenous Africans, man. Who the fuck cares, man? Who the fuck cares what color skin? So yeah, man. We the
No,
voice
no,
chat.
no, that's a noise. No, that's a noise.
Yeah, the Australian accent is tripping.
Why is the Australian so invested in this anyway? Where is dude? Is he Australian?
He's from Lebanon. He's from Lebanon.
Oh, okay, that's why.
He just lives
That's why. He thought the ancient Egyptians was some Lebanese niggas. Okay. I'd like to
So
ask
people
him.
think,
their genetics
so,
trace back to that. You know what I mean? To the
so
Lebanese.
people think Soy Kieda was wrong for doing what he did. that rebuttal? Or
I mean, that's his job. That's He's a scientist. If he disagrees, what's he supposed to do? It ain't personal. You know what I'm saying?
So
He's saying
how do you feel about that comment I made about it being so difficult to see what argument they're challenging at what particular point, if they're making this political conversation or if they're talking about race? Am I making sense when I say that?
you are you,
Doesn't
you are
matter. He's still talking about people with little to no Neanderthal ancestry. And what region are those people in? That sub-Saharan region, that infra-Saharan region, you know what I mean? That the black, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care what you call it. I don't care the policy. Now, if you want to add another country to it, then you know what I mean? Y'all want to add another country? We can figure that out. But you can't escape the conundrum. Saying, you know
yeah.
what I'm
So for instance, right,
saying?
Logic. I think what it is you'd have to be invested in a conversation to a degree where you're willing to sift through all the shit. Like so, like people like Sosa and me, we've been having these conversations for a really long time, reading these papers for a really long time. So we know all the twists and turns, and we know how to separate, and we know, you feel me? Because it's a lot of politics in this shit. A lot. You know, like when he talks about the Neanderthal thing, right? In the Neurod study, it doesn't even give a breakdown on the Neanderthal thing. I don't know if y'all peep that, right? So it's established in science that people who are quote unquote non-black, right, or they're not the Africans that left Africa and changed or whatever,
Non-African.
right?
Non-African. Yeah, those that are non-African. Yeah.
Accepted that they have what it is. I mean, so it's like 2% or more is the
like 1 to 3% or 2 to 4% Neanderthal ancestry.
right. So in other words, Logic,
Universal.
that's like a way to kind of demarcate between the niggas and non-niggas, right? To put it in you know, in barbershop
Street
terms, right?
Street terms.
Right. So like this Neurot
Not to
man,
be
right?
confused. Not to be confused with the Nipsey Hustle type. The
Right.
blurry. You call it the blurry niggas.
But I think Nip will probably have like around like 2%. He might be close to that 2%, or he have more than like
Neanderthal.
I don't know. He'd be that high, but he have more than Wesley Snipes.
That's what I'm saying. Not to be confused with them. Not to be confused with them. Like
Right.
that's what Kane is hitting at. What he said, true Negro, real Negro. That's why he was so mad about. You know what I mean? That's what he
Right.
means. Yeah.
Because they could have put his Neanderthal admixture in that paper and they didn't. So when y'all see certain terms like if what's the name pull up, if Astro pull up, he gonna hit you with the epipaleolithic North African and the Neolithic Levantine and the Arterians and the Natufian and the what's the other one? Ibero-Marusian and the man, all that shit is some
Eurasian.
all that let me tell you something. Who's that? Hits?
That was Shaq.
That good guy. Oh, Bishop shit.
Let me tell you something, dog. A lot of them terms, that epipaleolithic, neolithic, man, them is niggas, man. That Arterian shit, them niggas, man. That they just putting different labels and shit and trying to move shit and razzle dazzle. Hey, look over here, look over here, and man, them all niggas, man.
We done got all the way into the barbershop now, dog. God damn. At this point, we so far away from the consensus, dog. I'm like, dang, like, oh, we the only niggas using this shit. It's crazy.
So you
Nah,
don't think Dr. Black is a distinct part of being what you call a nigga and North Africa back in those times?
I'm not sure what you're really saying because I mean, I don't think all black people I don't think all people got the same skin color. That's not the identifier, I guess.
I think that's
So like that good guy, you don't care if that person is highly Eurasian. If they're skin black, that's good. You don't care about that's all that matters to you. All you care
It
about is
was
skin
My,
color.
my grandma has light skin, green eyes, and red hair,
talking
and I
about
know
what
she's
it
black.
was 2000 almost
And I know she's black.
2800 BC, right? Something like I could be wrong. I don't know all the numbers, but back in those
I don't know what you're
times,
talking about.
the
Yeah.
the
So New Rock.
yeah, what's that? The third
Yeah.
dynasty.
Yeah, but I'm
All right,
saying
then
you
back
only
in
care
those.
about skin color, though, right?
I mean, but Africa from Africa
Yeah.
is a black person.
Yeah. Africa's skin
Yeah,
color. That's all you care. Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
that's the,
So,
especially at that time.
what do you mean, especially at that time in that region? Like, I don't see why
That
not.
time in that region.
I don't know.
I don't-
I wanted to get. I
Yeah,
wanted
see
to.
that.
Yeah, I got off track. I wanted to get Mujasi take on there. Francis Cress Wells. You know what I'm saying? We had a long conversation run. I want to get his input on that, but
Yeah, I'd
see
want to hear. I want to hear that too.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think, and that good guy. I think based on the conversation today, you know, and even listening to Haskell a little bit too. Like when you overemphasize the skin color, you kind of start deviating from the genes, and the genes tell you the story a lot better than the skin color because you're trying to figure out who they are. That's in their genes, not necessarily what they look like. You know what I'm saying? You can't follow it off the look. It's the genes that you want. The genes is what make them African, not the look. But like you said, you could be dark skinned, have nappy hair, be in Asia, you're not be African. So you want them to be African. So even if the African got the straight hair and the sharp nose, he's still an African.
Yeah, outside
Yeah,
working out or earthing the sun all
the
day in the
most
heat.
diverse.
Yeah, it would still not work in your favor if they were able to determine the dark skinned people weren't African. Like you want them to be African.
If
Remember,
what?
remember the origin of the conversation is they were removing the contributions of Africa from human civilization. So if they were able to connect it with Asia, they would have been able to continue to leave you out of that. You get what I'm saying? So the victory is in the gene, not in the look.
Oh, that's what you. All right, that's your belief.
Yeah.
Look, man, most studies occur. Most studies occur. So what the Magi Archer been up to, man? So we got Sadiq in here.
Sadiq pulled up.
Oh, you can't talk to me? Yeah, because I want to know what they've been up to yet. I wait for the smash on the. They ain't even touched the studies. You know what I mean? I know Pan African J want to do it. I ain't heard. I want to see how they. I'm interested in how Pan African J is go interpret the study. I mean, pretty interesting.
Well, he ain't gonna know where to go because the study don't mention nothing about the Neanderthal breakdown of the neurods. So
Oh, that's
yeah,
probably why.
yeah.
Ain't no familiar language in there for him, huh? This ain't no words in there you recognize. Yo,
Yeah. He
oh,
looking for the.
yeah.
He looking for the introgression. You know what I'm saying? He looking for the introgression.
So when you're saying integration, you're describing like when these particular markers meet up in a particular area. That what you're talking about?
Yeah, when these people go out and they start to mutate and mix with Neanderthals, then you get that what they call a hybridization.
Okay. And then come back in,
It
mix
comes
with
back in.
the
Yeah.
people in.
R.I.P. Hulk Hogan. I don't know if people seen it. R.I.P. Hulk Hogan.
Fuck Hulk Hogan.
Man, all of us that brass. Listen, right? And you was
Yeah,
in your
it's wild
drawers
racist.
jumping around cheering for that racist dude before you knew it. Gonna find out he even like black folk. That's crazy.
That's right.
Straight like that.
Allegedly. Look,
Say
allegedly.
allegedly.
Full MAGA. But Brad, 39. You saw you supposed to see Hogan back.
Yeah. I like NWO Hulk Hogan. Yeah. I've seen Lex Luger before. I've been to a couple wrestling matches. I've seen Lex Luger in person.
He big
Lex
motherfucker.
Luger.
Big as hell. Yeah. Hell.
Unlike
Yeah.
unlike some people, unlike some people who play basketball.
Yeah.
That was a
Yo,
shot. That was a crazy shot.
bro.
That was a half
You see
court
that?
shot right there, bro.
Look.
Literally.
Yeah. T was like, yeah.
In the YouTube
Yeah,
chat?
Haskell's their favorite.
In the
Haskell's
YouTube
their
chat?
favorite. Yeah.
That's on Try Media.
See.
That's on Try Media,
Nah,
right,
I don't.
Brad?
We don't hear it, Echo. We don't hear
Let
it.
me see.
It's on
Let me
Chef
mute that.
channel. Who channel is on? Okay, I gotta check that out.
Man. Lord, that much.
Really? Yeah, I'm like, okay. Um, I forgot what Haskell said he got the name with bag juice from. That's so weird. Where that
Hey,
come from?
but Brass, I know you intentionally trying to not get in this conversation. But this was a revealing day for me, and that on I guess that ain't every single day, but this was a crazy eye opener for me.
Oh, my
What
bad,
you
y'all.
what you what you
It's
get out today?
Yeah.
We off the page. Hey, Brass, I noticed the same thing, but I'm also, and somewhere in this conversation, I gotta acknowledge that the experts is doing it too. Like the experts is probably doing it even harder than we doing. Because okay, so today we had Soy Kieta. We had examples of him kind of exposing that the term uh, sub-Saharan Africa is like a lateral move from them saying black. Right? I thought originally that making them sub-Saharan would be able to remove all the extra weight and baggage of black and all the political implications and make it more about science. What it seems as if that this is only like a tactic they use to shroud political and racial arguments underpinning them within scientific conversation. So since we're reading material that does that, and it's very difficult to weed through when this conversation is politicized and when it's scienceized, like it's so it's almost like we are attempting to play by rules that it don't seem like they are attempting to play by, because they absolutely have enough freedom to say those political and racial terms and use them as they will. And it seems as though another thing is yeah, it seems as though the majority of people use it in this racialized term, right? So how do I critique the majority of the field on a team, on something that they use that appears to be against the consensus? Go ahead. I already know this. I already know this. I already know this.
Well, no.
No,
Well, here's the thing.
that ain't no attack
Nah,
on
that's
me, because I'm trying to.
100% the fact.
Here's
Motherfuckers ain't
the issue,
qualified.
right? Here's the issue with no, but listen, it's not even about being qualified. You can just it's simple. No, listen, I'm explaining to you so people can understand a little better. It's not necessarily about political terms. I mean, politically correct, right? Or race being a social construct, right? The problem is that even within the realm of science, there's a particular path where race and biology and science they actually meet up, right? Like even though race is a social construct, there are times when race actually overlaps with biology and science, right?
Right.
But it's not, but it's yeah, so it's not just a neat line going on, bro. So they try to find ways to articulate what they mean without being racial, but you still can't get away from the fact they're still going to be pointing at a particular people that we got under a term called race. You know what I'm saying? You can't avoid it. That's what
Can't
I'm
get
saying.
away from it.
You can keep
And,
making up words and terms and all that shit. You're gonna end up, it's like a maze, bro, that you can't get out of. You will end up right back where you started from. You call it infra-Sahara. Yeah, so
and that's
you know
why I
what I'm
say,
saying?
Brad, to me, is no
So,
point in
so
trying to act like
in which case, what do you do with the consensus of the humans being the same if it's one race? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that is sort of a contradiction there.
to me it only
Yeah, I
becomes a
mean,
contradiction. To me, it only becomes a contradiction when human beings start thinking of themselves as being so evolved, right? We like to like delude ourselves into thinking we've evolved past looking at what we can see with our eyes, right? If you can, to me, you can acknowledge the racial thing and at the same time have a scientific discussion. You don't have to pretend like you don't see race or it doesn't exist or none of that to still have a good, clean scientific discussion. Both can exist at the same time.
Right. So with that being said, what's not clear about the consensus?
They're not. They're not. They're
so
not commenting to the rate. All right. So, like the New Rap Man, for example, right? If we were to ask him, okay, would this guy fall in the black or non-black category based on our social construct of what black and non-black is today? They're not going to give you a straight up answer. You know what I'm
But
saying?
okay, if you have acknowledged that race is not biological,
Right.
then it's almost like stupid to even pose the question. Like I can't imagine someone who doesn't adhere to race feeling like that would be a question that was important to them. You get what I'm saying?
I feel you, but that's why I say I'm not trying to play the game where race isn't a thing. Like the whole race isn't a real thing. I don't buy into that. To me, if my hair is tightly coiled, right? If I have 4C hair and you have one A hair, right? That is a biological difference. Now, that does not mean that you are a distinct biological unit. As a unit, you're not a distinct biological unit from me, because we can procreate and all that stuff. But because biology just ultimately means life, right? The study of life, right? So an organism that's, let's say an organism that has a shell on its body, right? Is different from an organism that doesn't have a shell. Now, genetically, they could be the same. You feel me? But that doesn't mean that you can acknowledge both. Like, I can look at someone and say, okay, yeah, they're pale skin, I'm dark skin. I have tightly coiled hair, they have loose hair. And at the same time say that biologically, we're not distinct units. Like, those two things can happen. All right, let me give you the perfect example. Logic, are you familiar with the Andamese Islanders? Do you know what that is?
I'm not so familiar with the location, but I've heard the conversation with you.
All right, so it's an island off. Yo, but
Now I gotta learn, bro. Now I gotta look up 1A here and 4C here. This is I can't. I'm not diving this shit. Like, what the hell is 1A?
Nah, he gonna see the value. He gonna see the value in this though. So like, all right. So scientifically, the Andamanese Islanders are considered to be more closer to Asians than they are Africans, right? Genetically. But if you look at an Andamanese Islander, according to our racial construct, they're no doubt black people. Like, is no argument. Their hair nappy as fuck. They black as fuck. They nose is big as fuck. Like, you feel what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like, I believe both things can coexist. I don't think it got to be one or the other.
And I believe that that they're able to do it in the animal kingdom. They don't have any problem separating this species of turtle from that species of turtle, and not mixing up the turtles with the slugs and all that kind of shit. So it's kind of it's strange a bit, but I get it, but I don't know what to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what is left for me to say other than like there's no clarity for me to have. Like they still like entrenched in a conversation that looks wild on the outside because they also claim that race ain't real, but they trying to shroud racial arguments with other words. Like that's I don't get that. I don't know, but I mean it seems like they're pretty firm about the animal kingdom when they talk about different species and all that kind of stuff. But some kind of way with this particular argument, it gets a little cloudy. But if it's cloudy for them, how could I expect to get clarity? You get what I'm saying? So I mean, I guess based on how Sosa's saying that, if they're doing it like that, they are going to arrive back in the same circle. But I don't know what the challenges are with that. But they do it. They don't do that in animal kingdom.
Right, exactly. Because you can, I forgot which category of animal it is. Like, so like if you look at them like typologically, meaning like looking at their looks and stuff, they're grouped in the same category, but on a genetic level, they're not the same. You feel what I'm saying? But science don't say, oh, that's not real. They just understand that these are separate areas of biology. One is based on looks and one is based on a deeper level. That's it. It don't need. It's not nothing for people to fight or go crazy over. Like, both can exist at the same time. It's okay.
Maybe I'm asking the question in the wrong way. And maybe I should. And maybe this might be another ChatGPT question for me. But why does it seem so concise and precise when they say the spotted pepper moth can have all these different variations of color, come in all ranges between spotted black and spotted white, blah blah blah, and it all be the same organism, and that's difficult on the human scale. When there's literature that says they agree that it's all the same organism. So they've agreed it's the same organism a long time ago, but they still can't get the racialized part of it. I wonder
I
what
mean,
those challenges are.
I get what you're saying, but they do that with dogs, right? Like all dogs are dogs, but you got different variations. You got Cocker Spaniel, Pit Bull, this, that, Maltese. You know what I'm saying? That's all. It's just variations.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. I am man, this today was like I don't know what in the world I can expect to get out of that. I don't think there'll ever be any clear. Like I was almost like at some point, like I felt like it was just gonna be difficult. Nah, I see that's a especially from where we're sitting. Not as like members of the audience. We ain't never get any clear. That's true. Um, nah, you didn't
What was
fuck
the
me up.
question?
I follow what you're saying, but because I'm under the impression that it's very clear that they have arrived and can't refute the fact that all humans are the same species. So to me, every article that you see that puts some sort of emphasis on a particular skin color rather than the region that the people from is going against the consensus. So, which sounds wild to me. Maybe I might be misunderstanding something, but that's what it sounds like. It's like yes, there is a consensus, but everything that you read is attempting to challenge the consensus. Like ain't nothing holding up to the consensus but us.
And it's getting old, bro. I've yet heard one person when they keep mentioning this fucking nerd watch shit is get on my nerves to even talk about what the key point to the whole damn thing was. Keep looking for these fucking dumbass things. It's retarded, and that's what lets me know they didn't fucking read the shit. I have no interest in discussing it with them no more because it's getting monotonous.
What you talking about?
You already did. Me and Sosa been hammering this shit down for like the whole last week, and motherfuckers still don't get it. It's retarded. They keep looking. They keep looking for these racial aspects, these different connections. When that whole shit was talking about the arrival of sedentary cultures in Egypt, that's what that paper was discussing. Literally, it go into a whole fucking thing about how the sedentary cultures arrived with the archaeological evidence and everything. It's nothing to do with their race. They said he's dark to black. They gave y'all a snack. Run with the shit. Wow. She was about
They give him a
sedentary
snack.
culture.
They give him a snack.
That article was about sedentary and the arrival of Neolithic packages. That's it, bro. Knock it the fuck off.
Right, because up until now they had the archaeological that is, didn't have confirmation of the genetics. So now they know. Okay, we talking people. And the gene flow showing that they went there themselves. You know what I'm saying? So now we got cultural and you know what I mean. that Neolithic package coming in
Hey,
on
so
hand to hand.
look into what's the name in the chat or the Discord, either one. I put.
Astro know what's up. He ain't slow. He read the shit just like we did.
Yeah, I don't disagree with said, really. You know,
because it's not mine to disagree with. It's the study, fam. They dive into all this sedentary shit for a reason, not to discover who the fuck is what, black, what. Whoa, no, they're trying to figure out. We got tools, we got data, we got other shit saying that there was migration back and forth, making it line up with the timeline of seeing sedentary cultures in Egypt, and that's what that whole entire thing was about. They don't give a fuck what they look like, bro. They don't care. That's us. We look like the goddamn idiots describing this shit, bro.
I agree with that.
Out the cultures.
Yeah, I agree with.
Mention the Neurobots study. It's not against nobody in here. I'm talking about the community overall. When they mention it, they never mention none of the key points.
Yeah, in general.
Yeah, we all talk about skin.
The laymen are caught up on the race thing. So that would include me on the Blackology side and Astro 87 on the Levanteenology side. You feel me? That's us to war.
I understand.
No, but you know, Astro said, man, who gives a fuck what they look like, man? The African, they just go down. No,
cap.
That's what he said, man.
So, but look. All right. If that was true, this is a case of a nigga saying one thing and then his actions belie something else, right? If Astro 87 was sincere in that, then when Ankh says, I ain't got a problem, they not black, but they were indigenous African, right? If he was sincere, then they would meet right there in the middle and the discussion would be over. All right, we made it, we reached a compromise.
He agreed.
No, but what does he do? What does he do? So, well, see, you have to look. They're indigenous African, but you have to break that down. You know what I'm saying?
There's that ain't a bad approach. I can get with that.
But come on now. You know what he's getting at when he breaks down that 80% Middle Neolithic African part, and he says, well, it's 80% Arterian and 70% and all of that comes from the Near East. He trying to say that's Bassem Youssef dumb.
No, that's just aligning with the timeline, bro. They know that those motherfuckers was coming in as early as 12 to 15,000 before even the Neolithic package. So yeah, if you want to get into that Middle Neolithic, yeah, for sure. I mean that Middle Neolithic Moroccan, yeah, for sure. Go ahead. But at the end of the day, like that don't determine what they were trying to determine in that study, which was sedentary cultures coming into Egypt.
Looking at that,
gotta make it anything more.
Yeah, but yeah, Sam, for sure, I agree. This for us to war over the laymen. We won over the race. You feel me? So
gave me a back that was new for me. He wants to change the fact that the Egyptians were already in a Neolithic phase prior to the arrival of those Near Eastern cultures. Which, I mean, I disagree with, but that's an argument that we at least had to have. It had some sort of credence to it. So it's like we weren't stuck on what they looked like and the colors and all that. Like, nah, here's a point was they had it already on the side, like it was brought in with other cultures, and we start right there. That's fine with me. I mean, we ain't really get nowhere, but at least it was a conversation that was a week long. You know what I'm saying?
You basically are saying you feel like the racial conversation is lowbrow. I get it.
I mean, it's not scientific at that point. It can be like you say, it meets up some places like Social Describe, but overall, I don't think that helps out any.
But we admitted that already. Like I think everybody. So I mean, Chef admits it. I admit it. Like
I'm just saying, it's just kind of we've been discussing that portion of it ad nauseum, and it's kind of making it feel unscientific.
Yeah, we took a whole journal and be like, so what the skin look like? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like what?
Hey, so look in the chat. Said, look what Astro put. He puts, I said they were indigenous. Right? and then under that he puts 90% Eurasia.
They were.
What?
They were.
Is he referring to that middle Neolithic, or he talk what?
He doing a breakdown. He just basically was saying like how you said before, Haskell, that they've been mixing and mixing and mixing and mixing and mixing and mixing and mixing. But he's also saying, but that is that's what indigenous Africans look like to varying degrees in their area. Just do the admix. Like that's just what it is. That's just an honest take. It is what it is.
I agree, but that's what I'm trying to tell. What's the name? Like we wore the blackology and the Levantine-ology side. You got to give the other side some smoke too.
I feel you want to keep it equal.
Nah, but see, there you get into doing with the damn picture graphs and making one look like goddamn Anita Baker, and then you know what I'm saying? Like I said, Discord. You mean? I be killing you with that shit. Putting Pharaoh faces next to goddamn celebrities.
Because that shit is funny as hell. That part of it is funny.
It's
funny.
Yeah, so you right. Because when Haskell take off running, he full speed. He gone. You gotta stop that. you gotta slow Haskell down somewhere.
You gotta shoestring him. You gotta shoestring him. You can get over here too fast.
Haskell got a 29 when he started running. He was gone.
They say to caution in the study. They say caution. It's based on one individual. I understand that. It still, however, lines up with tons of other data and shit that they got. So people get hunkered down on that in that study. That's just them being honest, if you ask me.
That's Ngozi.
Oh,
Ngozi, why you acting like you a 70-year-old nigga who don't know technology?
I thought they sent Ngozi the invite to the Discord the other day. Oh, join the voice chat.
Ngozi, how do you use this newfangled contraption?
Ngozi, my boy, man. Ngozi, my dog. Everybody be trying to be like Ngozi when he at least let my man get the E1B1 shit to himself. Y'all niggas be copying the shit to get on my nerves, bro.
Hey,
yeah, he said he's not in there. And then Brad, repost the link. Lodge, you don't put to everyone. So sometimes if a lot of conversation happen, that fucking voice chat link get lost in the sauce.
Yeah. I was trying to join some months ago. I was like,
oh, that's crazy.
Shit. Damn. You can't do a password reset? You make a new one. But E1B1 that goes and they looking for you. And African James have hacked your Discord.
Oh, probably one of them blackologists
Only
hacked
Apsu. My phone just came back. I sent, bro, come on, fam. You just heard me say the NeuroWise study caution that this is based on one person's genome, bro. You don't have to keep saying that. None of us are dumb, bro. We get it. My phone just turned back on in the chat. Yeah, I see him. Nah, I was looking at the part above that. Regardless, I have no idea.
No, he's making an argument basically that the people who are putting any heft behind this study would have to argue that one sample would be representative of the population on a macro.
Right. They don't just have one sample. That's just for him.
Can we get Ngozi this motherfucker? Can we
get Ngozi on?
Can you go to that name and do something to it yourself?
Oh, it's not an anomaly, bro. You're doing it wrong now. Now you're adding extra shit.
Yeah, that's him.
It goes.
It is justice.
We're gonna make y'all archers goddamn get with the science, man. Leave that bullshit alone.
Nah, but see, that's the thing. Said you trying to bark at the moon.
Like keep it where it's at.
No, but this is what I'm saying though. Like this race shit ain't gonna die, bro. I'm sorry to tell you, it ain't. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Then we gonna stay pseudo then.
Yeah.
Pseudo dog. I don't know what to tell.
Dang, I get it. I respect the pseudo.
Yeah, if you think pseudo was to run Asco, Asco just pseudo's favorite pseudo. You ain't saying nothing.
The more they he gonna find that angle, boy. That boy, the
I
angle.
was gonna say, he said he just pseudo favorite pseudo. Yeah. Really?
Hold on.
Really? You try.
Do say that. Yeah, it does say that.
Yeah, they after you.
Oh, his name is not. Oh, his name is not now. Yeah, yeah.
Let's type it in, so you'll see.
I did. At not now.
No, that's not his handle.
No.
Type
I'm
in
saying when I type in his name.
Well, type
When I
in
type it. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah, like he rechanged it. You know what I mean? But it be like that. Like when I tag when I tag somebody else, like it may be like their
He
name
locked
and
out,
be
like
like
he ain't got an email password. Like all you gotta do is do a reset.
it was when I type it in, that should be like at Deshaun something. Which is weird. But then it put Fetty once I click it though. But then when I click it, it'd be like Fetty. You know
saying.
what I'm saying?
Somebody first R2D2B1 proof evidence. That was funny.
Yeah.
No, you dissing my boy. That's funny.
Today went so whatever it went because my man my motherfucking mind is blown, dude. I'm telling you, I don't know how nobody else and shit like that, bro. Man,
That's one
today
thing I learned about Logic. He got his tolerance. His voice sound like he be calm, but his tolerance really low. Boy. He ready to jump at you.
No, today, man, you know what, bro? Today gave me a lot of sympathy for Pan Africans. A lot. And I fight that shit off, even in my head. But dude, sympathy, dog. Sympathy. Because think about this, right? Think about the challenge. Think about the challenge of having a political conversation rooted in science. And then think about being the person on the losing end of this conversation and having to bring your articles or whatever your findings to the politics, right? You're bringing science to the politics, and the politics has the convenience of bouncing back and forth between politics and science whenever it suits whatever they're trying to do. Like that's actually very troubling.
Yeah, Logic. That's just life, bro. That's
Nah,
just
but
how
that's
life.
actually you know, but you know what that actually means to me. I try to look at the big picture of stuff. Sometimes I can use like extreme measures to do that, but I can't like detect when I'm doing that. So I just got to say what I'm saying. So to me, what that means is it would.
Yeah, Chef getting that money.
You
That nigga
heard
ain't
you
feel
heard
like
me. You heard me.
Chef got a you got an
to be
feed
on
in the
one side
chat,
or the other, and
What the hell?
nah,
you got a middle Neolithic Levantine in
nah,
your
nah,
chat,
I'm
man.
not, dude. Nah, I'm not, bro. I don't. I think this is tripping me out. Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. It's just like it's just it's tough to see how you can have a scientific and political conversation like at the same time and accomplish what you're trying to accomplish on
Bro,
both
you in the
sides.
matrix.
Like that seems like man,
In the matrix.
You sound like Roger Trout.
We can't hear you.
You sound like computer love, dog.
Got your exact.
Is it?
I think the conversation.
Yeah. It varies from topic to
It
topic.
usually depends on the. I would think like if, this is based on evidence when we talk about studies. So if you're gonna go against it, or it would have to just completely not fit whatever model you're using. I don't think it's like an over. I think it usually might be overwhelming, but a large portion tip towards the evidence. You know what I mean? That's how I think it goes. I don't know for sure.
What I would say, Brass, it depends on the topic. There's certain topics in science that would pass like on unanimous vote, and then you have some that barely scrape by. I would say the Egypt discussion. I wouldn't say it barely. Yeah, you have things like gravity, for example.
You do like the climate change, like that's like 99% in the consensus. You know what I'm saying? If you want to rock with that 1% and be that fringe motherfucker, go ahead.
You know what's funny about the climate change thing?
I don't want to get into that. I was just using that as an example, bro. I know where you're going with this, because you got something for everything, boy. You got a playbook like no other.
Now, I was gonna say that Sean actually don't believe in Sean from Mossy Warrior, right?
Yeah.
Which shocks.
Yeah, that shocks
No,
me to
climate
hear
change,
that.
climate change.
You want to know what's funny about that, Haskell? Not just to kind of bring in what we was talking about yesterday. For like when you was asking for examples on people who become pseudo after they win something like a Nobel prize or whatever. Like they'll think it was like a couple of years ago, the people who won for the quantum entanglement, the three dudes, one of them Anton Zellinger. Like I said, he did something magnificent. Like they established a violation of Bell's inequalities. But that nigga went off the ledge and became a full-on climate change hoax nigga after that. Like, bro, this shit be happening. I don't know what it is about that climate change shit, because the nigga you read yesterday, the Mullis homie, what did he do?
Yeah, carry
change hoax. You know what I'm saying? So it's something about that shit. So it could be looked into. I ain't saying it. Exactly. I think it's a financial thing in that. Yeah. Exactly. So got this grant for you, my boy. Got a grant for $250. Well, the grant be, the trip don't, they can go excavate these spots for these 100,000 probably, but be getting grants for hundreds. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the climate change, there's big grants going behind that shit. So
Yeah, there's always money in politics and everything. But I was shocked, said
I never know shit about that.
Yeah. I gotta get that because I don't read it one time. I gotta get that again because that's normally my wheelhouse right there. Because of course,
I know.
I don't buy into
Yeah,
climate change. I think you
Can
should.
y'all hear me any better?
yeah, we hear you.
I
Yeah,
don't I don't buy into the idea that what humans are doing has caused the earth to be getting hotter and hotter. I don't buy that. But of course,
crazy.
the earth does change climate over time. It's just like at one point in time, North Africa was in a humid period, right? And now it's
Good. I
not.
already know.
You
So the
ever see
climate,
the small cloud over LA? You ever see when they show that?
who?
The
Small
small
cloud. I
cloud
live in
over
LA. We have a
LA.
permanent small cloud.
The small thing, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, you ever see
you
that?
ever heard
That hasn't changed
people?
Still in the
of the earth.
matrix. Still in the matrix. Logic. Yeah, you on the ISS?
I'm out of it. I don't want to have this conversation. We was
Me
having
neither.
that's
Yeah.
crazy.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole. But I was just pointing out that normally I'm the one who go with the crazy conspiracy theories. But I was shocked that Sean doesn't buy into it because he normally with you feel me?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Mossy believes some crazy stuff. We done got into some arguments with them, so you know what I
Yeah.
mean. You be you
And
you be surprised.
he don't
You
know
be
frack.
surprised.
Pascal, we can
Is
have
it?
this conversation later. But what you was, where you go, Tony? That was where you go. But when you was trying to say that they've seen these events where the earth got hotter over time and all that, those shits are on par with those extinction level events and those major fucking what's it called, right? Like it's not just these
Not
random time
now.
What's
periods,
up?
bro.
How y'all doing?
Hey,
And goes
Yeah.
in
hey,
there.
not now.
Oh, what up? What up, Ngozi?
How
Not
y'all
now.
doing, man? What's the word, yo?
The deal.
Everybody good.
Black African power.
Help Haskell out, man.
Black African
Ah, Tony Apsu, don't run now. Ngozi here. Don't run now. Tony
I've been here in
Apsu,
high
come
school.
back.
Yeah,
Hey,
Yeah,
Black
yeah.
I
African
heard how.
power and goes.
Yeah, peace to you, bro. I heard you, man. Like I seen your little thing when I was talking to Shamaka Kata, and you said I'm weird and shit, but that's cool. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit.
I don't argue. I don't know if you understand, but Shamaka Kata, the elder, said he didn't want to go back and forth with people before we even jumped on there. And he bear witness to that. So I wasn't there to debate a elder. Not to mention publicly and nationally, he's a Muslim. So I'm not gonna, even if I disagree with him, I'm not gonna insult him. And also, I'd never really insulted Shamaka Kata. I talked bad about Rick Kittles. I said that Shamaka Kata double talks, and I mean he does. I mean his literature say one thing, and then his writings say one thing, but then publicly he says different things. That don't mean he's not one of my favorites, because he is. He's part of mainstream academia. I mean, I love Michael Jordan, but anybody from Chicago or people that gamble with him, they know he's an asshole. You know what I'm saying, in person. So it's like, just because you like certain people don't mean they don't have character flaws in certain areas. So I don't have nothing against Shamaka Kata. So I just want to answer your question on that when you said I was weird. I'm not arguing with an elder publicly, bro.
So what you
I
disagree
saw it.
with them about?
Hold
And
on,
goes,
Chef. Hold on,
I
Chef.
think that Shamaka Kata is definitely he's certified. I would never go against him because the man is certified. We all know that, even though his background. But I think that his writing will come off different than questions I never really answered, right? Like he'll get to the point, but he don't get to the point. So he'll write something, right? And if you don't understand it, it'll go over your head. But publicly, if a question is asked, it's not a direct answer. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I always said. But that doesn't mean I have issues with him, because overall, that's one of my favorite. That's just what it
All right.
is. So I don't think that
So
makes you weird.
here's what I think is weird, right?
Uh-huh.
You took great exception
Uh-huh.
to Soy Kieda pointing out that the Natufians had tropical limb proportions, right? You expressed this. You also expressed that you felt that he was trying to submarine in the idea of these people being black by using that language. You
No,
said something
no, no,
along those
no, 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 no. This is from other information. When it came to the Natufians, the book that he brought up, and I wasn't there to say, "Oh, you're wrong," because I'm not going to do that. But that's an outdated book. There's recent studies from 2025 and 2023 that talks about their limb proportions, and most of them was intermediate. Now, if you ever heard me, I always said that the Natufians had distinct or distant ancestral North African elements in them, because guess what? The Ibero-Maurusians, who were partly of indigenous North African, the Tokahori, and the Zutzana, the West Asian that back migrated, crossed through the Mediterranean and hit North Africa. It was them that integressed. No, don't listen. It was them that integressed into the Sinai, right? And met with the Cambrian groups. And then you have something called the Mushibians that I talk about, right? And then the Mushibians start to intermingle with more of these deeper West Asian populations, which created the Natufians 14,000 years ago. So there is a distant North African element there. So I always said that. It was nothing that he said wrong in that area. But what was, you got to understand what Shamaka Keita said, the elder. He said, he didn't say he said this. He said, I have a book from a reference from individuals from whatever the early times was. And he gave reference to that book. That's what he said. He just said that that's what he said. But yes, I always agreed. Then the Natufians were primarily Y chromosome E3B in the form of EM34, which tells a deep ancestral lineage that drifted from North Africa, especially crossing through the Sinai, that intermingled with the deeper Southwest Asian population. So the population that drifted over there would not 100%, indigenous intact populations from North Africa. They were already admixed at the time. That integrates with more deeper West Asian populations, which made Natufians, when you look at them on like PCAs, right? They were still mainly 80 to 90% Southwest Asian, and only 10 to 11% what was used to be classified is 27 point something percent. If you use it as a modern proxy, it was 27.6% from 2019 studies, North African. It was 6.8% motor, right? But when you blend that together, right, that they're using the modern North African population, which means an admixed North African population with fragments or vestiges of deep ancestral East African elements that drifted into that area, is responsible for what mingled with the deeper Southwest Asian population. But here's the thing. Now we have Takahari samples from Libya, right? And we're finding out that with this, what they labeled as Hadza Yoruba-like or could have been Moda-like, could actually just be later Assyrian or deeper ancestry North African Takahori, right? And Takahori, if the Ibero-Maurusians of the Tufarut was 40 to 36% Takahori and 60% Zutzana, that means an admixed population was already linked in North Africa, right? During the time of like 26,000 of the Epipaleolithic time before drifting into the Levant, mixing with more Southwest Asian populations. So we tend to get this Aboriginal indigenous thing twisted. These people have been drifting from West Asia to North Africa for the last almost close to 30,000 years. So when you talk about people in that portion of the continent, you're talking about some deep mixed population that's been consistent for thousands of years before a dynastic period. That's the reality. That's what's going on.
Beautiful. You got all of that. Now, none of that has to do with what I called you weird for, right?
Oh, well, that's your opinion. Then that's fine.
That's what I'm saying. It's an opinion.
Yeah.
None of that stuff has to do
well,
with.
I wanted to break down what was going on. For you to come up with the conclusion that I'm weird, Haskell, I want to be able to say, why it's coming off like that. But I'm not weird. Right. That's the opinion. And the thing about you, Haskell, you're a very intelligent person.
Hey Haskell, can we give our host some grace? Can we please, Haskell?
Let me just say this to Haskell right quick. Just like Haskell, you feel that I am a weird person. I think that you're extremely narcissist because you are one of those individuals. You constantly talk. You can never be wrong. You're always saying, this is based off what you feel. And the problem is, that's a problem, bro. And it's okay. We all got space to have differences, brother. So if you feel I'm weird, I feel that you're a narcissist, and it's fine. Now we can get into the conversation, and I want to get to the conclusion of why and what elements of why I agree with Shamaka Keita. And that wasn't his opinion. He got that from a book, he said. He didn't have really an opinion when it came to that. He said a book that he had, and he wanted to go back to get it, and he read it. That's it, bro.
I saw him when he grabbed
That's
it.
fine.
Great. So I felt like I was disciplined there. I let you go for like 2 minutes or
Do your
so.
thing. Do your thing, bro. We good.
Right. So when we were having a conversation in regards to a paper that Cater wrote critiquing the Schunemann study, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a section in there that you had an issue with, and the assessment that you made about Soy Kieda, you made an indictment on his character. You felt that, or you expressed, I don't know if you remember, you expressed that the double talking that he does is to sort of push a line or to kind of give red meat to the Afrocentric contingency. Is that a fair assessment on my part, or am I just coming out of?
No, brother. Absolutely, it's fair, because when it came to that,
Oh, hold
I'll
on.
tell you why. Go ahead. I'm
Stay
sorry.
right there. Stay right there. So perhaps I'm overstepping my bounds because I'm adjudging you to be weird from my social rubric, right?
Yeah.
Because if I believe a scientist is trying, in my heart of hearts, if I believe a scientist is trying to, in a slick way, trying to push an agenda, right? To me, that's called deception, right? And for me, if I were to ever get a chance to speak with a scientist who I found to be deceptive, right? I'm not gonna have this sort of this reverential type of disposition. Now, I'm not gonna be going back and forth and arguing. No. But it's not gonna be any babas and wallahi. Hey man,
Right.
graduate from here, and it ain't gonna be. To me, it came off as fanish. And if I if I think a scientist is deceptive, is what you and double talks,
Yeah.
you ain't gonna be no fan, and that's all I'm saying.
Okay, and that's fine. But here's the thing, though, brother. That's an elder. That's a Muslim. And before I even got on the phone to talk to him, Unc said, "Hey, yo, he don't even want to talk to a lot of people. He's not selecting so many calls because he didn't want to argue. So I am not there to insult him. And yes, I am a fan of Shamaka Keita's work. I'm not gonna lie like that. I love his work. Like most of what he say, I agree with. It's just the way he delivers it it comes off kind of strange. I tell everybody that. Now, when it comes to Rick Kittles, I got questions for him. I even questioned him in inboxes on Facebook while correcting him in certain areas. That's something
I
totally
hit you
different.
about
But when
that
it
Rick
comes to
Kittle
Shamaka
shit.
Keita, I'm not finna go backwards and forth with him publicly. That's just me. So, I mean, he is a Baba. He's an elder. He is certified. He has his credentials. I'm not finna talk crazy to a person like that. But if Unc, or which was his thing, that was Unc's show. If Unc would have said we can go backwards and forth, or if Shamaka Keita said he was willing to go back and forth publicly, I would have no problems. But we can disagree and agree. But that doesn't mean that I don't respect that man's work. So I mean, it's kind of like it's paradoxical. That's just what it is. So he is an elder, and it's going to be many wallahis. And I think that was during the time of Ramadan when me and him was speaking. So we ain't gonna do that. But I feel you, brother. You got it right. You straight to the point, and it is what it is. I got you.
Yeah, like I said, maybe I am being a narcissist and just like looking at it from my perspective because it's just some
It's
shit that
fine.
I wouldn't do. You feel me? It just
I got you.
Hey, Brad, my bad to cut you off. The audio messed up. The audio messed up. I'm telling you, they can't hear you, bro. They can't hear you. It's muted. Okay, all right, go ahead.
I couldn't even hear you.
Yeah,
So
Oscar.
like
Yeah, it ain't no hard. I mean, like I say, Oscar, you my man. I think you're very intelligent, brother. But you always got an opinion about something. I'm like, yo, this is it's cool, but hey, it is what it is, brother. I can't take that away from you. So
Nah, because look, I think other people get annoyed with me like that too, because they think I'm always making these value judgments about people, right? Like I'm sitting on this sort of a high horse, and I get it because I do that, but I just can't. Like, all right, like me again, maybe I am looking at it too narcissistically. So like, if I felt that a scholar was like being like purposely deceptive, I'm not gonna get on there and get wild or nothing. But I'd probably do something like, hey, Professor Cater, what do you make of people who make the critique that you serve up red meat to the Afrocentric community, and sometimes you kind of play fast and loose with the facts? What would you say to that? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not angry, that's not disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Like,
He going
I think
I can give you his answer.
I think
I can give you his answer.
let me just say something. I just want to add on, just say something to him right quick. I think that's the difference between our culture. Well, with me and you. I mean, you from the Caribbean. You from Jamaica. You got that British crown mentality. I mean, that's just how y'all get down. You act like that. For me, being from this portion of America, the rack. I mean, it's called Chi-Town flirting. I'm gonna do what I do. It's just how we do things. That's just us. So so do your thing, bro.
Pause. Take a big pause.
Yo, you gonna say something?
He Skater gonna say they don't know what the hell. He said they misinterpreting what I'm saying. They don't understand it. Just like that. Because I ain't that. I don't know what the fuck they talking about. Tripping.
It's just like, if all right, so
Like
look,
that.
so I mean, Ngozi, if you was to be able to have a conversation with Rick Kittles, you wouldn't
Yeah.
be. I hope you wouldn't dare do that whole wallaby
Oh
and
no. He not no. He ain't part of the cloth. So hell no. I mean, we had words. We had words in Facebook. And a few Team Osiris members seen it back in the day, and he didn't answer questions properly. It was a back and forth. I wouldn't disrespect him and curse him out, but definitely when what I'm saying, I'm not really a fan of Rick Kittles. I don't like to use it like that. I'm not really like I'm not really into Rick Kittle's work because I understand what African ancestry is and I understand what they're doing, and I think it's an organized scam to me. I mean, I'm just being honest. When it comes to his work, when it comes to that, reading haplogroups to tell you who you are, that's a problem. So no, I wouldn't be, what I'm saying, respectful in a sense the way I was with Shamaka Keita, but I still, wouldn't come off very disrespectful and rude and ignorant. I just
hey,
don't get out like that.
by the
All right, let's
way,
get to the
Ngozi,
paper.
by the way, sorry, Sosa, but by the way, Ngozi, just so you know, I don't want to be a shit starter, but Corey was even more incensed about that exchange with you and Kata than me.
I mean,
Just so you.
opinions are
Okay.
opinions. That's his opinion.
That's his opinion. It's like you got a right to have your opinion. You still think I'm weird. That's fine. Everybody, look, I'm not gonna react the way you would want me to react. I understand, bro. It's all good. It's none of this stuff is personal. So you got your opinion. Corey got his opinion. People feel how they feel anyway. So it's fine. I mean, what could I say about that? I didn't hear what Corey said, but if he got his opinion, it is what it is. But I'm not gonna. I even seen a few other people, even a few people from North Africa that listened to it. Was saying that I didn't attack him hard enough. I didn't go in on him. Like, why would I do that? I'm not doing that. That's crazy.
Hey, so hey, Ngozi. See, oh yeah, that bro. Hey, Ngozi.
What up? What's up, brother?
So I know you done read the study. So listen, do you feel like the interpretation or what they was hitting at least with a New Raw study, what they were trying to say is that they are trying to see if there's a relation between that Neolithic package and that Potter's wheel, and that writing in ancient Egypt, right? Because it's been debated if the writing is original, independent, right? So based on that one, right, we understand just one sample. But you do real do you feel like they was drawing a correlation between that shit to say that we got evidence of not just cultural diffusion, but demic diffusion, like people migrating there and they may have migrated there with them skills and done it there.
I think
What's your opinion on that?
I think it could come off like that because it has a Zargoff layer of Iranian DNA, which matches with populations in eastern Mesopotamia at 20%. And if a person don't understand it, they'll say that, But the problem is the larger chunk of the individual DNA was at 80% Neolithic North Africans. And Neolithic North Africans at the time is not the same as, Epipaleolithic or Epiopesticine North Africans before. There has been a lot of Natufian population that's been drifting backwards and forward. Or to be honest with you, let's be fair, what they're labeling as Natufian could have actually started right there in that portion of the continent, because Israel and Egypt is not that far from each other in mileage compared to deeper interior portions of Africa. So what they're labeling is Natufian could have diverged at their starting point anyway, because we know based off 2024 studies, human beings left out of North Africa 89,000 years ago and they crossed through the Sinai. So that means early Eurasians diverged from ancestral North Africans or Tyrians at 89,000 years. So there has been a lot of genetic drift between then and by the time this individual was born. So with that being said, by the time you get into the Neolithic North African, there has been a lot of cultural exchange between both zones. We know that mixed North Africans drifting into the Levant and mixed with the indigenous populations over there, which later on formed into Natufians later. And we also know those populations migrated seasonally with different things, with their cattle and different things. And they found wetter lands that was more beneficial, and they found themselves into North Africa. So the exchange between both, it just don't go one way. It goes both ways. There's been a flow between North Africa and this portion of Southwest Asia for thousands of years. We're not talking about 10,000 years. We're not talking about 5,000 years. We're talking about 23 to 30,000 years. Human beings going backwards and forth. Not to mention, if we go further back in time, 89,000 years, Homo sapiens diverged from populations from North Africa, next to Egypt or North Sudan, and crossed through the Sinai and ended up in the Levant of Southwest Asia. That's just how deep those people were with each other. You know what I'm saying? But if a person reads and interprets it, they read this literature and they see this portion, they will think, this proves Mesopotamians or Sumerian-like people came in and influenced the indigenous populations there, the inhabitants there, But then you got to get into other things. This is why, you just can't use genetics. You have to get into the archaeology. You have to get into the anthropology. There's a whole lot of, things that you got to research before you just come up with a conclusion. And if a person come up with that type of conclusion, right there, what you just said, that's pseudo, because now you're inserting whatever you want into the gaps. It don't work like that.
Thank you, bro. I thought so. Speculation. Yep. I'm glad you tied it all together, genetics, the history. Yep. All that.
Yeah, you got to do all that. Anthropology, all that. We got to deal with the writing and the formation of writing in Egypt, the syntax and cognates that they had compared to Mesopotamian writing. They don't have, there's certain things that's missing. The language family is different.
Yeah, not necessarily writing, but what about that? But like that potter's wheel.
I think the potter's wheel, probably did, was influenced. But remember, they were meeting up. There was never a direct.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
It was never like they was really meeting up in that Levant area, Tel Sakan zones. It was never really a direct Mesopotamia back directly into Egypt. It's like the middleman was always the Levant, and then things would be exchanged, and then they end up in certain places, and then they diverge and create their own thing and be separate from other groups and still be genetically closer to those groups. You see, it's like they'll still be genetically close, but yet and still they create their own, and they've been separate for so long. It's just like us. We've been over here for at max, 400 years, and then to the latest, they still had an underground slave trade. So let's say 200 years in some layers of our ancestors, but we only separated from the continent at 400 to 200 and some years. We still share deep genetic, affinities with populations in West and Central Africa, but we do things culturally different. You feel me? Then we look at our brothers in the Caribbean, Jamaica is also part of North America, but it ain't part of the United States. So the thing is that we share a lot of affinities with them, but they do things different. So if we look at today's time and use what we go through today as an example, you can see what they was going through thousands of years ago. Human beings tend to function the same. That's what makes us who we are.
So if I'm hearing correctly, Ngozi, it sounds like, because earlier in the conversation we was having the discussion if we could have if the scientific way of looking at it can exist at the same time, right alongside the social construct way of looking at things, right?
Yeah.
So if 80 niggas move from O Block right now,
yeah,
to a parcel piece of land separated from everybody, and they only interbred amongst themselves for 10,000 years, right?
Yeah.
They're going to have their own genetic signature separate from every other people, right?
Oh, yeah, genetic drift going to occur. 10,000 years?
Right.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
But they still them niggas from O Block. You feel what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And that's what that's my only part of it. Now, some people might think that's lowbrow. I'm completely fine with that. I just want people to know that a lot of times when they say epipaleolithic, North African, Arterian, Natufian, Ibero-Mauritian, but they're just talking about different versions of niggas. That's all I wanted to be understood.
Drake times 5 times 20 times 30.
But them people was a bunch of. But in reality, though, Oscar, they was a bunch of ancient Drakes that's been consistent for thousands of years.
See,
they was a bunch of ancient Drakes. Think about it.
That's what it is, bro.
No.
So if we play.
Can't let you do that and go.
Hold on. Let me just say this. Whether it's fine to disagree. If we play the game, right, and we study the people there, and we look at what's been going on in this portion of MENA, Middle East, North Africa, they have been consistent genetically for a very long time. Now, let's play the social construct game in today's standard of what we label as black. No one is saying that a few black people, or what you'll classify as black, wasn't in Egypt.
Wasn't there.
No one's saying that. It was definitely, but you have to go to the cuff of in between the border of Aswan, and then you go towards North Sudan. And North Sudan is real tricky because North Sudan, you got to look at it geographically. It's still in the eastern desert.
By the Red Sea or whatever.
It's in the eastern desert, and it's a little bit above the Sahel belt. So that's still part of North Africa, but politically they play games and they move it depending on who's speaking. But it's not. South Sudan is definitely sub-Saharan because it's below the Sahara. North Sudan, when you go towards like the zones,
Khartoum and shit.
Khartoum, that shit is still above. It's above the Sahel belt, and we know the Sahel belt on the continent is the middleman between North Africa and sub-Saharan or below the Sahara.
All right. So, see, but that's where me and you diverge, right? So you fully buy into the phylogenetic model that says that there's been profound and prolific mixing and back migration going back some 30,000 years or so, right?
Yeah.
So that hold on. Mm-hmm. So that by the time we get to the Neolithic period around 10,000 to 6,000 years ago, they was already looking like Drake by that point. Boom, I got it. I could follow it. I could follow it on a science level and on a barbershop.
No, hold on.
Go ahead.
No, they didn't look like him because the early West Asians that back migrated were dark skinned. They wasn't SLC 245.
What did you mean? So what did you mean when you said they were a bunch of Drakes? What do you mean by that?
They were mixed. They were one layer of them was autochthonous or indigenous or aboriginal to the continent that's more closer to the fragment late Aterians Tokohori type that was found in Libya, that Tokohori portion that was in the Ibero-Mauritians. That's the later phase of Aterians that's been in North Africa. We got to remember the earliest Aterians go up there 130,000 years ago. Then they go through a unique genetic drift 50,000 years ago and become their own cluster. And the article that we have from 2025 said they diverged from East Africans 50,000 years ago and then went into their own, the same population that became out of Africa populations. But if you want to take out the game, but that time estimation it can be postulated in different things because we know the Aterians was in North Africa and separated from East Africans as early as 130,000 years ago. So there was a lot of genetic drifts and bottlenecks that even occurred amongst them that was separated from populations sub or below the Sahara, because populations that we descend from have deeper ancestral human lineages. There's way more deeper in the foundation of the species than populations that went north. This is why you have lingering ghost population signatures in you and me, compared to a population in North Africa and out of Africa. They have unique ghost layers, but not the type that we have. That's from deep ancestral human lineages. That's what makes the so-called sub-Saharan African compared to other populations that went north. So these populations already had a lot of genetic drift that was distinct from populations that we come from. So that Chocohori layer that they found in Libya, let me just finish. Let me just finish. They were dark. If you want to look at it from dark skin, yes. The West Asians, like the Zutzana, who were nothing but West Asians, that's really connected to like pre-Anatolian hunter-gatherers before. Because if you look at the Zutzana and put it on a PCA, it's going to link with Neolithic farmers anyway, which is Middle Eastern groups of people. So even before they go to the Lesser Caucasus, in that area, they came from the Middle East, and these early West Asians also found themselves crossing into through back into North Africa in some layers, and they are the ones that came back in and populated heavy in the coastal areas of the Mediterranean portion of North Africa, and mixed up with the fragmented or the vestiges of the indigenous Tocohori type. And this is what created the Ibero-Maurusians. And this is why in that article from 2025, by the time you make it south, the Zutzana kind of decreased, and she still had like seven. She had 7% Levantine-like signatures compared to the north. It increased. Now, if we go back further in time into the Neolithic, where this individual was found in the Nuret area, he would have been the Neolithic North African. Remember, he was connected, or he had affinities with the Rosai Scalet population of Morocco, which is the Neolithic North
I
African.
think it's a Skirat. I think they call it.
Skirat. Yeah, there you go. The Skirat population. Now, when you look up these individuals, they were mainly Natufian-like, but not just regular Natufian. They were post-Natufians-like from the pre-pottery Neolithic, meaning they had some layers of Anatolian farmer in them, or Anatolian-like populations, the Levantine populations from Natufians, and they were local Ibero-Maurusian mix. So that means that they were darker at this time, because they wasn't like the Kebi Bond population that crossed from the European Anatolian farmers that came into North Africa. That's a separate group within North Africa, where SLC 2485 started to like really dominate. So at this time, the Ibero-Maurusians, who didn't have
dark
SLC,
or whatever, right?
they were dark. They were dark.
See, and that's my thing, right? So that's where I feel like a common ground can be found, right? So to keep it on a barbershop level, because I think a lot of what you said
common ground with what? Common ground with what? Between science and pseudoscience?
No. I'm talking about the lay people who warring on the race front, like me and the Astro 87s, right? I think
that's
this is where we can meet. That's fine, but
you can't never meet with pseudoscience.
Hold on.
The wars we're having. If you bring up race and try to apply it, it's pseudoscience.
The wars we're having are socio-political, not science. I don't know why you keep mixing it up.
So like, we're having a social-political conversation
at the same time as the science one. I don't know if you can do that, but some of us can. I mean, I can.
Yeah,
you feel me?
Yeah. So, but then the question would be, what would be the politics of an African American and a Caribbean American on the population in Northeast Africa? What politics would you be fighting for? I'm just trying to be clear, and y'all can finish your discourse. I just want to get it right.
But this is the geopolitics in relation to, the sociopolitics in relation to this topic, right? So when people like Astro and people like me are having these quote unquote wars, right, about the Egyptians and the genetics and we're really having a lookership war. Don't get that fucked up. I'm just the only one honest enough to say. I'm just the only one honest enough to say it out loud.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
Right. So when people like Astro 87, right? Remember when you was having that discussion with him, and you said, "Oh, the ancient the New Right study says 80%." Indigenous African, right? Mm-hmm. And you would think that the argument would end right there. Okay, we both agree, we good. Right. But no, it didn't end there. He had to point out, no, but it was actually 90% Eurasian. You know what he's trying to get across to you, Ankh?
What are you trying
He's trying to get across to you that, yes, they're indigenous African, but they had been mixing for so long that they was already looking like Bassem Youssef by that time.
With
That's
the
what
dark
he's
skin.
saying.
Hold on, with the dark skin though. Don't leave
No,
that out.
not
That's
with
the
the
only
dark
sample we
skin.
got.
Not with the dark skin. Look
Well,
up
that's the
Bassem
sample
Youssef.
we got though. That's the sample we got.
But remember, dark
You ain't
skin
hear the
could be
way
a.
Goes explain that,
I
yo,
I
eloquently,
know
yo.
we not.
He just put
I
that
know,
shit
but
together, yo.
Ngozi coming from a scientific perspective. I'm
But
telling
that's
you. Remember, I'm talking
but you
about the lookership wars right now. We're not talking about science right
yeah,
now.
so then why read a science paper? What's the point? You can't do it. It's pseudoscience at this point. You can't read a science paper, then interpret it from the lenses of YouTube scholarship, and then throw in the social, political, and do that's crazy. We'll never come to no agreement at all. We'll just continue to fight. Because that's the design of it. Just keep fighting. Because you can't reach no bad enough science doesn't speak in absolutes. Just imagine us having a political war. Then you got to throw in the ethnicity. Not one time did y'all throw in ethnicity. So now, what is the ethnicity of the Egyptians? That is the most important thing because it would bring it to their cultural context and lenses. That's
All
the
right, so
real
look,
piece.
I never got to the
Now,
conversation.
as it would appear, the politics is the most important thing, right? Because you use the evidence to bring out the politics and whatever you're really trying to say.
Yeah, we use it to back it up. So, like for example, logic. If you were to take a sample from me, right, and take a sample from Tom Cruise, right, there's gonna be clear distinction genetically, right? And there'll be things in there like the SLC 245A gene that tells you that this is a pale skinned person, right? So that part of it is scientific, but it also informs the lookership. You get what I'm saying, Logic? If you take a sample,
I don't know what
all right,
you lost me
all
right
right.
there.
So
If you
Yeah,
take a sample
unpack that
from
and goes. Yeah, unpack that. That ain't come on, yo.
look, all right, if you take a
I
sample from
saw
Tom
Hotep kill
Cruise,
that.
no, this is what I'm saying. If Tom Cruise was to send him his DNA from Ancestry.com, they gonna know that's a quote unquote white man within the social construct. You following so far?
Haskell, you speak too
I'm with
plain
you
for
so far.
them.
Man, what's going on?
They
so
acting like they ain't understanding what you're saying. It's crazy.
I'm following
yeah,
like what he's saying. I just don't
so
get like
Tom
what's
Cruise
the
took a DNA test and you took a DNA test. It's
Right.
definitely going to be a difference. He's going to be mainly
of course.
Northwestern
Right.
European, and
You're
you're going
gonna
to be
know that's a
primarily
white man. You're gonna
sub-Saharan
be able to
Africa.
look at that scientific document, right, and be able to tell that's a white man.
So
This is a black man. The science will tell you that. Now, the science isn't going to use those terms,
yeah, they're
but
going to
we
use
who
yeah.
right. But that's what I'm saying. And goes, we gonna know. That's my point. So that's the answer. Ank's question, like, how can you mix the science with the barbershop and the lookership?
But you know what though, King? You know what though, brother? But when we look at, I don't want to cut your wisdom because I mean you driving home, but then you have a meeting bridge, right? Like let's say your overall DNA composition, you may be like 90 something percent so-called, sub-Saharan African. You mainly come from Western Central Africa, but then you
Right.
have 5% or 2% that bridges with Tom Cruise 98%.
Right.
Where you guys meet, or let's say you text like if you go to Rick Kittle's and you base it off paternal markers, and you and Tom Cruise got the same paternal marker, your Rick Kittle's results may say you come from the UK or
Because he got an R1.
Finland. You
Because he
get
got
what
an
I'm
You're
R
saying?
not being fair.
haplotype.
I don't think you're not being fair to Rick Hills because when Fetty read his results, right? Because he paid him money from the ancestor to African DNA, whatever the company is called, right?
Yeah.
It says explicitly that you have connection with an ancestor on the maternal line from this tribe. It does
Mhm.
not say you are literally Bambara or you're literally. It does not say that.
Yeah, but the
Like
reason why,
They
don't
do.
but
They
the
say
reason
that.
why but this is the thing,
they do
man.
that?
I get what you're saying,
There's
and I'm
genophage
not
in
gonna,
there.
and you're right. I'm not gonna I'm just being, blunt when I say that. I mean, I'm just being like sarcastic. But the thing is, just because you share a paternal or maternal marker with a specific group of people, if a person with a, that's not scientifically literate hear this, they're gonna assume, like Erica Badu, she found out she had a link with, I think a population group in the Mambata or whatever, and She was running with that. She was running with that. But your marker can exist in multiple groups. That's just based off the the samples that he have in his lab with those specific groups where it says that. But if you get wider range, you might got a maternal or paternal marker that's shared with multiple groups in multiple areas, because haplogroups doesn't tell a whole story. That's a sex chromosome. That's less than 1% of your DNA. You got brothers and sisters running around here who be 90-something% sub-Saharan and have a paternal marker that go back to Northwestern Europe. It happens. It happens. So autosomal is a different story, and that's what
No, I was saying. I mean, I wanted you to finish your thought before I say what I had to say. I thought you were done.
No, I was just saying, like, I just think that autosomal DNA stands out more to give you a better idea of populations that you highly are related to a match with than looking at haplogroups. But no, you're absolutely right, brother. His test does say you share affinities with this group of people based off the sample or the data that he have. But yeah,
that's why I don't understand why you guys.
I don't know how you got the impression that I would refute that though, but because that's what I was trying to figure out, like where you was going with it. Because I thought that was like the rhetorical, leading question that you usually start with.
You talking about me, Logic, or
I'm talking about you, Haskell. That's normally a lot of times when you start off a conversation, you will lead it off with a rhetorical question. That's what I thought you were doing.
But
we kind of got derailed for a second though, because we was right there talking about how you gonna get to the truth when you got to weed out politics,
But then
I think that's serious.
Unc cut me off, so I want to go back to that. This is the common
you
ground.
cut Unc off, but
I did. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
All right. So this is where I feel everybody can meet in the middle, and everybody could walk away happy, and everybody could walk away with something, right? Using the Andamanese Islanders as an example to what Ngozi is speaking to, right? In the social construct, they would unquestionably be considered black. And I put pictures in the chat for you, by the way, Logic. In this chat, you could look at what I'm talking about, right? But genetically, they would be considered much more closer to Asians, to Far Easterners. Like Indians and Asians and shit, right? So when we talk about the Arterians and all of that shit, I think we can agree, or the Egyptians, we can agree that predominantly they would have fell into the category of black. And at the same time, genetically, they're not, they're their own thing. I think that's what everybody could meet in the middle. Everybody's happy.
I mean, you could say that, but you can also like if we get like the Mahidi Arabs, that's a Yemen and Socotra, they real dark, and if we just base things off lookership, we could say, oh, those are black people, but genetically they're not. They're mainly of Southwest Asian descent. They're Southwest Asians, So if you look at it based off skin, skin is one thing, but the genetics will say another story. I mean, that's just what it is.
Nah, but the lookership don't stop at skin though.
What the Egyptians had a
it
culture.
Includes. No, what I'm saying is when we say black, right? When a person says black, it's not limited to skin. It also incorporates your facial features, hair.
So okay, so when we look at the Badarians, you can go to
that. I'd agree it's mainly skin.
So if you go, here's the thing: if you go to the Badarians, right? If we want to base it off hair, and you talk about the Badarians, which is
no, I'm saying it's a confluence of all of those different physical traits.
Yeah, but you're right. So what I want to say is, I want you to go to when you get a chance, just to add on to what you're saying, right? And I want you to look up the Badarians. Wikipedia has a good. We'll go to the portion where it says anthropology, right, and talks about their physical description, how they would describe the look, and it's a good citation there. So you can't use Wiki without the proper citations and sources. But the way they were described was they had straight hair, and some had intermediate hair, right?
Right.
And their skulls were so they that falls in line with people that you will see in Upper Egypt today, or
I agree.
people in Yemen.
That's
so
what, that's what I'm saying. Ngozi, right? So in that area, you'll find like the Bija motherfuckers be black as hell, hair straighter than a motherfucker, right?
Yes,
And
and they're
you'll
highly
find some of them. and you will find another type that got the nappy hair and whatever. You feel me?
Correct.
I'm saying for me, when I look at Egypt as a totality, as a unit, right? All of it would fit into the spectrum of what we would call the niggas with the good hair, quote unquote, the nappy niggas, the niggas with their nose kind of, yeah, the niggas with their nose kind of straight, the niggas with the broader nose. You feel me? What I'm saying is the Bassem Youssef types. I'm saying the Bassem Youssef types and the the fuck, man.
We can hear you, brother.
My bad.
Hey,
I'm saying the Bassem Youssef types and the Zahi Hawass types. We're saying that type wasn't really there like that till they came into the Delta and later. We're saying that all those different types, physical types, they would still fit in the spectrum of what we refer to as black.
Okay. So I mean, you have a right to feel like that. I mean, nobody can take that away from you. That's your opinion. I mean, that's how you choose to look at it, and that's the problem. That's what I think. What Unc point is that when we play the black game, because in a place like Egypt, it gets real tricky where you can have people that are extremely to this day. You look at a lot of the not all, but a lot of the Saidi, um, a lot of the people that live at Gurna or Minion. These people can be highly pigmented or dark skinned, and when you go north towards like Cairo or towards the Delta, people can look like Palestinians. Then you got people in that area where they look Palestinian, and they got some of these people got nappy hair. You can have light skinned people with nappy hair. Then you get the Egyptian that's light skinned with the big nose and big lips. Then you get the one that's narrow or aquiline features with straight hair, and it's been like that for a long time. So that's why when people say like when brother Unc say we can't use the black game or we shouldn't use it because they didn't go through what Africans and diaspora or groups of below the Sahara went through. Because before we were called black, the Portuguese was calling the people in Central Africa Negro. They were called that first. Then when the Arabs came in 641 AD or 640 AD, the people in Sudan was classified as that Bilal el Sudan before the United States made it something national in a sense of description. Because in America, you are identified. This is why we're so racist. Naturally, America can't help but being racist. Everybody here, we see skin first. We see what you look like first to determine who you are because that's how we were bannered. But when we first came in, we were multiple ethnic groups. We had our own ethnic groups. We were Yoruba, we were Igbo, we were Fulani, we were Mende, we were Tika, we were different things. But when you were slapped together because of what you look like, now you're a nigger, and then nigger evolves into Negro, or Negro goes Negro, Negro, nigger, then it becomes black. So when you say you black, you basically saying you still nigger, because nigger and black and Negro is the same. It's the same thing. But that's the banner that we have in the United States because the United States is built off racism. That's what they see. Egypt didn't go through that. It didn't go through that. They had their differences when they described them and showed what they look like. And people south tend to have, they drew them as being highly pigmented or dark, which they should. People in the north would have been reddish brown, which they should. People in the delta would have been lighter. The Libu or the Libyans would have been very fair skinned, yet and still they were all part of that same world, right? Compared to populations of what we've been through. Here's a different world. It's kind of strange, but you got a right to feel how you feel, bro.
Yeah, I see high school went on mute. Yeah, man. I appreciate you coming through and goes, So I know they got some more studies coming up. You know when one's
They
coming?
do. They do. They got they're gonna release some more. We got they're working. They got what they worked on now. They've been working on that for a minute. They got some more coming out in 2028, and I think the full sequence, because they got like 500. No, they have like 500 pre-dynastic. No, they have like 500 to 300 and some skeletons, and at like 300 to 400 of the samples that's being sequenced. So I think you're gonna get the full spectrum of it. A lot of this stuff is coming out like in 2030, but in 2028, and you're gonna have a few more in 2026 that's released, giving you an idea, a hint. But I will say, there's gonna be a lot of continuity that's shared with this Nuret individual. You're gonna see that the Levant and this portion of Africa has been sharing affinities for a very long time, all the way across the whole Maghreb, from from Egypt all the way through Morocco, there's been a continuity. And you can see that already with the Teferet. You can see that with the Neret. Even with the Abu Sir samples in 2017, a lot of that stuff been there. A lot of that stuff been there. It's been there. They trying to make it seem like it's, oh, they're related to, Anatolian farmers. But a lot of that stuff that's Anatolian-like has been in Africa for a very long time. It's been there. Those people were just indigenous to their area.
Yeah, because everything, all the studies seem to tie into each other. Like they're not really contradicting each other at all.
No.
Even
that dude Jehudi Akit, who was a vizier, I think that's 11th dynasty. He's MTDNH 85, which is connected to, U5, which is connected to, old European hunter gatherers. But if we take that out, what is Europeans for real? They're nothing but ancient West Eurasians. That's all they are. They're all part of the larger West Eurasian family or West Asian family. So this stuff been shared across Africa, through the Mediterranean world, North Africa for a very long time. So the more samples they get in those areas, you're going to find a deep continuity that's been going on for a long time. Now, once they start to sequence people in Upper Egypt towards Aswan and Luxor, it's certain that you're going to find some elements that's related to Moda. That's just a certainty. It doesn't make sense that it wouldn't be there.
That's why I
Moda
wanted
and
to get those studies from. Yeah, I want to get that borderline, because that's really what everybody that mixture Southern Egypt Nubia crossroad area, that overlap area right there.
Yeah, they definitely need to get that. But I think that the modern population is the best proxy, because a lot of those people share, like the Nuret individual. If you read on there, it said that he shared affinity with my population in Egypt today. Between 32 to 75% of the DNA is still shared, depending on the region. So if we use the modern population as a reference, a lot of that stuff is still shared with the ancient population. Because think about it, the people that they was mixing with isn't that far off from the populations that was there anyway. You see what I'm saying? So even if we talk about like the Arabs that came in 641 AD, when the Arabs came in, all they did was bring back some old Natufian-like signature that was already lingering around there prior before a lot of the other ships came in, the Neolithic Iranian different things. So the populations that there now wouldn't be that genetically far off from the ancient populations if we use it as a proxy. Of course, there's going to be some tweaks. There's some different, signals, because there's been drift that occurred. But I'm just saying the best reference or the best sample as a base population that should be used as a proxy is the populations that's there now. And we can't use ancestral. We can't use East Africans, because half of the Romos, the Somali, the Eritreans, half of their DNA is connected to populations that drifted from Egypt, or Egyptian hunter-gatherers or Egyptian pastoralists that had shared affinities with populations in the Levant from a very long time. 40 to 50% of their DNA is connected to that as well. But they also speak a larger language family that's connected to most of the Middle East and North Africa world, Afro-Asiatic. So it makes sense that people on the Horn, on the Cuff, that's next to Yemen, and populations that's next to the Eastern Corridor of the Red Sea will share affinities with populations in Arabia, Yemen, Southern Levant, the Negev, all the way up to Palestine. There's a deep continuity shared with these people, deeply. Compared
so with the you see, like with that Green Sahara thing, right? They said because they were surprised, like the thinking was that when the Sahara was wetter and more plush, that Sub-Sahara roam more towards North Africa. So you expected to find out that they remain still down in the Great Lakes region, that they didn't even venture too far off into North Africa?
The way it looked, I don't think it was no need for us to go up there, because we got to think. People was traveling for food. People was traveling for resources. Some people just got stuck. From the looks of Takahori, she was a surviving lineage of something that was drifting in North Africa for a very long time. Remember, Assyrians was up there from 130 to 140,000 years. They went through a genetic drift or shift at 50,000 years. So she was just the leftover vestiges of something that was already roaming there, that was in the right spot, that was isolated and eventually died. That's all she was. But remember, 7% of her DNA was also connected to the Levant, 7% compared to people in the North. So that means there was a lot of continuity. It's just this lineage was just a surviving vestige population that was at the right space to be preserved. But I guarantee you, if they go a little bit west of Libya and they start cutting the cuff between Mali and Algeria, you're gonna find some of that, some differences there. But I really truly believe that the population that we come from, it was no need for us to go up there. I mean,
Right,
living in
because you
those
already got
forests,
food. Yeah, you got what
we
you need.
we had what we needed. There was no need for us to do that. That world that they created in the Middle East and North Africa, or even between ancient, Libya and all that, they had a lot of things in cultural exchange that was going on. I mean, when you go from the Levant, Syria, Lebanon, they're traveling with their cattle, they're traveling with their sheep. Then these people looking for certain wet land to preserve their grains.
Yeah,
Because guess
they
what?
fighting desertification.
They fighting desertification.
Nina was fighting desertification. You know what
A
I mean?
lot,
That
a
all the
lot.
way to Arabia. That all. So yeah, it would be a different issue that they was having versus people that was below the Sahara
We was cool.
was having. Yeah,
We
we
was
were
cool.
cool. Yeah.
They had to look, bro. Let's think about it scientifically. You have to learn to create. You got to think to survive. So you have to deal with agriculture to preserve your food. You have to travel with your food because it's a lot of famine and drought going on over here. Where do we go? These people were looking for places to go, and in some phases it was overpopulation. So we go to new lands. Some lands in North Africa is barren. It's nobody there. You might find a few wanderers there. They opening up shops there. They becoming established there. So the whole thing with these people between North Africa, the Levant, and the Middle East, they all had a cultural exchange. They had to create things to survive. They had to use substitute foods. That's what agriculture is about. They start genetically splicing things that's beneficial. They start dealing with barley and wheat and grains to make things more substitutable for them to survive because sometimes they didn't have certain foods. They had to stabilize their farming. Then the other people used to travel with their food, with their animals. So there's been a lot of cultural exchange going on with these people for a long time compared to us. And that's not an insult to us. We just didn't need that stuff. We was cool.
Yeah, that's how I look at it too. Like the Green Sahara actually created a condition even better. So it was definitely no need to go. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
It just made our shit better. You know what I'm
It
saying?
made
Yeah.
it better.
So like, yeah, that's why I was trying to get people to understand. Like hunter gatherer, like once their needs the needs are met, they're not really venturing. You know what I'm saying? They're not really venturing all. Like you don't got cattle, shit like that. You kind of like those hunter gatherers. They in a particular area. They stay right there. As long as their needs are met. Things that push them out of certain conditions, environment, push them into exploration.
Right. I mean, shit.
Oh, man.
You got to think
Animals,
when the
shit like
Bantus
that.
or the pre-mint, and that's what happened. That's what happened. And think about it with our ancestors, the pre-Mindis, before you even have the Bantu population, we developed agriculture on our own. And we did a lot of that stuff for different reasons than populations in North Africa or the Middle East. So I think that we're at a point now where we can start giving, credence and respect to our direct ancestors. A lot of our ancestors recently just got snatched from their lands compared to populations that's been interacting with these other people. You got to think non-Africans come from North Africans anyway. They drifted from these populations. They diverged from these groups of people, and those people had deeper ancestral lineages that split from ancestral East Africans 100-some-thousand years ago. When we descend from the same ancestral East Africans and migrated all the way into West and Central Africa in different phases of time, we had our own stuff going. A lot of things about us is very unknown in antiquity studies when it comes to antiquity. Even those black people that you see over there, what people are classifying as black, which is the few Nilotic populations that was south, those people are not us either. We're not Nilo-Saharan people. Nilotic people and Niger-Congo speaking people diverged from one another 20-some thousand years ago in certain portions of the world. So, and that's really in the Sahel belt at Cuff. So we are not even those people. So when you look at those, like when some North Africans make fun of the dark-skinned people on the walls getting killed, they use it as a racial tactic to insult black people. Them niggas not even our ancestors that's being persecuted and killed. Those are Dinka-like people. Them ain't our people. We ain't had nothing to do with none of that, yo. At all.
For sure.
Can I get y'all to help me off the ledge right quick though?
Yeah.
Cause I'm trying to see like how much of a role do y'all feel like politics plays in Egyptology?
What level?
So politics play Egyptology?
Say again?
You said politics in Egyptology?
Yeah.
I mean, as far as like London, like what do you mean? Like with what level?
Egypt itself?
Okay, so maybe let me try to get more specific, right? So I'm struggling with how do you have a conversation that's based 100% around evidence, but some kind of way have politics in there, which isn't That's not non-biased. That's very biased, if anything. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to
In the
figure out like what
academic world.
place. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what place politics would even have in a conversation that should be only.
Question.
Is that a bad question?
I don't know. I think only like politics may come into play in terms of like
Through
maybe what
interpretations.
archaeological region they survey. You know what I mean? Like you might be some
Oh
shit
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
You know
That's
what
what I'm
I'm
saying.
saying?
Like funding grants.
Upper versus lower. You know what I mean? That type
How
phenomenon.
Tony Browder keep getting funding to go over that motherfucker.
So
Yeah,
it's
I mean, I
so
definitely
it's not
think.
necessarily.
What he do?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
you
I
say,
said I definitely think it's some political. I think politics plays a role with everybody, and I think we should stop denying that we all have our biases, we all have our political views, and even the people that's in these fields, they have their own agendas.
So
It's just reality that we live in. Everybody got their own agenda. It doesn't make anyone bad or wrong to have their own agenda and their own purpose for why they do what they do. I do believe that the areas that they excavate is for their own reasons. I believe the levels of DNA that they sequences for their own reasons. I think that with the Tuckahorry studies, it kind of slapped them in their face because even though Tuckahorry was her own unique cluster of ancestral North African, it kind of knocked everybody out the box. Because remember, in 2018,
it's like
the 30 to
three
45% that was
months.
found in Abiru and Zatorfa was classified as Hadza Yoruba-like, and that was just a placement holder. But then they turned around and corrected and matched it with Tuckahorry later, right? So now it's giving North Africans its own bracket that's distinct from population South. The beauty of it is it's showing Africa's diversity. That's the beauty of it. But the problem of it is that when people start hearing this stuff, it'll make a racist come off like, damn, not even our indigenous layer was connected to them niggas South on some racist shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's the further separate sub-Saharans from the rest of the
Yes,
human family. Like, and
absolutely.
that's what I see as being the most problematic. Even when I hear certain people talk, I'm like, yo, they're really trying to act like, we
Correct.
are so diverged from the rest of the human family to classify us distinctly as a race. You
Yep.
take as a different fucking race. And
Yep.
that's how I hear from a lot of people on Chief X channel. Like they hawk on that sub-Saharan African thing to the point where it's like, damn, what are you really saying? You feel me? Like, but
Yes.
why is that such a? You dig
And
what
you're
I'm
right,
saying?
Chef.
Like,
You're right, because in some weird way, we could be perpetuating shit that don't go that goes against us because we're using the same verbiage that they use. You feel what I'm saying?
same verbiage, right?
Yeah.
yeah, I'm saying, but they also that's why you get that fight about the North Africans. We can't really call them indigenous Africans. You got to be careful when you call them indigenous Africans. That's where that's like.
Because don't nobody want to be connected to sub-Saharan Africa.
Exactly.
That's
No
the
one.
racist part.
Basically they're saying we're the true Africans. We're true Africans, and everybody else is something like. That everybody else is something like.
Not just that, but just like when they found that ghost population signal inside of us genetically, they tried to dehumanize us. People took that wrong and tried to put us in a subhuman.
Yeah, that's archaic human.
That's archaic human.
That's what separates them from everybody else.
Yeah,
that shit right there.
And basically was saying that because we got that in us, we're not fully human or fully developed. There's a lot of biases and personal racism that's going on. People have sick ass agendas, and I definitely agree with the politics. That's why, I don't play the games. I try to follow the data. I parrot the data and try to talk about it as properly as I can because I'm here to tell a North African, regardless of what you think you are, you're still an African. You may be a North African and have some distinction, but I don't put them in the same. But I also understand the difference. So I'm looking at it as the diversity of the continent. That we have our own stuff, we're unique, but I'm not dehumanizing us. But people would take this stuff when they see this and they try to dehumanize us, even when they present the narrative on these articles, like with Abusir studies. The person that edited that or wrote that was trying to say Egyptians is connected to Europeans, and they're not even talking about the specific branch of Europeans these people were connected to. Then you got to read into it to see what the data is saying. Neolithic Anatolian farmer Europeans, those people that share with the Southern Europeans today, or the Southern Europeans, like when you go to Southern Europe, they have more connection with Anatolian farmers than Northern Europeans. And then you have to also think about the populations that's using PCAs as proxies. It doesn't make it overall that. These are just the modern proxies that they can share close affinities with. It's not ultimately that. It's just telling you an estimated point highly. So a lot of this stuff is definitely political. Definitely.
Right. I tell you one thing that scares me is I try to juxtapose that and you know, like look at that political lens on anything else I can think of. And when I do that, the facts start to kind of not matter so much. Right? Like what I'm saying by that is when I put a lens station I go to the
The
rest of the
Matrix, man.
gas doesn't really matter. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
okay, 1 second.
Oh, was it
This is what
me? Could have been me.
I'm. Can you? Is this any better at all? Nah, I was in a bad spot. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you. We can hear
Is
you.
this any better at all?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
hear you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So it's like to me, like when you put politics on shit, it trumps everything. It starts to make the facts a little less important because when I think of politics, I think of power. Right? You like everything else would be a tool for the politics and not politics as you know in the other way around.
So
That I'm struggling with seeing it that way. I understand that it's science and it's got to be evidence
Yeah, brother.
based, but
Politics is on
when you
everything,
if
bro.
They
there's a
make
if
the
there's a
evidence try
political
to fit
agenda
their
behind it,
political view.
bro,
That shit is
listen.
weird.
Politics is on everything, bro.
It's a political agenda between the battles that you see with FBA and continental Africans now. A lot of
ABOs,
people not
all
seeing
that
it, but
shit.
they really putting Black Americans like in this boxing cage where they trying to make you have nowhere. Like in the sense of like even with the battles between, FBA and continental Africans, now you got African Americans complaining about continental Africans online, talking about they want to boycott braiding shops. And then you got Africans talking crazy about FBA or Foundation or FAA as I call it, Foundation of African Americans. So there's a lot of political stuff going on where they trying to make the AA naked. Nobody wants to deal with you. Then in the Middle Eastern world, people that's into the stuff that we talk about, they're trying to make it seem like we're culture vultures, and it's gonna make it hard. It's gonna make it hard for AAs to go over there without being attacked. Now you guys seen what happened in Kenya with the fake Israelites. Niggas went over there, they got
Hell
jumped on,
yeah.
they got their ass
They
whooped,
got
and they had to
fucked.
send them back. What I'm saying is that it's going to come to a point where it gets so bad for AAs. You go to Egypt and you just want to go there as a tourist. These people are trying to say you ain't got no business there. They don't even want you there. You know what I'm saying?
at
They're
all.
not even gonna want you there at all because they think that you're coming there to try to steal their ancestors' identity.
They don't block
Right?
Kevin
Then you
Hart and
got the
all type
Moorish
of
science
motherfuckers.
movement. You got brothers and sisters from Morocco. They looking at us like, damn, African Americans are crazy. We are being like the laughing stock of the world right now, bro. And that's the thing that's going on, definitely politically. Yeah, definitely politically. And that's all the North Africans do online is attack, the hoteps and all that. That's their little slogan for us and shit, making fun of us. It's real
Hell yeah.
crazy, and that's why it's important for us.
right.
That's why it's important for people like us.
I mean, so like, go ahead.
I'm gonna say that's why it's important for people like us
Yeah,
that's into this, not just me. I'm talking about all of us, because y'all know this stuff too. We have to be able to combat and be able to talk about this stuff properly, so people won't think that everybody here is fools, because we not. Everybody here is not fools, and everybody here is not trying to steal people culture and identity. So it's definitely a political agenda.
That's the hardest part of the conversation is like trying to get first. They can't try to convince you that you're not the crazy one. Like you spend most of your time trying to like, bro, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not that guy, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? So you got to get past it. It takes a long time to fight past that. You feel me? So a
Yeah.
lot of people can't get past it because if you disagree, they think you disagreeing because you're a blackologist. You're a wild Afrocentric. No, I disagree because I see something different here. Or you know what I mean? Like
And now you got Reggie
I feel
showing
like
up
they
in Hamas.
disrespect Cater some because Cater, I feel when I look at Shamak, I feel like he's just saying like, listen, it may not be as simplistic as y'all making it. He's seeing more complexity. He didn't want, you know what I mean? So that's how I see him. And they just kind of throw him in a box with the crazy niggas. And I'm like, y'all can't do that. You feel me? So, but yeah.
And that's what's going on. That's why I respect Cater, even though I think he has to move the way he moved for a specific reason. Some people may say I'm contradicting him in that area. I just think that some of his speech is different than his writing. But if you read his writing is very complex. But like you say, he's put in a bracket because of his affiliation and association and just being an African American. He's going to be attacked. And that's a problem because now it's at a point like everything we fucking do we are being attacked. If we're not promoting drill music or dance music or throwing a motherfucking ball, if we're not doing shit like that when it comes to sophistication, we just nuts. We're just good for entertainment. That's the political shit I think is going on. That's some real undertone racist shit. And here's the thing: modern Egyptians, they went through the Pharaoh political thing where they was really like repping their ancestors, but Egyptians always been national. They always been nationalists. Egyptians is Egyptians. But the problem that, like I tell modern Egyptians, you don't practice your ancient customs. Your ancient customs belongs to humanity. It's part of antiquity. It's part of classical human civilization. You are a whole Muslim. In your today's time as Muslims, we will look at ancient Egyptians as kefirs, non-believers. You shouldn't give a damn about how they pick up your ancestors' bodies or different things, because as a true Muslim, you don't worship graves unless you're under some type of Sufi act, right? So what's the problem? So we got to remember, most of Egyptians get a lot of their money from tourism. So they have to hold on to their stuff. But when you go to Egypt on those tourist sites, them people be trying to sell anything. They'll sell their shoes to you. They sell anything to you because they just trying to survive too. So they playing a political game even with them people over there. It's crazy.
See all that trash.
Do you think that that don't interfere at all with them being honest though?
About the state or the people? Father.
I mean, the whole study, like with all of these things in place, like would that make it difficult to be honest? Really difficult.
It does make it difficult to be honest, because it does and it don't. The part of it, honesty is honesty. It shouldn't matter. Truth needs no explanation. But the problem is the political aspect of trying to insult black people, basically saying you niggas ain't nothing. Y'all ain't did shit. Y'all never contributed shit to human society, human civilization, antiquities, none of that. That's what's basically the pushback on black Americans or Western Central Africans. They're trying to subhuman us on a larger range. This is why now they all holding on to their ancestors. The Lebanese is talking about their Phoenician ancestors. You know, all this bullshit. Like, and it's nothing wrong with that, because that is their ancestors. But there definitely is it's definitely in sort of undertones that's coming with this shit. Seriously, that's why it's important for us to get in these fields, understand this data, and be able to go backwards and forth with them without insulting anybody, because the truth doesn't need explanation. Okay, I'm telling you what the data say respectfully, letting you know that these are your ancestors without being disrespectful. What do you have to say now? And if they still got hate in their heart, them motherfuckers just got some personal agendas that they just want to insult you and be condescending and talk shit. So there's a lot of people with interior motives or races already going into these fields talking shit. That's just a reality.
Yeah, and they know in this political landscape what grabs. So that's why you see a lot of these papers, they headline with Sub-Saharan Africa.
It's always with Sub-Saharan.
It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, you know what I'm saying? Because they know, they know. Like, so once you put that word there, they'll what are you trying to say? Both sides. What are you saying? You know what I'm saying? So they know how to play the game. They know, you know what I mean? So
yeah, a little marketing, a little politics, a little science. Yeah,
and I think with Shamaka Keita, when y'all brought up earlier, not to cut whoever wins, I just want to say this. Y'all brought up Shamaka Keita. I think that was high school, and he read why they testing. And you got to think about what he said. That makes sense. Why would they test a Yoruba with an ancient Egyptian sample? An ancient Egyptian ain't got no genetic affinities with no goddamn Yoruba. A Yoruba shouldn't even be put in that category. You know what I'm saying? And they test some damn Yoruba or some damn Bantus or whatever to match with these people, and they shouldn't match. Now, if you test a Somali, half of that Somali DNA is already connected to Levant anyway, so you're gonna find some affinities there. Half of it. Now, that the larger motor sample portion of it, or the pre-Nilotic, that's where they diverge. But even when you look at the modern populations, if a real North African is honest, they have 10 to 11% pre-Nilotic signatures, or 4% or 3%, motor signatures in them at small percentages. So there's been a lot of shared affinity with those groups anyway, but it wouldn't be the overall DNA composition, because most of North Africans will share a lot of genetic affinity with populations in the Levant or the Middle East. And if you're from North Africa, you're going to share a lot of affinities with ancient Neolithic European farmers from across the Mediterranean or Gibraltar. They had shared affinities for thousands of years. But when you go to the eastern part of the continent, you're going to see some motor or pre-Nilotic signatures inside of these people at smaller percentages. Then when you go to the Horn, you're going to see that at the larger percent. But why are you comparing to Yoruba? It's crazy.
Well, they select the Yoruba to get their predetermined result. So
But
if you want
What?
to label us, if you are going into a study and you choose a study design, right, and you want the results to come out as not sub-Saharan, right? You're not going to choose a sub-Saharan group along the Nile because you know that you're running a risk. There's a high probability that there's going to be a lot of shared affinities down that Nile in that sub-Saharan region.
That
So
ain't how that
you
works.
go to a sub-Saharan region that you know is very disparate from the area that you're studying, and when those affinities don't line up, you say, boom, no sub-Saharan. It's just a game, and so similar to how you critique the pop affiliator, right? Ngozi, when they did the affiliation
yeah,
test on the Ramesside and the Marna period mummies, right? And one of
yes,
your
sir.
critiques, besides besides you saying it's not enough SDRs and all that, one of your critiques was that you believe that the reference panel that they were using wasn't representative enough, like it didn't have enough North African representation in the reference panel. And
Correct.
so the results would naturally.
Cut out, Haskell.
Remember you said that? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Not just that, but also the test was based off pathogens and diseases that were
Right? No,
shared
no.
with
I'm
population.
saying
Exactly,
Yeah,
bro.
leaving that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just singling out that
yeah,
one particular critique that you made was
yeah,
that
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
if you take a sample, right,
Mm-hmm.
and you compare it with nothing but sub-Saharan motherfuckers, basically, of course it's gonna line up with subs because that's all that's in the sample. You feel
Yeah,
me?
yeah, yeah. But I think,
And,
yeah.
Haskell, bro.
Mhm.
Haskell, bro. We went over this,
yeah,
bro. In the new
No, just
Neurowa
to cut you,
study,
not to
bro.
cut your wisdom, but I want to add on to
Yeah.
what you're saying. Sub-Saharan is also diverse. People below the Sahara are diverse. They have the most diversity. So using a Yoruba or a Bantu all the way over here in the western portion, the
no,
central
I'm
portion.
talking about. You're talking about the Schuneman. That was Kata's criticism of the Schuneman.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying,
I'm giving credence to that. But yeah, go ahead. I'm listening
yeah,
to you.
I'm saying on the other end, right?
Yeah.
You rejected the findings of the results from the Amarna period mummies
Yeah.
and the Ramesside mummies, and one of those reasons was you felt like there wasn't enough represent because remember they're comparing it to modern populations,
Right. And
but
it was only three categories. It was
there were
only
three
sub-Saharan.
categories. There were
Yes,
three
it wasn't
categories.
enough.
It was
Correct.
sub-Saharan, North African,
No, it was
and I forget
sub-Saharan, European, and East Asians. That's it.
East Asian. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So much in the same way, what I'm saying is if you go into a study with a bias, you can slice the cheese any way you want to get any result that you want, basically. Because ultimately, all of us as human beings, the separations that we're talking about is like millimeters of seven. You know what I'm saying? Like
It's real
99.9.
small.
Right. So if you a slick motherfucker, and I'm saying this on both sides, said I'm saying this on both sides, right?
He
If I was
responded
a
to that when he died.
blackologist, if I was a blackologist, motherfucker, and I
Hmm.
want these niggas to be black eyed niggas, right? I can chop some shit up and chop shit up and compare it to this. And there's a way to do that mathematically, is what I'm saying. And that same way it could be done on the blackology side, it could be done on the Levantology side. That's all I'm saying.
People can play games how they want. You know what I'm saying? It can go like that's
It
why
is
I
what it
try
is,
to
bro.
sharply parrot and mimic the data as much as I can and be able to bring clarity to it so people can understand it fairly. And the thing is, a place like Egypt, that's a transcontinental country, she shouldn't have much with populations all the way in Cameroon or Ghana and affinity. It just don't make sense based off the geographics and the zone and the crossing zone of these people. They should be in between populations of the Levant, the Middle East, and populations that was autochthonous to those areas of the Nile, that portion of the Nile. So it makes sense that they have a shared affinity between, you know, the Sinai, Israel, Arabia, then crossing from Arabia with population slightly in the Horn. They should have shared affinity in all of North Africa. they should have shared affinity based off geographics. I'm not looking at it from a racial standpoint. I'm looking at it based off the zone, the area, the geographics. Why wouldn't they be? It doesn't make sense for them to be us at all. You know what I'm saying? Whatever their skin color was, that don't even matter. They wore less clothes back then, so a lot of people were dark. That doesn't matter. But they were their own group of people, and we were our own group of people. So yeah, people can play with that however they want. They can look at the walls like they do, see big nose and big lips and say, look, that's us. You know, that's the lookership. Or they can look at the walls and see dark-skinned people and assume that's us. But then when you turn around and show them a Saudi man, or you show them a person from Yemen who's darker than me, you know, what do you say? He's like that because he's sub-Saharan? You know, I even did it with on my online on my Facebook page, Justice Amir. I reconstruct a lot of the skulls or the cranial metrics and put it inside a Western name and base it off the measurements to give me a postulated idea of what the people look like. And then I generate it and talk about the absentee of SLC 245, what would the skin range be like, and the environment and different things. Then I'll show dark-skinned people, or I'll show a modern Upper Egyptian with dark skin. You'll have some people that come on there and say that's because they mix with Nubian. No, it's just people that's, you know, little slick shit. And then you start to see that a lot of these people are just anti-dark. When they see it, it makes them, cringe, sub-Saharan. But in their country, they're not really going through this in the real world. In the real world, light-skinned Egyptians and dark-skinned people are living amongst each other all day. It's just in America. No, what I'm saying is
they're living amongst each other, but there's plenty of strife there. Like, let's not do that.
No, but this is what I'm saying. There's
along color lines at that, because there's a girl from Nubia. She makes videos, and they tell her all the time, "You ain't Egyptian." Why do they tell her that?
This is
because of what she looks like.
No, this is what I'm saying though. I do agree with you. You do have those hot spots where it's like that. But what I'm saying is Egyptians, right, who are morphologically similar to lighter skinned Egyptians who are dark skinned, right? You have Nubian Egyptians who they're a minority, but they live in Cairo, right? Who are not going through this. But then you have those populations who are from Sudan recently, like a lot of the recent, because you had, like, after that Great Dam collapse or whatever, in like 1950, a lot of recent Sudanese people migrated into Egypt. And a lot of them is, no, I'm not saying it was never.
They can't, the people who are discriminating based on color, they can't know where a person comes from looking at. They're doing that based on what the person looks like.
Listen to what I'm saying.
The same racial game as in America.
Haskell, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that's not going on everywhere. Because what I'm saying is you have Nubian Egyptians who live in Cairo who don't go through that. I'm not saying that there isn't any discrimination. I'm just trying to say that in that country overall, people are not going through that the way we may think they are. So you do have complaints. There is discrimination against some people. That's also saying is you have some indigenous Egyptians there, that's Saadi men and women who are highly pigmented, and they're not Nubian in origin.
I don't agree with that, because if that were the case, the recent Pharaonism movement that's been going on there wouldn't have been getting the steam that it's getting. And it's not just based on a cultural thing of them feeling that they have a contiguous, like a continuum of culture with the ancient Egyptians. It's largely based on skin color. Like
it could be, but you got
also. Hold on. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
It's an anti-black movement. A lot of it is anti-black, right? Because when they had Elizabeth Taylor and Brendan Fraser in The Mummy and shit playing Egyptians, none of them Egyptians wasn't complaining. But they're Northwest European, and no complaints. Right? They have an issue, like much of North America. Not North America, like much of North Africa. It is a lookership thing.
Right. So
hold on. And it even happens in the Horn. Like, for instance, in Ethiopia, we know that the ruling class is largely Amharic, right? Mm-hmm. And you have some Tigrayan in the ruling class too. And those are most of the ruling class, right?
Yes.
If you talk to not so much the Aroma. If you talk to if you talk to an Ethiopian from Gambela or from the Beni Shango area, right? Mm-hmm. They'll tell you that them Ethiopian motherfuckers are called them Abd, right? Or call them some other slur. So, and that's all across. Like, I don't like when people
call them hard heads.
Yeah, they call them hard.
So I don't buy this idea that the racial thing is this uniquely American thing. That's bullshit.
Hold on, Hospital. Listen, hold on, Hospital. Let me just say something. I'm not saying you're not wrong at all, because we got to think. Even America ideology of racism comes from the forefathers or founding fathers of America. So, and a lot of this stuff is coming from the same people that pledged and allergic inside of British colonialism and colonization that occurred in these different countries. From when Italy was going backwards and forth over there, to even with the Arabian world, the tribes were split between. A lot of this stuff is coming from the base foundation of race ideology was in Europe anyway. Let's just be honest. So what I'm saying is you're not wrong. But what I'm trying to say, brother, is that you have people in these countries who are not going through that. You see what I'm saying? It is going on because Somali people.
America that's not going through that. So
yeah. That's true. That's true. But so Somali people do, and some of them, they do talk about their Kabyles or clans, and then they do call people that don't look like them. They'll say Jader. The Habasha people have certain slogans that they have.
And if you ask them, they're gonna fucking lie to you. They're gonna come with that clan bullshit. Oh, it's just the clans, and that's just a political division. It's nothing to do with race at all, right? But then when you talk to the people who they call Somali Bantu, they're gonna tell you a completely different story. So all I'm saying is,
but you know what, Haskell, and you're right. But here's the thing: race is so stupid and contradictory. The truth is, they all Somali ethnically, regardless of their Kabyle, they know that they're different than the Somali Bantu and phenotype. Like they know that. It's just a reality. But here's the thing: them niggas do be tiny. And hold on. Let me just say this. Let me just say this, though. And they let them know. But here's another thing.
And they didn't get that from colonialism.
No, they didn't. But let me just. Well, I can't say that because you got to deal with what was going on in the Horn before they came in contact with other people for a long time. Because we can't say, like, a lot of this stuff that we have. Discrimination always exists. That's what makes us human. Let's just be honest. Because you had different ethnic clans. This person might have a scar different than this people. The Igbo and the Yoruba war, they look very much alike, but they had strife with each other. So yeah, that always exists. But the racial game, we have to admit that the racial game was created by Europe, bro. In a racial sense, black is ugly, white is purity. The thinner your features are, the better you are. The broader your features are, the uglier you are. A lot of that stuff comes from that base foundation that eluded and perverted people everywhere. I'm just being honest, not just the Americas, where they came and slaughtered all the indigenous red people that was here, bro, because they look the way they look. And then Africans have always been, sub-Saharan Africans, people below the Sahara, has always been at the bottom of the chain bracket when it comes to people or peopling. It's an insult. You're bannered because you look the way you look. And that's why I admire Nigerians and Ghanaians who are becoming doctors, who are showing, black excellence to a way, because they don't give a damn about that. They're moving up the ladder and debunking those racial clergies of stamps that people gave us. You know what I'm saying? They're so-called sub-Saharan, and their IQ levels, if you want to play that IQ game, is dope. They moving up the ladder. They're mastering things here, debunking the idea of race or people from those areas being stupid. Would you agree or disagree?
No doubt about it. I was just making the point that this idea that North Africans, like, they don't really look at race, and they're not caught up in that, and that's bullshit.
But not in all areas, though. Not in all areas. Not in all areas.
A lot of them bleach their skin. A lot of them process their hair, just like motherfuckers in West Africa. I'm sure a lot of Indians do that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
saying? But it's not in all areas, though. That's just all I'm saying. I agree with you. I'm not going to play like it don't exist, because it does exist. But not in all areas. Because you have Nubian Egyptians living in Cairo as a minority, and they're not going through that, So I agree with you. People got their own agendas, man. Race politics is a reality because it exists. We can't get past that. No matter how fair you try to be, no matter how truthful you try to be, it's going to be always hard to express the truth. But you have people with these limited brains. And I think racism is a form of retardation, seriously. But we can't get past that because a lot of people are limited in that area. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I don't know about y'all. Like the way I be seeing that, the more politics is in there, the more it's basically incentivized for you not to be clear. You know what I'm saying? You talking about politics, like politics is certainly not above deceit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's a tool politics will use because it's
I
about
agree.
power. It's not about like
It ain't even.
that's kind of scary right there. I don't.
It's not even about truth, bro. To be honest with you, it's just. That's all it's about is power. It's not about truth. You can tell the truth all day, because you tell it in a certain way, you might not get the light or sight for it. So it's definitely about power and control. That's just what it is. That's a reality.
That's
I look at
that's
Zawi
tough.
Hawass, for example. Zawi Hawass is an African. He's an Egyptian man. He knows he's an African. It's obvious. But because most of the tourist money and different things, that help, help Egypt, their what's the name, the GPA or whatever over there, because it helps them, he has to banner to a certain audience. He ain't gonna get no money from Ghana and Nigeria or Black America. So why would he pander to
Right.
us? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it makes sense.
Yeah,
How do you figure that any of this
that's
stuff
tough to
factors
embrace.
into the data of these studies that we
Yeah.
ultimately
You
discuss?
say what?
What
I
did you
said
say,
I
brother?
was asking Haskell, how does any of
I could.
this?
What did you just say?
uh,
What did you say?
I was asking Haskell, how does any of this tie into what people were trying to do with the data? Which is what we kind of initially started on before we dove off into like
Oh yeah. I
some
was saying
political
the
perspective.
New Right study, especially when they comparing it to the modern populations, the only African samples they had in the cluster comparisons was Motor Man, and they put that in the outgroup. They had
And do
no
you know
African
why they put
samples.
it in the out group
Hold
though?
on, ask me a question. They had no, they because they had a predetermined idea, and I already know what you're gonna say. But I don't. I think methodologically that is you're predetermining the results. You're biasing the results. It's my personal opinion.
I don't know how
I
you
think
read
that
the
the
article
higher the
and gathered
PCA
that.
with higher resolution would tell
You
a
have to
different
point
story.
out
Because
what
in
part of that article.
2023, when I think her name was Moraz, when she did the study, the individual came out 90% Natufian, 10% motor, right? But the motor was like noise or error. Then 2025, they used higher resolution, and he came out like to the Neolithic Moroccans, which is already layered with, because remember, Neolithic Moroccans, this group or the population in Neolithic Morocco is the group that we talked about, the Razi Scarlet group that you said the name proper. I can't say off the top of my head right now. Those people were highly Natufian like and local Ibero-Mauritian, post Natufian and local Ibero-Mauritian. So within that is already layered with Takahari. So if they would have used Takahari, that's already layered in the fragment or the portion of that's Ibero-Mauritian like. And then if they would have used the Natufian or what they're calling Natufian, as I keep saying,
We're talking
go ahead.
about the in comparison to antiquous populations. I'm talking about when they did the cluster analysis on what groups it would have the most affinity with in modern populations.
Right. And this what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to say. It made sense though completely. The populations that was used based off the standards or the populations that was referenced or that was used when they sequenced, the PCA should show them being more closer to populations in Egypt today. It makes sense because that's the same layers that they're made up of today at 32 to
No, actually,
75%.
it doesn't put them with modern. Well, it does to a degree, but it also puts them with modern day Turks, modern day Lebanese, modern day Jordanians, blah blah blah. Those were all in the
Well, 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 well,
in the
well,
record.
well, well, if you look at the PCA samples and you look at the chart, it also talks about groups of Yemen. It would have been closer with people in Yemen because of that deeper Natufian layer at 80% that it was, and then that 20% Eastern Zargoth would have put them in player with people in Turkey and Iran, which was that
Even that,
20% that they were made up
even
of.
that
It
I'm
makes
okay.
sense.
Even that I'm okay with, right?
Yeah.
But if the question is because they know as scientists ultimately, right? The people who are interested in these studies, they want to know like where these people have more affinity with modern day non-Africans or with modern day Africans below the Sahara. People want to know all of that, right? So
Correct.
why wouldn't those populations be represented? Why wouldn't the Horn be represented? Why wouldn't Sudan be represented? Why wouldn't the Great region put it all in there?
So
Why
let
not?
me ask you a question to the best of my ability, and you may not agree. They shouldn't use those groups because that deeper Nilotic and motor segment would throw it off, right? Only a certain portion of the Habesha or the Somali would match with those
See,
Levantine layers.
you're,
No, no,
you're
no,
start-
no.
you're
Huh?
starting with, and to me, you're starting with the conclusion at that point.
No. I'm not coming. No. I'm trying to answer. No, brother. No, I'm not saying. Look, I'm trying to answer your question as much as I can. And you may, like I said, you may not agree. But what I'm saying, and you have a right to. But what I'm saying is, it wouldn't make sense for them based off my research and understanding. And you may not agree. I'm gonna say that again. It wouldn't make sense for them to use a North Sudanese or a Somali because a larger chunk of the Somali DNA. Remember, Somali on average is still 60% East African, right? Indigenously, only 40% of his DNA matches with Levantine populations. Now, if you talk about a Habesha can be sharply 50-50, even though they're darker skinned. So if you're talking about that layer kind of knocks them off. So it'd be best to use populations without that deeper layer, right? Without the deeper layer that you find in modern Egypt today, modern Morocco today, modern Arabia today. That'd be a better proxy based off this individual because this is what the affinities say compared to people with deep motor or deep pre-Nilotic layers or Nilotic layers. That kind of would knock it left field. That's just my answer to that.
What do you mean knock it left?
Because with these PCAs, first of all, this is a small sample of DNA that they got. We got to be honest. It wasn't like they had an overall. They're dealing with fragments of DNA with all this stuff. The higher the resolution, the more it tells a more detailed story. Certain things will knock it off. For example, if they try to sequence Neanderthal, right, DNA, because they don't have a lot of samples of Neanderthal DNA, when they put them in these modern human PCAs, do you know what a Neanderthal DNA will say? Do you know what it'll say outside of being an error? You know what populations it'll match with? Khoisan Biaka pygmy. Now, is a Khoisan Biaka pygmy actually a Neanderthal? No. The reason why I would say that is because Khoisan Biaka pygmy represent a deep base population of Homo sapiens, which is humans, modern humans, that are oldest stratum that they have in these samples. So if they put a Neanderthal in there, it's going to say those group of people compared to other people. That's the problem with these studies. Some of these deeper DNA or populations with these deeper layers will knock a lot of the segments off, and it'll come up as error or it'll deeply say sub-Saharan. So because Nilotic people or those people in the Horn are sharply ancestral East African, or those people in Sudan are also sharply some layers of ancestral East African, they wouldn't be good to use as a proxy. Compared to this individual, he didn't have a lot of that deeply sharply. He had already drifted North African DNA in the Neolithic time. In the Neolithic time, they were already genetically drifted and shifted towards the Levant in the Middle East. So it makes sense that he shares affinity with populations in those areas now. See what I'm saying?
Don't.
Have you read the peer review on the new rat yet? I think you fell off. Yeah, you fell off. Yo, y'all there? Yo.
Yo. Know what happened? The Gozy dropped off.
Like everybody busy or something.
I don't know what happened. Shit. I don't know what we gained out of
Yeah, I
that.
was busy. I was making some noise over here, man. But I think y'all done turned me to a Pan African today, bro. I'm sad to say.
How that happen?
I'm super sad to say. I'm sad, bro. So because the conversation, I'm still trying to find like where it matters, right? You know, I keep asking that. So now I see. I this is what I meant earlier when I was like I sympathize with him now, because now I see like how crazy the uphill battle is, and I also see like I see, you know, I almost see like where you can turn shit like that into a tool for yourself, and only because they turned it into a tool to use against you. Like I mean, unfortunately, fair is fair, but like how do you kind of start scratching back, you know, out of some of the stuff that they're attempting to take? Like that's tough. Like, you know, I really sympathize with them. You know what I'm saying? Because I think about it that way. When I think about the politics of it, I don't even care about the facts. I literally am more concerned about how my results move the social climate. You know what I'm saying? Like I can put out all kind of evidence, information on how I got to my conclusion, but I'm far more concerned about what happens socially with my conclusion. You get what I'm saying? Like, because that's what politics is. You're trying to move society in a particular direction, right? Like that's not, but that don't sound scientific at all. So like the scientific conversation just seems to be a shroud of some kind.
Yeah. So that be my biggest issue, right? Well, like is the issue is not as big as our arguments seem, right? But it's not too much difference. It's just that I feel as though he is in denial of what it is versus, you dig what I'm saying? Like he's almost acting like, you know, it'd be small arguments, right? Like over, he claims that science is the ruling part of his whole argument. He don't have a stance, he's standing on science. Okay, only until science presents something that you disagree with. And then you ain't fucking with it, but you use that to beat you use the science to beat everybody across the head with. We can't even move forward in conversations because of his reluctancy to move past the scientific consensus and jargon that they use in science. Case in point, sub-Saharan African. All of them use it. It's scientific, but he don't like it. So he has a point. Like, bro, you can't pick and choose because you make us stand on science at every fucking turn. You think what I'm saying? So I agree with you how they using sub-Saharan African. I agree that they trying to push us out of the human family. I agree, but you saying, yo, we gotta use science at every turn. So if the scientist is using it, nigga, you gotta let us have some wiggle room then too. Cause you use wiggle room. You feel me?
Right. I can't even be talking about what they talking about if I ain't using the words they're using. Like real shit.
Exactly. So it'd be small things like, nigga, I agree with you, but nigga, you disagree with us on every turn. You don't want us to have no wiggle room to look at this thing, but you got wiggle room. That shit is unfair. You feel me?
Well, Chef, what do you think about when he explains it and he elaborates and he says that he doesn't have a problem with the term, he has a problem with its misuse. What is your thoughts on that?
What you want to say? No, I need to have those.
How else are they using it, Small?
Say what now?
I said, how else are they using it, Small?
Haskell, mute up.
Yeah, I can't hear.
You work right here.
No, I was saying, how else do they use it?
I think I know what he's trying to say when he says that, but I that's why I wanted to kind of get somebody else's thoughts on it because he's not in here right now. I think I kind of get what he's trying to say.
Anyway, you know you're smarter than
you can summarize this whole conversation as
I'm
good
working.
lie.
All right.
I ain't gonna lie.
God damn it,
This is
Haskell.
a ass lie. That that somebody said this is necessary for our mental health and scientific engagement. That's what this is. This is a fire ass line.
Right. Yeah, I wish Uncle still in here so I could ask him that question. Like, I wish he could elaborate when because I'm pretty sure I know what he means, but I just wanted to hear it from him, and I didn't know if anybody else had gotten him to elaborate what he means on the
No,
misuse of it.
I get what he means. I get what he
Oh,
means.
okay,
Like
what do you
the way
what
that
is it?
the other side uses sub-Saharan African is almost like I keep saying, like we are completely separate from the rest of the human
Right,
population. You dig what I'm saying?
right,
So yeah, they do use that shit like that. Now, that could be the way science is intending to use that shit. I don't know. You feel me? But the fact that
right,
they could play that game so effectively with the sub-Saharan African shit, it kind of like I don't know. You feel me? So I
right.
gotta give
But they doing
them
something.
credence on that. They doing something. You feel
Yeah, they doing something.
Right.
They're definitely doing something. I don't know what it is, but they doing something.
Like it's almost like a
Yeah,
joke, sub-Saharan African. You feel me? It's almost like they playing it
yeah,
out. When you arguing with certain people in
it
certain
is.
conversations, it's almost like now when they say it, it's like they playing in your face. Like, so is this something that we missing? You feel me? Like, we try not to look at it as a bad thing, but every way that it's being used is almost being used as a pejorative. You dig what I'm saying? So I get them on that point. You feel me?
Right.
And then by way, and even in the science where they're saying that you can make a distinction between sub-Saharan Africans and every other group of humans. That is a problem. Like if that's strictly scientific, then that's saying a lot, yo. Like that, you know what I mean? That's saying a lot. You know what I mean? Because you can put anything into
It
that.
is.
What the differences is, but
Yeah,
then say that all humans are the same. You dig what I'm saying? Besides sub-Saharan Africans, like that's crazy.
If you're on the other side of that argument, arguing for the other side and not able to use the same terms, you fighting with one hand behind your back. You might ain't gonna never be able to beat them. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't gonna be able to speak like how you could just speak. You know what I'm saying? Never.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You'll
it gets
never bridge
confusing
that
when
gap with
motherfuckers.
no amount of evidence that you use. You right behind terms and shit.
Right.
Yeah. So, and then people would
You'll
never
never make
admit,
that.
and people would never admit to their own racism. You dig what I'm saying? Like we had these genuine, heartfelt conversations, right? And we express ourselves completely, being the victims of racism, and we talk about it openly. But then we'll have other people come into our conversations and act like they don't participate in the that's crazy. You feel me? So we're the only vulnerable ones in these conversations. That's why I hate talking to other groups of people about it, because they gaslight. They act like, you dig what I'm saying? It's not a fair conversation because it's something that they don't have to go through. And then they act like that them and their communities and everybody else don't look at, you know what I mean, sub-Saharan Africa a certain type of way, or people from sub-Saharan Africa a certain type of way. Why do we feel this way and ain't nobody doing nothing to us? Like it's like we gotta walk around as paranoids all the fucking time. You feel me? We gotta see race all the time, and everybody else can act like they not playing that game. You feel me? Like, so we gotta shut up about it
Yeah,
all.
they acting like they ain't playing.
Yeah, like it's crazy. You know
Yeah,
what I
that's
mean?
it. We gotta
And
play a
it's gaslight.
scientific game, and they get to be straight the fuck up.
Mm-hmm. They get to put all of the differences in their scientific papers, but then act like they not saying something, or it's not being interpreted through humans in the social aspect a certain type of way. You
Yeah,
feel me? You know what I mean? All
yeah,
of
yeah,
that
yeah,
stuff about
yeah.
these
That's
genetic papers was used to
yeah.
poke
Them
fun
they ain't
at
that
sub-Saharan
goddamn
Africa.
naive.
You feel me? Everybody who got them papers, the first thing they say, sub-Saharan Africans ain't got nothing to do with it. That was the whole, you feel me? Like, it's crazy. You know what I mean? But we supposed to be oblivious to that. We supposed to just be completely scientific and not recognize when people are playing in our faces. You feel me? What the fuck?
I think that's the problematic part is that we're trying to set this standard so high for ourselves that like we might be fighting in the mud for real. You know what I'm saying? Like that might be where the real action at. The whole time we trying to fly above that shit.
Right. They try to act like the fight is not in the mud is the crazy part. You feel me? Like what Unc, he act like the fight is like we're not slinging mud. Like, you feel me? Like there's not two parts to the conversation. It is. You feel me? It is. There's two parts to the conversation. It might not be in science, but the stuff that's done in science got to be interpreted in the social world also. You feel me? So maybe you don't address it, but it's certain things that I feel like I'm going to address. You do what I'm saying? So I can't.
Making sense. Making sense.
So it really don't be that I'm really disagreeing with you as much. It's just I'm trying to show that your argument don't got all its legs on it, huh? You dig what I'm saying? Like it's missing a leg, my nigga. Like, and I'm not gonna deny that leg is missing. You feel me? Like that's crazy to me.
You might have a point there, sure.
I'm not going to deny that leg is missing.
If you're trying to like pigeonhole the conversation into just science, you might be missing a major part of what they're talking about.
Exactly. You know what I mean? And how the conversation is being had, you know, with the people that we're having it with. You dig what I'm saying?
Right. And then so if you could potentially miss out on stuff like that, you might miss what you actually saying when you say it don't come from the South. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you might end up like not necessarily that specifically, but if you get what I'm saying, like you may end up pushing their agenda to push out darker skin. You know what I'm saying? Like you could just by using the term. You kind of could. I've been like, of course, we've acknowledged it because you can find it in literature. You don't see Nubians and Egypt since the beginning, dark-skinned people, but you know what I'm saying. But the more and more you start getting into this sub-Saharan part, and they start talking about less and less of that particular blood, and like so now you're just saying it in a different way, right? Like now you're just saying the people wasn't there in a different way.
Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So I mean, yeah. You know what I mean? So and the fact that I'm saying that the Egyptians wasn't black, you dig what I'm saying? I'm completely on that side of the fence. But I clearly see the racist issue, how people frame it. You know what I mean? Like it's revolting to even have black people there. You dig what I'm saying? Like it's more political reason for them saying, you know what I mean, a more racial issue for them saying that black people wasn't there. And that's what I hear in a lot of Chief X rhetoric. You dig what I'm saying? It's almost like it's too much racial undertone in that. You know what I mean? Because it's almost like, you know, saying two things, like you know, for the longest time, like, you know, our people didn't participate in building no worthwhile society or civilization. You dig what I'm saying? We was completely outside of civilization until Western Asians and Europeans came and civilized us. You dig what I'm saying? Or brought their forms of civilization to us. You know what I mean? So, like a lot of that goes into it.
I mean, we had our own form of civilization just because it wasn't European civilization when it was civilized. It was Niger Congo civilization. It wasn't their civilization.
Yeah, but even the way that how they categorize civilization, right? They put it in form. They categorize it and itemize it in ways where it will lead you know, a lot of our people out of it. You dig what I'm saying? Like it would have to have these 6 criteria for it to be a civilization according to their standard, right? Now we might have 3 of them, but if we don't have the right and then the such and such, then they don't consider that complete. You know what I mean? Reaching the level of civilization. You see what I'm saying, Gullah?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you mean having a centralized government? If that's what you mean with civilization is.
According to them, right? The phone breaking up.
Yeah,
No, I'm with you, Chef.
I see what you mean though. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
That's why that's why a lot of these niggas draw to fucking Egypt instead of you know what I'm saying, accepting the African that we came from, because they think that's the you know what I'm saying, end all be all that these niggas attracted to, you know what I'm saying, the diamonds and all that shit, the gold and all that shit, instead of just accepting it is what it is. That's why some of the niggas you did this and that, you know what I'm saying, we be Egyptians and all that other bullshit, because they got that fucked up concept from colonial mentality.
Mm-hmm. And we can look up what classifies a culture as a civilization right now, and it's still going to have the criteria that's going to leave most of where we come from out of the equation. You dig what I'm saying? So it's problematic. You know what I mean? It's problematic. It's definitely problematic when you at Logic. So what was your issue this morning, Logic? What was we had got on for one bill. What happened? You must be at lunch. Brass, anybody, has where y'all go at? Small?
Yeah, we had started off with Diop. That's what we started at this morning. Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah. They was trying to act like Diop wasn't able to have both conversations.
Right.
You feel me? Like we were so much smarter than Diop that we can have the social construct conversation and the biological one. You dig what I'm saying? But he couldn't do it. Yeah.
Right. It's really not down. It's really just Aunt, really. It's really just Aunt. Because me, you, Sosa, who else? It was somebody else. We all say that the sub-Saharan term is like a proxy for black. Like we all know what's going on. And we all know based on a social construct, like generally what a black person is. Like we pretty much all agree. I'm the only one I see hiding behind the whole science thing. Oh, science don't say that. And he want to make every conversation a science conversation. Every conversation is not strictly science, bro.
Not biological science anyway.
Right.
It could be a part of the social sciences. I don't think he accepts that too much though. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so like like when Diop wanted to do the melanin dosage test and they wouldn't let him, right? Because
They let him bring it forth.
They let him do one. He did one.
But they said
the
they
result,
argued the robustness of the statistics. But I go
right.
ahead.
Yeah, when that one came back and it ain't come, you know what I'm talking about? It came back, of course, some, they were, dark skinned or super black or whatever the case. Then all of a sudden, oh no, the robustness and the this and the that, and so we can't let you do any more. And you know what I'm saying? But
They
They
weren't giving
didn't
him
stop
10
him there. They
seconds.
let him put forth other shit too, not just that. So they can't, leave it to that. He brought forth those languages with Obanga in them, like those African the Bantu languages.
See, I stay away from that because I don't know much about that side of the game. So I leave the
It was all
linguistic.
in there.
Yeah, it was. But I can't. But I'm not the type, if I can't follow a conversation, at least a semi-competent level, I'm not going to pretend like I know what the fuck these people talking about. So when they get to talking about all that cognate shit and this
I
language,
don't follow it. Yeah, I ain't gonna interpret it. But I can just see like what they did actually discuss. I may not be able to interpret it all to their level, but we can see the topics that was on the table. Then I think they even had the Meriwether script at that bitch, all type of shit on there. I don't know shit about that neither, but I know they talked about it.
yeah, see, like the genetic shit, I could read that. I could read a paper, look up the words and all. I probably could do it for the linguistic shit, so I just ain't been inclined to do it. But like the DNA shit, I could follow that. You feel me? The linguistics is, to me, it seems more challenging for me. Like I look at it, I'm like, I don't want no smoke with that. I'm gonna let.
Overall, I see it all as a discipline and a challenge. I just try to use, what tools we got to determine, like, what's their, intention. Like, even when we keep talking about that neurowash shit, I only got the farming aspect. I've been talking about farming and sedentary shit for a week now. I don't see no racial ambiguous type of literature in there. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something because I'm not looking at it from that lens, but that shit was highly about sedentary and Neolithic package and all that
You know
whole
what's
shit.
funny about
We've been over that.
What's funny about that? I can't even peep that part.
That's
when
what
they
we
said
had an
that,
argument over, or well, not an argument, but a back and forth about that particular part.
yeah, we did, because we had to bring it up to him. At first, he ain't even peeped that. Yeah, because they didn't just stop at the genetic stuff. They basically
that was the last piece. Well, not even say the last piece, but that was like just a corroborating piece. The other shit they got, they talked about the dental fucking morphological shit, based on the diets and whatnot. I mean, they covered a lot of shit. So people just hunker it down to the genome and whatnot. Like they missing the whole goddamn thing.
No, but even with the cranial, they didn't include a lot of African cranial in the cranial comparisons that they did. It's a lot of problems with that paper.
Yeah.
A lot of problems.
I read the peer review on it. Some of them showed some contention. Some showed a little like oh, this is pretty. This could help out for the future shit. Blah blah blah. Whatever. I even have seen one of the peer reviews say I had a problem with the title saying whole genome, but he also went on to say he support the. I ain't gonna say he because I think they had him anonymous, but Nature makes them post a peer review with the study now. Like
I think he had a problem with that part because originally when they were given a preview of the paper back in 2023, it was only sequenced at they had only had 0.22x coverage, right? And then when the paper comes out, all of a sudden it's at 2x coverage. And they said they were able to do that through shotgunning, which is where you just piece up a bunch of like fragmented DNA, right? To basically create the whole through like mathematical probabilities and all that. So that's probably what he took exception to. He's basically saying like, so
like
you
I
did.
said, if anybody read the peer review, they will see those motherfuckers' remarks. They'll tell you like, I couldn't find the figure for this data right here, or some of the ROH shit was missing. Like, but that's a whole separate topic because we know a lot of people don't go to that length, whatever. But it's a link right next. All you do is click the shit. But it is what it is.
Yeah, but it's no different for me than the Schuneman study. You feel me? You just construct the study to get a predetermined result, and you just slice it up in the way that you want to get the result that you want. That's how I see that study. Like,
let me ask you this then.
Now I'm not saying they doing all that. I'm not saying they doing all that.
The motor shit in the model, right? And it didn't fit. And then, you can say you can interpret that as like, oh, they're trying to exclude that population or whatnot, or not use any other.
What you mean? They put it as an output.
Once they saw it didn't fit, yes.
Where you got that part from? Where's that in the paper?
Look up with the QPADM modeling. They talk about no single source model fit. A 2 and a 3 source showed the best.
So that's not. not just Motor Man. Then that's all of them. All of them. None of the samples.
All of them as a single source, none of them with.
Right. None of them fit as a single source.
So that's why they said this: the 2-source and the 3-source model showed the best one. But that's neither here nor there. I'm saying my point was, if they trying to be exclusionary of these folks, why would they go as far as saying like the modern motherfuckers got more sub-Saharan if there's such this affinity to get away from it? Like when
to show you that the ancient Egyptians,
like,
that the ones that built the
nothing to do with these niggas, not even
civilization of
showing
ancient
in the modern
Egyptians.
population, use the studies
Listen to Chef. He has an answer
manipulate
for
the
you.
data like how you say they do.
I said, listen to what Chef. He got an answer for you. Said, listen to Chef.
What's the point of
Answer
making
that
the connection with the modern ones?
Answer
They
that
had
question.
this desire to be less sub-Saharan.
Yeah, answer that question for him, Chef.
Because
Please.
the point is to prove no matter how the modern Egyptians look, or you dig what I'm saying, or how much admixture that they got, that the ones that created the civilization of ancient Egypt ain't have no motherfucking sub-Saharan DNA in them. That's what it would, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You get it now, that makes sense.
With that, because that feels pseudo, but I think you're right.
And then look, logic. They didn't just stop there in saying that the modern. They didn't just stop there. They said the reason why the modern Egyptians even got any kind of sub-Saharan is because of slavery.
On black people.
But hey, man, we could switch it up.
My bad.
It's time to say some it gets crazier every day. That's a surprise. I thought it was top gotten crazy. No, I mean we good. I mean it's still I'm enjoying it, but like it's a paradigm shift for me. Like I wasn't ready for this morning at 7:00. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, God dang, it sounds crazy as fuck. Now I'm like, them niggas might be on to something. I wasn't expecting that. Definitely wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I had said earlier this morning, like the racial war, that's in every part of society. It ain't no part of society that's untouched or like sacred or none of that. You know, and I know what you're saying, Logic. You would think that science would be that last bastion of like some sacred shit, like, yo, don't bring the bullshit over here. But it ain't it just, we human. This is how humans work, man. We gonna bring the bullshit, as Corey would say. We gonna put it in everything. It's just
but see, this is where
we gotta stop all that shit.
No, but check it out. Science, not saying it's not the science, but science is the one place got the best possibility.
That's the wild shit.
You know what I mean? So that's the beauty of science. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
It ain't just that great. No, yeah. Science definitely can be a battleground for us to get the shit right biologically. You dig what I'm saying? And in a tangible way more than any other, you know what I mean, medium that we use to discuss human diversity and, you know what I mean, race and things like that. Yep.
Hey Corey, you missing Gozy, man. I wanted y'all boys to go at it, man. I was trying to start some bullshit, man. That's what I wanted to see.
Yeah, I heard you, Hasper. That's why I had to actually call back, yo. I appreciate you. I heard you. You was going. I heard you.
You definitely sounded like a snitch. You definitely sounded like a snitch.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that shit was possible. Yeah, you do that. That shit sounded crazy coming out your mouth. Yo, say, hey, Corey said it even worse than me. I'm like, what?
Damn.
I'm trying to start some shit. What you mean? I want to hear Corey say to a nigga, why was he talking all that Wallahi shit, man? What was up with all that Wallahi and Bamba shit, man?
They said why. They both Muslims.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I knew why he was saying it. I wasn't confused on why he was saying it or not. I'm just saying it was offensive to me. The whole Baba Keita and all that old bullshit. I mean, it's bullshit to me. I don't know. That's just my opinion, though. Like, I mean, it was. I don't think we can get into a big argument about that. You know what I mean?
Just trying to start some bullshit, dog. I know niggas ain't gonna go to war or nothing, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I want niggas to be taken to task because I'm like, dog, how you saying the man pseudo and he being deceptive and all that, and then when you get in front of him, I know you're not gonna argue with the man. Obviously, he's an older guy, he's an expert, all of that. You respected all of that, right? But come on, man, you can't say the man is pseudo and he feeding the Afrocentric shit to feel good about and all of this shit, and then you don't even broach that part of the like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Baba Keita is not a. He's not a. I call him Baba. Soy Keita is not a. He's not a shrinking violet, man.
You got that shit right. You got that shit right, Baba, nigga. Baba Keita.
I mean, he said he overall said it was his favorite guy, so he showed he put the extra lingo on it.
Baba
Not only that, he kind of headed him off in the beginning, right? He said something about his bullshit detector, which kind of threw Ngozi off and had him. He kind of tiptoed from there. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
he got back down. He got back down. You know when you like,
it's nothing wrong with an elder backing you down, though. You know what I mean? Sometimes sometimes you got to choose your battles. You can't fight every battle.
Man,
and I just wanted you to wait for him to sit down before you swing on him. Let him feel at home before you swing on him. You know what I'm saying? That's all I want to do. But you good?
Hey, Logic, they thought you went way off on Professor Smalls. Like, I ain't think. All right. So, for instance, Logic, right? You don't agree with much of what Professor Smalls says, right? And in my opinion, when you interviewed him, you held his feet to the fire, but you did it in a very respectful way. That's what I'm saying. There's a way to do that without.
Try to.
Yeah. Like, because you was asking him, like, okay, how does this relate to what we do today? How can this benefit us? Like, you was putting pressure on him.
I just got to do something like that. But yeah, I tried. He ain't gonna give you much. No.
Man, these last couple of days, man, in the Discord, these conversations are off the hook.
Fire, dude. This has definitely been the most fun we done had in the Discord for me. This has been fun. No bullshit. Where to go?
Been missing it. I must have been missing it.
Yeah, man. You be at work, you be pulling content.
That Chris Wilson yesterday was polarizing.
Oh, I'm still sick over that. I thought we was past I thought we was
past that.
Y'all tripping on that Chris Wilson shit. Y'all big tripping.
Y'all pulled some flat earth shit on me yesterday. I feel like that's akin to flat earth, like I thought we was past that shit.
Y'all calling that lady a scammer, bro. Y'all went too far, bro.
Definitely a scammer. Cause she was a PhD. She had the self-correcting methodology and she didn't use it. You feel me?
She knew better.
Yeah. Yeah, even if she thought that shit, she had a mechanism that could have corrected that shit. And she didn't use it. Why is that, Haskell?
Y'all tripping, dog.
Yeah, what would be the point of getting a 4-year degree and then everything that you teach is some shit you learned in your dreams or some shit? You know what I'm saying? You just woke up one night and you just learned this in your sleep. Like, you know what I'm saying? Teach us the shit that they taught you with your high level education is.
And then it's dangerous because she's smart enough to get that shit off on lay people.
But
you feel me?
My problem is when she took care, She took good care of the white babies. You know what I mean?
God.
Took real good care of them for 20-some years as a pediatrician, right? But then when it came to the, she wasn't a pediatrician.
Like, what is
She
he
was an
talking about?
assistant. She was an assistant pediatrician for like a couple of years, but she worked
Okay, well,
as a physician for the
listen,
Department of Human Services.
she
So
took
Talking
care of
about
them
white
white
babies.
babies as she was assisting, as she was a pediatrician assistant. She took good care of them white folks' babies. You understand what I'm saying? But then when she came over here to the black community, she didn't take care of the black babies. Like she told the black babies about the white pool ball hitting the black pool ball and all the rest of the bullshit. You see what I'm saying? A bunch of that, they bring a bunch of bullshit snake oil to the disadvantaged community, and everybody make excuses about it. Why she needed to, her intentions, and all this old shit. Because when I was 10 years old, you know what my grandfather said to me? What one of his sayings was, and I understood every bit of it as a 10-year-old, bro. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. If y'all can't pick up what that was being laid down there, I understand why y'all making excuses for folks that know better than you.
Yeah, but like,
I definitely it's clear to me.
her like the pool ball stuff and all of that, right? Like a lot of psychology is speculative, right? So like when she's talking about the pool ball stuff, that's her theorizing or hypothesizing that that's like that ball game
Why
represents.
she didn't theorize with them white
Hold on,
folks?
hold on. She probably did. You don't know, but look, this is what I'm saying though. Check me out.
No, she didn't. She worked as
That's just like
she worked in a federal facility. Didn't she work for the
no, but
government?
she debated. Didn't she debate Buddy? What her name is, Shockley or whatever?
yeah,
In the
That was
in the
after. That was after she worked
that
no,
was
that
as
was in the
in the.
70s. That was in the
74.
70s. That
But
wasn't
hold on,
after
Haskell.
Corey.
When you reference that, you got to keep in mind, even though Buddy was a Nobel laureate, when they debated, the entire scientific community who watched that debate on PBS said both of their ass was pseudo.
Okay, that's cool though, but you got to admit that contradicts Corey's point that she just kept it restricted to the black area on on some sneaky
She
shit.
debated a white
No,
man because she knew she had an audience already. I told you that yesterday. Like, who
but
the fuck
Corey,
was
she
she
did it.
talking to?
She
She
did it
wasn't
on
talking to the
national
white man.
TV.
I
How she?
understand that.
But hold on, Haskell. By you
White people
saying
don't
that,
watch
you
TV.
understand?
What is he talking
You
about?
understand that for her to
her
be
audience.
in the realms of a Nobel laureate to debate him, that means that woman was in these circles enough that she knew where to put scientific information. She knew the proper procedure, bro. And you keep trying to cape for her, and that's not cool, bro. This woman
No.
had a
But said
government
I'm not
She didn't
dealing.
know no better,
24
but then she was a
years.
genius
I'm
at the
not
same
dealing.
time. A
I'm not
genius
dealing
that
with
didn't
that
know
part
no
of the
better.
conversation right now. I'm dealing with what Corey argument is, which is like she basically saying one thing in front of white folks and then saying another thing in front of black folks. I'm
Saying
strictly
she's
dealing with
saying
that.
one thing in front of white folks and say, I'm saying when it counts, she's doing what she does, right? So when it count for real, right? She don't deal with the bullshit. She deal with the real shit with them white folks. You see what I'm saying? When her audience is an African American audience, then then she bring the bullshit to us, right?
So wait a minute.
She debated some wild ass
Right.
white man
So is that
that
a
was just as
that
wild as her. That
was
don't
that a
count.
black American audience? That don't count.
Yes,
So now
because
that
she
don't count.
already had a audience. Listen, the audience that she was reaching was the unscientific black community audience that she was reaching.
But if
The
that was the
same
case,
shit she was spewing to them was the shit that she was debating with
she
this
could have
another
did that.
wild ass dude.
She could have just did the chilling circuit and did that. If you go on PBS or CBS, the majority of your viewers are gonna be white, not gonna be black. Can we agree on that?
I'm not. You're not understanding whether right. What I'm saying is she has a audience already. So she's not gonna go. She's not gonna divert away from what she's been preaching to this audience already. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so you agree that she wasn't scared to say it in front of white folks. Can I at least get that
I never
concession?
said she was scared to say it in front of white folks, Haskell.
Oh, okay.
That's the bullshit. That's your bullshit straw man you've been arguing against for 2 days. That I done told you yesterday. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't think I was saying that because I said it. I told you yesterday, 2 days ago, that I wasn't saying it. And here you bring it right back again. It's wild, bro.
Let's go, bro. She scanned her government badge for 24 years, rubbed elbows with all the medical field biologists that you could. She never once brought that bullshit to them.
How would she bring it to them? What would that look like?
The PBS guy don't count. The PBS guy don't count. That's not where. What do you?
Okay, so
why did it? It don't count again when the PBS guy.
All right.
That's
So
just a
what would have
TV
counted is
interview
what
guy.
I'm asking.
When she wrote her thesis paper. When she wrote her thesis paper, when it counted.
Hold on. Listen, Corey. She was diagnosing white people. So it should have been brought to them. She was diagnosing them with the problem. You feel me? Why bring that
shit? Wrote prescriptions.
Yeah, she diagnosed white people. She was saying that they was fucked up. You feel me? So why would you bring that shit to black people? To make black people feel superior to white people. That's why she did that shit. You feel me?
What do y'all mean bring it to black people? How do y'all know the demographics of who she treated? Where y'all getting this information from?
We're talking about the
she was telling the black people about the white people.
Yeah, Farrakhan went on Donahue. Farrakhan went on Donahue, right? Now, when he went on Donahue, he was being viewed by more white people. But who was his core audience? Black people. Even when he left fucking Donahue. So, you know what I mean? Her going on PBS is not it's not an indictment on what she was trying to do. Her core audience was still black people, Haskell. You feel me? So,
but I mean, if you're black and you're like in a prominent position, automatically your audience gonna be out of. So, what would it look like in y'all estimation for her to be doing it evenly? When y'all say bring it to the white folks, what y'all said on the job?
She was in that when she was on that federal job. Yeah. Bring it to academia, not some wild ass nigga on PBS, but bring it to write a paper on it. You see what I'm saying?
She did her fucking
her thesis and her dissertation. Yeah,
bro. Whatever got her that PhD, she knew the methodology.
She didn't use it there when she was getting her PhD. That's what I'm saying. When it counted, when the shit counted.
Yeah, but she probably wouldn't. She probably wouldn't even got her PhD if she did that.
Of course, she
that's
wouldn't.
right.
And she knew that.
That's right.
Of course, she wouldn't.
Because we know,
she knew it, and she knew that.
But it has nothing to do with the credibility. But see, this where me and Aunt agree, because it's not because of the credibility. The credibility or the incredibility has nothing to do with it. Just broaching just broaching that subject, period, in the 60s or the 70s gonna get you packed up. They don't give a damn about your whatever information you got to back it up. They don't give a good goddamn.
Listen,
come on, man.
Listen, bro. She wrote the ISIS papers in the 90s. Just let you know that.
Right. That's a far different time than 67.
Peace to the family.
It's a far different social climate from 67. Go ahead, Reg. What's up, man?
Oh, hi. How are you? I finally got on. I had some Discord problems.
You done figured it.
I don't want to interrupt anybody, but so I'll wait. But when
leaving this Discord, bro.
When the person finishes, I like to speak.
Swear.
Go ahead, Reggie.
Okay.
You got that about
Francis
Cresswell.
Okay. Well, no. Well, it's a number of scholars. Dr. John Henry Clark, barely if anything.
They always use him so that they can bail out the other motherfuckers, right? I noticed that, right? So they go to John Henry Clark and then try to use John Henry Clark's.
I asked for time.
That's fine. You ask. That's cool. I'm not the guy that own this motherfucker, so you shit. You don't ask me for shit.
Let me speak. Let me speak, or I'll be wasting my time.
Man, but you know how much time you done wasted in your life, boy. Now you want to start talking about?
You can't validate how much time I've wasted in my life.
Come on, let's get to it. Don't get into it with him. Come on, yo. We having a good conversation.
Then tell him to stop
I want to hear you. Hey, you know how niggas like to pick with you, Reggie. Come on, let's get to it.
Yeah, nobody's.
Come on, bro. Let's get to it.
Okay. So we have
Francis Cresswell.
We have a number of scholars in our community that are great scholars, but they don't have all of the academic credentials, right? So, so the problem is now what we have is gatekeepers, right, who don't have any of the substantive credentials. Credentials can be measured by the amount of time in the study, right? Publications that you have authored, written, contributed to, right? Associations that you have been a part of and you have been productive in this. Some of our greatest scholars are not Egyptologists, like Dr. Jacob Carruthers is not a PhD in Egyptology, right? So
that's why I don't listen to him.
So
go
then,
ahead.
so if your measure is PhDs, but for centuries we have been kept out of that, and because we have to make a living for our families, we've chosen other jobs. But the measure of in the person who is, there are gatekeepers who have none of the credentials, none whatsoever, right? So me, I worked in the research library, the Schomburg Center, right? Me, I got a college education. Me, I got an honors in Black studies. Me, you can see me working with Black scholars. Me, you can see publications, right, in a journal.
So you better than smashing them. All right, we got it. Now come on with it.
So I'm not gonna say I'm better than Smash, but I'm gonna say that I have
you got the credentials.
Much more of the credentials. Then I'm arguing with people with none of the credentials. I went to Africa in 86 and 87. And I'm arguing with people with none of the credentials, and then they using the same line that you're trying to say. We bring up Francis Cress Wilson and or Dr. John Henry Clark to substantiate our life experience. Now, but then I do things that people you think is common, but it's not common. Like me talking to Dr. Zahi Hawass, right? And asking him
made a fool out of yourself.
Asking him a question. Your mother made a fool when she bore you.
When I was born, yeah, I hear you.
She made a fool.
That don't offend me the way it
like back. Hold on. Let Reggie Lou on the voice. Let's let him get his initial build off, and then we can do the exchange. Let's grant him the same respect everybody got when they first stepped on the voice. Goes, he just came in. We got some new people. Let's just let them get their stance off so the audience can hear.
Respect to him, man.
No, but I know y'all can get to that. We all big boys, y'all and girls. Y'all can get to that. I know, but yeah. Just let him get his build off. That's all.
So I'm not.
Go ahead, Reggie.
I think
Reggie rambled for 20 years.
I'm not gonna spend too much time with somebody who has no credentials. I don't know if the dude has a college education or anything, right? He may have a good living, but that's in white America, right? But when I'm talking about African things and Black things, right? You have to you as an African American have to work triple hard to understand this stuff. But this is the YouTube age, so everybody got a voice. So on the issue of credentials, we have gatekeepers and crabs in the barrel, right? Who have done none of the work. I've never seen a substantial presentation. Okay, I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to.
No, I got
noise. I'm not going to waste my time. So it was. I'll come on when it's on YouTube, right?
So you just waiting. This is on YouTube.
That was Chef background noise, Reggie. I want to hear what you're saying. Come on, say it.
So
Talking
if
about
we
green
use
card.
what we have been oppressed from to make credentials only, that's a problem. But if you have never written a paper, right? You've never presented any conferences. You don't even have let's say, a college education in these time periods. Then when we get into these complex subjects with nuances, they cannot be the gatekeepers.
Hey, but
They
Reggie,
cannot be the
Reggie, real
gatekeeper.
quick, Red, that wasn't the discussion that we were having. You know, they were arguing that Frances Cress Wilson, that she kind of promoted the whole melanins, you know, having
You're right.
superpowers.
You're right.
Yeah, that's the
I don't agree. I don't agree with many of Dr. Frances Cress Wilson's points. I don't think that I think that she should source it. I think that she does a lot of talking like this other generation under Dr. Ben and stuff, but they don't source anything. They just talk and use their charisma. So she most of her stuff is from Nellie Fuller, which she barely gave credit to. So I don't and here's the thing is I've met with her several times, right? I've met with her several times. I don't she's not doing the type of work that we're doing, right? She's definitely not doing the type of work that we should. She's in what you call the Afrocentric group. I'm not in the Afrocentric group, right? You never seen her talk with Dr. John Henry Clark, right? Dr. Joseph Benjo Cannon. She's just popular, right? I'm not knocking her.
All
Right?
y'all Afrocentrics. Is you crazy?
I'm not Afrocentric.
John Henry Clark and all of them are Afrocentrics. They in the Afrocentric group.
No, Afrocentric is a label that they put people that the Afrocentrics put.
And I just
I'm not in that group. I'm not Afrocentric. The difference between me and you, I will tell Dr. Malefi Asante to himself, I'm not Afrocentric, and tell him why I'm not Afrocentric. And he will leave me alone. Because I've talked to Dr. Malefi Asante. Right? That's the difference between someone like me and many of the people who got stuff to say. I actually talked to these people, knew them for years, read his first book in 1980 and disagreed in 1980. No. I disagreed in 1983, right? When he was more putting it.
Hey, Reggie, could you give us that story again when you said, I think you went to Ghana in the 80s, like 87 or something like that, and they called you a brony or something like that?
Yes,
you know what I'm referring to?
1986, but that's generally what they call all African Americans, or bronies. They call almost all of us. It's a term for foreigner, rich white man.
Okay, so they called you white when you went to Ghana.
Yes.
So
you think they would have called me that?
Well,
I look like Wesley Snipes, like the same.
How would you properly term your stance if not Afrocentric?
Say, how would I what? I'm African centered.
That's right. That's what I was gonna say. That's what the Afrocentric does. It looks at things from an African-centered standpoint. So, I mean,
I use
that's
science.
I think that's what Afrocentric is.
The critical thing is in Dr. Malefi's work, he has not a substantial chapter on science. I have a science education, right? So they use MIBs, right? They use MIBs. Their thing is a kind of an ideology. Mine is more research oriented. My work is research oriented. So that's the difference. Afrocentrists are not, they use myth, they're shallow. They use spirituality and things like that, spiritual power and things like that. But I do research. I study, of course, ancestral culture. I study ancient religions. That doesn't necessarily mean I subscribe to it, right? So I'm not an Afrocentric. I am African centered. My teacher, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, my lifelong mentor, was African centered. Diop was African centered. John Henry Clark was African-centered. Dr. Ben, none of them ever said that they was Afrocentric, and none of them had a good conversation with Dr. Malefi Kite
What
Asante.
African-centered mean? Like,
no, that's not what it means. That's not what it means.
Afrocentric and African-centered. I don't know.
Yeah, you never read the book. You're unread.
I know.
Yeah, you're unread. You never, and that's the problem. We let people
So
who haven't read the
okay,
book.
Reggie, don't talk. Go ahead, keep your rant going. Don't get distracted because they want us to let you. They just want us to let you rant until you get done before we can comment. Go ahead.
Okay, so so there are gatekeepers that we have that are just uneducated people with voices and their thoughts, right? We need you to back it up with sources. All of this stuff that we've been talking about with the Mediterranean and all of that stuff, you don't see these reports, these new scientific reports saying any of that, but we still use it because we believe in it. So, so you don't have to be Afrocentric to be a myth maker, right? You could be a myth maker, but what we want to do is we want to see sources. I just listen. There are a few people on this site that I have disagreements with, but at least they source. Haskell, I disagree a lot with him on things, but Haskell sources. Corey and a lot of you don't source nothing, right? And so that's the difference. But when I first got on, y'all were talking about some nuances with Brother Ankh, right? That's when I first got on this part of Dr. Freshcrest Wilson, who I don't see her source anything when it comes to Africa. I don't even know if she's been to Africa, right? I have no idea, right? But something she might say is valuable for Black consciousness in America, but then again, not valuable because it's not sourced. So I'm gonna finish. So that's my rant. I stopped. You can continue.
They want to hear more. They're saying encore. They're saying encore. Encore. You hear?
No, I don't
Yeah,
hear.
what's up, Corey? What's up? I like the 2025 version. You're good.
Hizzle in the hizzle.
Yes. I'm here.
Need more coconuts in Discord, man. I need backup.
So why we don't have Dr. Francis Cresswilton now? Why we calling our studio? Why we calling our studio?
No, because Reggie says she don't source her work, so that's why he can't rock with her.
But most academics, when they're in casual conversation, they don't source the work. When they're in academic situation, they might source the work there. But when you watch academic debate, they don't really source the work. They don't really say this is coming from XY book page 1, 2, 3.
No, he talking about her writings. Reggie, you're talking about her book ISIS papers, right?
Why did she name it the ISIS paper? Because what she did is she looked at what was popular and she identified herself, I guess, as ISIS, and she wrote the Greek ISIS papers, right? Using comments on Black thought, but it wasn't based on ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt.
Can I ask a question? Reggie, can academics be pseudo? Because most we're in the 21st century, most early academics were found to be pseudo. We found them to be pseudo. Many of the teachings, skull teaching, bone teaching, intelligence related to skull size, we found out those were pseudos over time. But we're acting like this woman doing something that is abnormal to academics. And then you're putting out this, all these people study. I can bring up a bunch of pseudo academics who went to Oxford in England. And they have all the papers. Even when it comes to physics, since you like science, before Newton, there was a ton load of pseudo physics at Oxford. So when you come and say, "Oh, these people are learned and they have papers and they have graduated," that don't make them less pseudo.
It doesn't make
Because
them
we
less
can identify
pseudo.
hundreds and thousands of pseudo academics. So when you come in here now and you appear to be speaking from a truth to people who read, I don't have no degrees. I went to several universities and I didn't flunk out. I partied out. But I can write a master's paper like a beautiful thing. I used to sell those. I used to write master's papers for people to graduate from university with a master's. I used to write a lot of master's theses and I don't have a first degree. But I can't say who I write it from. I know.
I'm not
But you
knocking
now
you.
jumping and say, "Oh, Corey don't have any papers."
Oh, he doesn't.
Dude,
He
but
never
that
said
don't
he
mean
wrote a master's for people,
no,
right?
no.
He can do the hell out of concrete, but
Yes, because he's scientific inclined. But at the same time, I can identify hundreds of pseudo qualified academics, and you can
they're not.
too.
Here's the thing: is
Can you not?
they're not all pseudo. Okay, so
What they?
people make there's agendas. For the example, the colonial scholars, right? Petrie. Okay, they're very intelligent, but they were ideological for their purposes of white supremacy. So they had to, and then later on, when the French and British got into Africa, politically they divided and created a North Africa, which is Arab and white, and a Black Africa. They did that.
No, but
So
you're making
ideological.
excuses now. What you're trying to say that these people were actually lying. They didn't believe what they're saying. That's what you're trying to say. And you were not in the headspace of those people. That's what you're saying. You're saying that they weren't exactly pseudo. They just had political agenda. So basically, you're saying that I, from where I'm sitting, has observed that these bright, intelligent white people who actually had their own agenda and they weren't pseudo. You cannot do that because you're not in them
Oh, they had
headspace.
the available information.
They
See,
no,
here's the
but they
thing:
believe what they wrote. They believe what they wrote. They believed it, and they believe it to be true, and that makes them pseudo. So when you come in here now with IT title because two people have papers, right? Some of the dumbest people I know in this world is teachers with masters and doctorate. Not because
we
somebody has a piece of paper don't make them dumb. Them dumb.
what I'm saying is that people like Petrie, they actually was on the ground doing archaeological research. They made
And what they
political
find.
decisions. It's like the Richard Pryor. It's like the Richard Pryor skit, right? They see it, but they need to hide it because the people that
You're
are
making an
funding
assumption again. You're making an assumption again. Just see it, but because how they were made up, how they were taught, they couldn't see any other option. So they believe what they said. When they see the pyramid, they didn't believe that black people could build pyramids because that's the ideology. It don't make them any less what there is. You're
African
trying to
people
accuse that,
built the
oh, you're
pyramids.
making assumption of people that you don't know. You're making assumption
African
about people
people.
that you don't know. They're
Well,
pseudo.
I know a lot more people than a lot of more people on this platform, right?
Well,
So, and I've
that,
had in my education, I've had
get
great
by
European
admitting
scholars,
to that,
famous.
by admitting to that and using logic, that means what you just told me that I know more pseudo people than anybody else on this planet. That's what you just said. When you say I know more people,
Dr. Leonard
because
Jeffries
by
is not
proportion,
pseudo. Dr. Ben was
no,
not
but by
pseudo.
proportion,
Dr. John
by
G. Clark.
proportion,
Getting things wrong is not necessarily pseudo. Continuing, continuing when there's new evidence and you don't accept the new evidence, right, is belief in pseudo, right? Not knowing and
So which one of them, Reggie? So
yes, sir.
which one of them that you just named was in the field of Egyptology?
Of the people that I named, Dr. Riketti Amin, Dr. Yosef Ben Jokanan,
He was not an Egyptologist. He was not an Egyptologist.
okay, what about Dr. Riketti Amin?
You didn't mention Rickety Iman. You said you said Leonard Jeffries, you said Dr. Ben, and you named somebody else,
Leonard
right?
Jeffries was the first African American to receive a degree in African, a PhD in African studies
But
from
he wasn't an
Columbia.
Egyptologist.
No, but
right.
But
that's the only thing I can think of.
No, but scholars can be multidisciplined.
Yeah,
that's
but
the problem.
Okay, you can, but he wasn't an Egyptologist. So listen. No. So if this is what
Hope
makes
he
you
had a chance
pseudo.
to
If you're
see
not
his
even
wife
in
fuck
the
that
field,
black dude. That's what they say.
You know
His wife cheated on him with a black pool boy.
His what?
You know you need to mute out, Logic.
What did he say?
I thought I was muted. My bad.
Logic, he was having a conversation with somebody else.
Oh, okay. Well, see, the problem. Here's the thing: is
hold on, you ain't let me finish.
What black Egyptologists exist?
You ain't let me finish.
Wait. What black Egyptologists
You tell me to wait. Hold on, let me get my point out. Because you might not argue with me once you let me get my point out. You might say, damn, Chef, that makes sense. Right? So if they wasn't Egyptologists, right, but they was going around making statements that go against the whole field of Egyptology, you know what I mean? And they that's not their profession. And they got shit all wrong. That would make them pseudo.
Boom. That would make them no better than Corey, who's not an Egyptologist, making arguments on Egypt. They're in the same field. They're in the same bracket. They're not what they is. They're not what the professors talk about.
If we can track what colonial Egyptologists said, not right now, the field has disagreed with them. Their statements outside of particular archaeology and anthropology. So the Egyptologists of the colonial and post-colonial era, right, up until the time of UNESCO, 74, they were all in their isolated fields. The UNESCO 74 field, what it did was made scholarship more multidisciplined, right? So that you can see nuances, right? Now, name a black Egyptologist. I know some, but name them.
I don't know now.
I don't know any.
Okay. A lot of Egypt black folks that are in the field, or what you call hybrids, they come from a field and then they become
Hold
either
on, did you name any?
Oh, Dr. Riketti Amen, right? Dr. Sanjo Chichi, right? And so Dr. Solange Ashby, right? And there's probably and there's Dr. Annalisa Morrison, right? There are several, right?
Do they agree with you? Do they agree with you and Dr. Ben?
On what?
on Egypt. On Egypt. They Egyptologists. We're talking about Egypt, Reggie. Do they agree with you and Dr. Ben on Egypt?
In the end of 2025,
they might be pseudo.
In the end of 2025, you will see a someone that you may call white Egyptologist cite me in her paper in a book coming up on decolonizing Egypt, right? But you hate on that.
I'm not hating, bro. I'm gonna
no, I'm not talking about you.
I'm
talking about the audience. But
do Sandro Capo Chichi agree with you and Dr. Ben on Egypt?
On what part of Egypt?
On the people in the Egypt and all of that. Do he follow the standard consensus on the people in the Egypt, like modern Egyptologists? Or do they follow your line of thinking as far as the people in the Egypt?
Dr. Sandro Capo Chichi just wrote a chapter on Kemet from Harvard University. I think that you should read it and you should see how close he mentions the black cattle, right? And his
Okay, you playing games now.
No, you didn't read the article.
I asked you a simple question, brother Reggie. Yeah, man. I said, do his?
No, it wasn't simple. It wasn't a simple question. It wasn't. You asked them, do they agree? Do they agree with me? My work is on black cattle. Yes.
No, I didn't say nothing about no black cattle. I said on the peopling of Egypt. Right?
You know that? Agreed. UNESCO agreed on the peopling. We got that Egypt was an African civilization from UNESCO.
Yeah, but not black and Negroid. You feel me?
What the hell is Negroid? That's a colonial term.
That's what Diop have brought to the table, bro.
Diop's work is largely in French. He uses the word negress, but it doesn't necessarily mean Negro. It means more African.
Yes, it do. Because he can use the word African. He can use African and Negro interchangeably in French. It's a Romance language. You can't get that over on me. He can use both terms. One is a biological, and one is
you tripping. You haven't read what book have you read of Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop?
You just said that he could, if he used Negro, he using it in the same scientific sense and biological sense that we use it. And if he used African, it could be, being used the same way that we use Africa.
Right. We know more about Dr. Diop's dissertation is in the 50s, right? His book African Origin Civilization is 74. We're living in 2025. Science has been updated. So basically, at the time period he had as much information as he possibly could at that time period. Now we have more. So the chances of him being wrong on many things, like the human genome hadn't been sequenced, right? You can find wrongness on that. But
what about the human phenome? Fuck the genome. He was arguing the human phenome, the phenotype. That's what he was arguing. Right. So he was saying that phenotype that's in sub-Saharan Africa, right? That was the predominant phenotype of ancient Egyptians. That's clear. I don't need no daggone masters or PhD or nothing to understand that salient point right there. He made a physical descriptor. You dig what I'm saying? And I can follow that, Reggie. I don't need your degree or nobody else's degree to be able to follow a physical descriptor. Do you agree?
Okay.
Or do I need all of these degrees and write 20 papers for me to be able to follow a physical descriptor?
Okay, so let me answer. So there's diversity in Africa. The fact of the matter is humans, Homo sapiens sapiens, were born roughly in the Rift Valley or Southern Africa. That's sub-Saharan.
I'm going on mute, y'all. Y'all can handle this.
Okay. Crazy. So let me. No, it's not crazy. So the fact of the matter is, colonial scholars hid from you the fact that humans were born in the Rift Valley, Homo sapiens sapiens, and then they migrated to North Africa. In North Africa, they admixed with themselves over a long period of time and become distinct from their parent people, which was the Rift Valley Homo sapiens sapiens. So they become distinct. So those markers have changed. That's what happens in evolution. So the ancient Egyptian
90,000 years, Reggie. That's 90,000 years. That's 90,000 years.
The ancient Egyptian people are North Africans. They are North Africans. So largely they come from the Green Sahara and places inside pretty much the probably what was earlier before the Western Desert, and they come to the Nile Valley and they come to Niger, right? They become distinct. Just as Zahi Hawass is distinct from, as a modern Egyptian, from the ancient Egyptians because he has different DNA, right? He's distinct. I told it to him in his face and he sat down there and said nothing where he could have, because modern science, not Reggie, has articles saying that the modern Egyptians are distinct, related, of course, more related than any other group, right? But still distinct because they themselves can come to the cookout. So now in that regard, now if you ask a question to an expert, so-called expert, you expect an expert answer. I didn't get an expert answer. I got some rambling about Kush attacking Black Americans for what they believe, but I didn't get a straight answer, right? And a lot of times from people who have ideological perspectives, they don't give you a straight answer, and they're protected from being pushed back. So the difference is between myself. I'm always a learner. I will change my views if I see something that that I don't have enough evidence to go against. Right? The Schuneman study, we all misread the Schuneman study. We looked for what we wanted to look for, which they pointed to us that the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians, had based on the Al-Malek study, had connections closer to the Levantine and the Europeans. Fine, right? Fine. But what you didn't read in the Schuneman study is they used modern Egyptians as a model, and they said, oh, shoot, we can't use that model because they have sub-Saharan DNA in them. So while Hawass is attacking sub-Saharan DNA, he can come to the cookout. He can eat burgers and franks and French fries, macaroni salad, and potato salad. He can come because he got stuff that we got in America, right? And he also has Greek, Turkish, or and other type of things that makes him distinct from the ancient Egyptians in anthropology, in genome, and in culture. He's
Can I ask
Arab.
a question, Reggie? Why did you go all the way back to the Rift Valley?
Why wouldn't
Why
I?
did you?
Those are the
No,
those
because
are
the Rift Valley is how long ago?
huh?
Between 300,000 years ago? When modern Homo sapiens sapiens became, that's 300,000 years ago, right? So you go all the way back to the Rift Valley to come now back to Egypt and the Green Sahara, which the last time the Green Sahara was green was 10,000 years ago. So it take it 2,000, it take you what? 290,000 years from the Rift
Because
Valley
I
to
told you
Egypt.
why. But
No,
I
because
told
why
you
when describing the origins of the Egyptians, why are you going all the way back to the Rift Valley? We know that
I don't have to
if
go
they
to
were,
the Rift Valley. Well, what I did is I
you did.
extended my research to the Rift Valley, but I also talked about the Green Sahara. I also talked about
No,
North
but
Africa
the
became
no,
isolated.
but we don't know that Sahara was green even when Homo sapiens um came out of the Rift Valley, according to you.
I'm talking about the African humanid phase. I'm using technical terms and you're talking gibberish.
I'm not talking gibberish. You went all the way back 290,000 years to come to Egypt, which is 10,000 years ago. That means what you're hiding, why you need such a large time period to
Because
define
I
what you're coming
shortened
up
it.
with. You're convoluting the
I shortened
situation.
it. I shortened it,
No,
but at
you're
least I
not.
talk about periods. You don't talk about
You're not
periods, you
talking
talk
about
gibberish.
periods because 290,000 years is more than a
30,000
period.
years ago and 30,000 years ago, Homo sapiens sapiens began leaving out of Africa into the Levant, right? Then
Before that,
in this region, the biggest study that we have is the African humanid phase. 15,000, I'm shortening it,
but what do
15,000
they
to
have to do with
8,000.
Egypt?
I
What
am
do
getting
they have
it.
to do with Egypt?
I'm getting it because you seem to be
That's all
really
right. I'm
unread
watching
and
you.
unlearned.
I'm watching your step.
15,000 15,000 years, 15,000 years ago to 8,000 years, the African humanid phase changed from the 8,000 years to the 5,000 years. That's 3,000 years. Africans are migrating from the Green Sahara, right, to now the Nile Valley, to Niger, and to other places. They are moving
Don't
because
use
of
the word
climate change.
migrate. Don't use the word migrate when you talk about when the Green Sahara was dried up. There
I
were
think everybody uses that word.
refugees. They were running away from the Green Sahara because the Green Sahara stopped existing. It was
No, it
drying
was
up.
gradual. You unlearned. You're an unlearned person. It was gradual. Animals started leaving. Food started leaving. Right? Climate change. They started leaving. You are unlearned.
Listen, during the Green Sahara days, when Africans in the Green Sahara herders, didn't they herd animals then? Were they herders of animals? When Africans were in the Green Sahara, didn't they herd animals?
No, absolutely not, you unlearned person.
Yes,
The cattle
that's
culture
why I
did
know
not
that you
come.
don't.
The
That's
cattle
why I know
culture
that you
didn't
don't.
come to 8,000
It
years
wasn't.
ago when they started, when they were searching for new food supplies. You're an unlearned person.
I told you this years ago, you never believe me. Go and look at it. They were
Why should I
herding
believe you?
goats.
You're unlearned.
They were herding goats at that time in the Green Sahara. And that's one of the major contributing factors. When I told you, you didn't believe me, but go and talk to one of the African studies first on the Green
You show
Sahara.
me a
They
rock
were
painting with
herding goats.
you show me a rock
Goats was
painting.
one of the major contribution to how rapid
I was just gonna ask you about that, Reggie, because there's rock paintings in Tassili where it shows the people with the cows there. So were they just kind of following the cows? They weren't herding them at that point. Is that your argument?
Right. That's his argument. That they weren't they weren't practicing animal husbandry.
Pascal,
Real quick,
Pascal is way more intelligent than you.
Reggie,
You can't say that. I know when I catch you. And I
Hey,
catch it in
listen,
a
can
lie.
y'all hear me, bro?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, when I start talking, just do me a favor because we live. If this was a private Discord chat, y'all could talk to each other, this and another, but y'all got to show some deference to each other because it doesn't sound good live. Go ahead.
Yeah. So to go back to my question, Reggie, the Tassili cave paintings. I can't remember how far back they dated, but I see cave paintings on there with cattle. So they weren't practicing husbandry. It was kind of like they were kind of nomadic and following the cattle around. Like, what are those scenes being depicted on those on that rock art?
My guess is herding cattle. I don't think that it was fully domesticated. But they were herding cattle, but there was also other animals in the Tassili rock paintings. So what they were doing is experimenting with food sources, and then finding and venerating the food sources that they were close to. So then in the Tassili rock paintings, you have the horned running woman, and then you see her with horns, and she's like a goddess in the sense of she's very large. The people are very small, and the people are venerating her. So I got your point, but and you basically see when you see cattle, you actually see them in like herds, right? I
Right.
don't know if the African people at that time were, I think that they were still lactose intolerant. So they hadn't built up the genes to process milk, but they used lots of animals for meat sources, and they were
Right.
experimenting.
Okay.
So I
So I
get
guess
your point. I
so
get
the
your point.
husbandry comes in when you're not only herding the cattle, but you're domesticating them, you're breeding them, that sort of thing. You're saying that they were using them for food sources, herding them, because you could herd cattle just by like human
Yes.
like you have a group of humans on the north end, the south end, the west end, and the east end of them, and you just box them in. That's technically considered herding, but it's
Yes.
not technically animal husbandry. Is that what you're saying? Like,
That's correct. Because in the Nile Valley now, you see instances of them drinking milk. I think milk was a little bit difficult for them to process. So once you started drinking actually milk directly from the daggone cattle, you're fully lactose enabled.
tolerant.
And so and then they're studying these animals, and then they become akin to them, right? You're asking intelligent questions, and I'm trying my best to answer your questions. But when we have people on this channel who just go off on tangents, when I gave the periods, right? And the reasons why, the fact of the matter is that humans came from what you call sub-Saharan Africa. That was makes us human. We have taken those genes and those genomes sometimes from admixture become very, very distant. They become ancient DNA. So, so ancient DNA for Rift Valley was still in the genome of the North African as they became isolated, but it's called ancient genome. And so then the North Africans kind of transform into their own distinct groups, right? So then we get to the period that we're talking about, which is the end of the African humanid phase, which is about 8,000 BC, where Africans are now having to leave their Green Sahara. They're having to leave they're having to leave their Green Sahara, and then they're looking for other places. And so they migrate, they don't run to the Nile Valley because it's experimental. They follow oases, there's wadis, they follow the food supplies, and they go really where the animals are going, right? And that's where they began to, but they can't go to the Nile directly because the Nile is really very wild still because of the climate, right? So they camp out, you know, 10, 20, 30, 40 miles from the Nile. And then they go to the Nile for water and other type of things. But the Nile is vicious with crocodiles and other wild animals still there, right? So I'm just trying to explain what I'm explaining with periods. Now, many of our scholars they get things wrong. Very few people know that he couldn't use admixture between the Neanderthal groups and other groups because he talked about the Grimaldi man who changed because of climate, right? To the European. He was he was wrong, but he was right in the time because they didn't have the genome, human sequence. Now we find out that they changed because of admixture with other species, the Homo sapien, and other species of human outside of Africa, right? And then we're completely wrong because what we have brought in this concept of the Neanderthal, right? But the problem is with that is that that's way too late in time period. So what makes the phenotypes change? Well, skin, the SLC24A, A111T skin allele of that SLC24A5 gene, and that makes people change. That's the skin lightening gene. It was born in the Levant and came to Africa only roughly 5,000 BCE, right? It came to Africa 5,000 BC. So gradually, there's more skin color changes. And what they're saying is they're realizing that North Africa was much more browner, darker, and blacker than it was the modern populations that we've been fooled, thinking that these are the ancient populations. They are not. All right, my throat is getting dry. Haskell, thank you for the conversation. I'll listen. I can listen to Haskell and I can disagree. And sometimes we have really nasty conversations, but I can respect what Haskell is saying because he's going to talk about specific terms and he's going to show me the differences that he has. Unlike Stu Peas with pigtails, that was his original name, right? It's just going to huff and puff.
Yes, you're right. Original name was Cupid in 16. But let me just say something. Anybody in the audience who have chat GPT, because this is a beautiful thing about the internet now, you know. Type in was animal husbandry occurring during the time of the Green Sahara, and they will tell you yes. And if you ask for sources, they'll show you many sources that during the time of the Green Sahara, the early Africans practiced animal husbandry. They had goats and they had cattle. ChatGTP will tell you yes. Now, according to our great philosopher Reggie, he's saying that it didn't happen. So once you start picking apart an argument and start questioning the flow, because my first thing was why when somebody explaining who the Egyptians are, they went all the way back 300,000 years. Because 300,000 years is a lot of time. They went all the way back to the first Homo sapiens and then skipped 290,000 years. Because Egypt did not exist in the time of the Green Sahara. We know that. 1,000 years in time in human being is a lot of years. That's why I like Egypt. It survived for so many thousand years. But Richard jumped and eliminated 290,000 years, went to the Green Sahara, and then come and say these people are these people because of this. And then now he's going to argue, oh, skin color change. He's throwing so much different things in the argument as to confuse you. Reggie's argument was never pinpoint and never straight. He has never had a straight argument. He has always convoluted arguments with other things that is not related to it.
Yes. Let me ask you a question. So that human period that you're talking about, and I don't know if Reggie's still here, but if he said that, then he was wrong, right? I'm pretty sure he'd admit it. During that human period that you're talking about, I'm sure that that's an easy question. So I did that for you. I said, was animal husbandry occurring during the Green Sahara? Says yes. It did occur during the Green Sahara period, also known as the African human period, roughly 10,000 to 5,000 years ago. Is that what you're referencing?
Yes. The one
and
that
he
he
said that it didn't. Hold on, real quick.
He said that it didn't.
Right.
Right.
Then he was wrong. And we can move forward.
Right. So therefore, we start finding flaws in his argument. So we're going to pick at that thread. And we're going to look at
but I don't know if he said it. I'm just saying if he said that,
here's the thing
based on ChatGPT, he would be wrong.
He said it.
I said, okay, basically in this period, Africans are still hunters and gatherers, right?
No, they weren't.
Husbandry is going to take place over a long period of time. You might be seeing aspects of it, but you don't. You might be seeing aspects of husbandry, but it gets much more intense in the ancient Egyptian period. So there's no.
So, brother Reggie, where is he wrong? Where's the disconnect between what you're saying and what he's saying as far as the animal husbandry during the African human period? Where is he wrong? Like, where's the? It seemed like y'all are like not that far off, but he's saying that you're wrong. How are you not wrong in what you're saying? Did it take place or no? Or is it not a yes or no question?
No, I think that aspects of it took place, but I mentioned the fact that many Africans were still lactose intolerant, right?
That don't matter. That don't whether or not no, why it doesn't matter that do we drink pig's milk? No, we don't. But do we raise pork? Yes, we do. We do not drink pig milk. So having an animal, milk coming from an animal does not matter as a food animal. Do we drink rabbit's milk? No, we don't. But do we raise rabbits for food? Yes, we do. So when there's the argument, because we were intolerant to milk, we weren't practicing animal husbandry, is a weak argument. Because we have always raised animals for meat animals. Right? We always do that. So therefore, that argument that you're making is weak. Remove it from the thesis.
I think that I actually know that early herding began during this period of the Green Sahara, right? I also know that there was mobility of animals during this humans and animals because the humans were directing them to water sources, right?
That again is a weak argument. You're coming with weak arguments. You don't want to call that thing what it is. You're like
you use no technical terms.
Weak arguments, Reggie.
You use no technical terms. I know you can't write a paper.
Not a term. Your argument is weak. First, you say oh, because we know it wasn't drinking milk, what was the reason for it? That's not true. Because I can name several animals that were raised and we don't drink the milk. So therefore, that argument is weak. Then you're saying that, oh, it wasn't animal husbandry, it was directing animals to water sources. Never in the history of animals do animals need men to direct them to water sources. Never happened, never will. Animals don't need men to direct them to water sources. Animals would find water far better than
About
men.
that, Stu Peace?
So
Hey,
You're
listen,
weak.
wrong about that one.
Ace two P's. I would be a little bit careful. I don't know much
You're
about
wrong
these
about that
conversations,
statement.
but I'm learning. But I'd be a little bit careful of saying never in these
The
conversations
Bushmen,
because I'm sure
the Bush.
somebody will find
So
one
the
time that it
Bushmen,
happened
the
and
Bushmen don't
dispute
You
it.
just
direct.
said.
So
You
let's
just
not do
said
never.
that. You said. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I know. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse
Before
me. I
you
ain't
go,
gonna say a
let's
question.
get somebody
But
else in there.
I know
Please,
in
y'all been going
Africa.
back and forth
I
for a
know in
while. Let's get somebody else in there.
Africa, they capture a baboon and feed the baboon salt and follow the
And the
baboon to where the
baboon directs
water
the
at.
man. The man didn't direct the baboon. The baboon directs the man. The man didn't direct the baboon. I know that's where you was going. That salt trick, where they put the salt in a hole and the animal can't let it go. And the animal eat the
Hold
salt
on. You
to get
just said
thirsty.
that. You just
The
said.
animal
You just said
Hey,
directs
that.
to the
hold on.
water.
We live. One person got to show deference, bro. Hold on, Stu Peas. Let him get in there. Pause. Go ahead,
Stu
Dr.
Peace, wasn't your argument is that animals don't lead people to water?
No, that was my argument. My argument was never in the history of animal kingdom did animals need, listen carefully, animals need men to direct them to water.
So that's what I just said, right?
Right.
Animals don't need men. Reggie was saying that these men were directing animals to water.
Well, they were. Because you don't know the
Don't need
definition
men
of
to direct them
husbandry.
to water.
You
No,
don't know
animals
the
don't need.
definition of herding and husbandry because you're
You don't
unlearned.
know. Listen, you live in New York. You don't know what a chicken coop looks like. I've never seen a chicken coop. I'm not asking if you ever see a cow or the birth of a cow. I'm asking,
South. What are
have
you
you ever
talking
seen a
about?
chicken coop in New York?
I'm from the
You don't
South.
know
What are you
anything
talking
about
about?
agriculture.
Hey,
Stop it.
there'll be no New York slander, bro. He's up.
But,
But we got
you
chicken
don't know
coops in
what
New
a
York.
chicken
We've
coop
seen goats being born in this. Come on, bro. You bugging out now. I know you're
is.
joking, but you
Stop
bugging
coming to the rescue. Stop coming to the
out.
rescue. Stop coming to the rescue.
I gotta take care of my East Coast brothers. So we
No,
got
but
chicken coops out here. We do.
Hey, you tending to the chicken coops and broccoli Tim's breast?
Here's the thing. Here's the funny thing, Haskell. Wait, side note before I F up this whole conversation. We actually have that goes to speak to, and Reggie will probably brother Reggie co-sign that. Reggie, can I just call you brother Reggie, bro? I mean Reggie. I already know
You
you're my
can call
brother.
me Reggie. You can call
Okay.
me. I'll let you call me Reggie, but most other people just brother Reggie.
Okay. And if I remember the brother well, it's no disrespect if I just say Reggie or something. But he'll even tell you how here in neighborhoods, particularly Hispanic neighborhoods, you can go there and pick out a live chicken in a coop and they'll cut that up fresh for you so you can take home. That's a real thing out here. So that's not like, there are people that'll kill goats and you cut it and do all of that stuff for you. So the city, New York and New Jersey have evolved a little bit further. So I don't want to mess with the conversation. But y'all go
yeah,
ahead.
but,
But we move past
yeah,
animal
but
husbandry because I don't think y'all going to agree.
this is what I'm saying. The African, and I'm not talking about the color of the person. No. I'm calling everybody on the continent African, right? So I don't have a problem when somebody say Egypt. I can say Egypt is an African culture, and not be wrong, because not all African on the continent look alike, think alike, or speak alike. Some might be clearer, some might be dark, but it is what it is. But what he's trying to say is that the Egyptians who are there now was displaced. The era was occupied. Other people came here. The snow bunny, the Egyptian pharaohs like the snow bunnies. You can look at some of the artifacts, some of the pictures of Egyptian king and the queens. They're always depicted as the queens in white, lighter shades, and the kings darker shades. So I could say the Egyptians, the reason why they look the way they look, no, it's because they were bunny hoppers, according to Dr. Umar.
According to Dr. Umar, you are stupid.
Hey, are we now quoting Doctor? Have
According
we
to
fell
Dr.
so far that
Umar, don't say that, Reggie.
have we
Come
fell
on,
so far that we are now
come on,
quoting
Reggie.
Dr. Umar
If
Johnson?
if you
I
can't,
don't want to do that.
Omar on
Yo,
Egypt.
Dr.
No, no, no.
Umar?
I just don't want to.
Dr.
no,
Omar on
Let's
Egypt.
not. No, no. But let's not
I'm
use
not
Dr.
Hold
Umar
on.
I
Johnson as
did
a
Dr.
source.
Omar
I did
is
not say
He's
I'm
not a
not
Dr.
source.
using
Omar.
Egypt. I'm not using our Egypt. I use the
Dr.
term
Omar
bunny
is
hopping.
great in
I
his
use the term
field.
bunny hopping. I use the term
On
bunny hopping.
Egypt.
So
On
I gave
Egypt.
where I got the
Nah.
source from. I wasn't
On
saying
Nah,
Dr. Egypt.
Stupies, you can't give him that on Egypt, Stupies. Stop it.
Nah. Look, you can't crucify him. He's just making an analogy. So, like when Umar
Dr.
said bunny
Umar,
hopping.
nah.
Oh, no. Listen, good guy. When Umar say bunny hopping, he's just talking about black men getting with non-black women. So that's basically what Stupi's saying. Like I think it was Ramesses the second. Which one of the Ramesses was getting all them foreign wives or whatever? He was getting a bunch of Levantine wives and shit.
Yeah.
That's all he's saying.
Hey, but so Haskell, is there
For
an
him to bring
overarching
Dr.
point we can
Umar
get
up,
to so we don't get stuck on this particular point? I'm not as adept
Can
in
I?
this, but it seemed like we're talking about the same thing over and over.
Can I explain a little further with more technical terms? Right. In the Green Sahara is what you call early herding. It's early herding.
There's no such
And
thing as early.
Let him talk.
Stop it,
Let him
man.
talk.
Stop it. Stop making up.
no, it's
Soupy,
early
let him,
herding.
let him, let
Don't
him,
crash
let
out,
him.
Stupies. Let him get his talk, and then we'll get some other people in there to speak. Everybody on mute because most people are busy right now. I'm a little busy. That's why I keep going on and off mute.
Yeah, and I'm getting ready to go. But the Green Sahara period begins with early herding of let's say cattle, ox and cattle, sheep and goats, right? And then and this period lasts from 15,000 to 8,000 roughly, what they call it, right? So in that time period, then it gets more complex. It gets to a point, of course, where there is husbandry, but in the early parts it was herding. So basically, it's herding with mobility, and then they began building up tolerance, and then start making milk and yogurt and things like that. Um, and but then and at the later part, well, they begin experimenting with breeding, right? For right. So then it gets much more. It actually gets much more complex. So we see it at its highest point when it gets to the periods of like what you call Nile Valley civilization and Nubian civilization. Nubian civilization, they were great cattle herd, and they were also in what would become the Western Desert. So it's a process. So it's not cut and cut and cut and dry. There was experimental phases. There were failures. There's disease. There's all type of things that actually occurring, right? So I think that
Um,
um,
wrong. You're wrong. John et al. Showed that they found bags with fermented milk in the Green Sahara. So you're wrong again about whether or not they were lactose intolerant. Go and look for John et al. If they found bags with fermented milk, it means that they were not lactose intolerant at that time. You're wrong. You're just making up stuff as you go. Don't make up stuff. You're doing that. Don't make up stuff. Go and look up Joan et al. You're wrong. You're calling it husbandry. You're finding other words, herding, to deny that these people had domesticated cattle. Look at the cave drawing. These animals stood long enough for them to make detailed drawings of cattle in the cave drawings that are found in
Hold on,
what was the Green
Stupies.
Sahara.
Stupies, stay right there for 1 second. Anybody that can come off mute do y'all agree with Stupies or agree with Brother Reggie? Because it seemed like they had a stalemate, and I don't. Like I said, I don't have the ability to. It's not within my wherewithal to help them in this. But this is a bogged down conversation at this point.
I can do a video on this, and then you can check my sources for
Okay.
everything that I. But I'll tell you from one source, lactose intolerance was common among the early herding populations of the Great Sahara, meaning most adults could not digest raw milk due to the lack of genetic lactase persistence, which I said, right?
But most don't mean all, Reggie. Most don't mean all.
Source,
You're making up stuff again. People
Let him
could.
finish his
Most
statement,
don't mean
Stupees. Let him
all.
finish his statement. Let him finish his statement, then you can come in. Pause. Go ahead, Reggie. Brother Reggie.
So, as they become more lactose tolerant, right? And you can find archaeological evidence that, that proves that they became lactose tolerant. But in the early consumption, uh, the early time period, it was much more difficult, and you need genetic adaptations for humans to digest milk when uh, uh, milk. So that's the lactose intolerance. It's a genetic adaptation. As far as herding, the first instance, of course, early on was just simply herding, and then it got more complex. But I think I explained of these things. So Stu Pease is trying to make it cut and dry to try to find some errors, but I think I'm well read and well sourced, and I think that this has been my, if you want to say, hobby for more than 35 years. So, and I've been able to, so I've been able to talk to scholars, and I've also been able to do my own research, because I worked in a research library, right? And I had access to materials since 1980, 86, 80, 80, 80, 84, 86. That's when I started my internship there. So, I think that if you want to, you can disagree with me with nuances like Haskell. That's not a problem, right? But you will also find some agreement in the gray areas with
Okay.
this person I'm talking to. He doesn't use scientific terms. I don't know if he has he doesn't use scientific terms, and I don't think he could write a paper. His thing is cut and dry. He has to be
Okay.
right based on
I,
what he's coming.
I, can I answer now? Because you're going to. I might be a layman when it comes to expressing my thoughts and the vocabulary I use. But I learned something very early. You speak to your audience. And you be truthful at all times. And you don't make assumptions. Many assumptions have been made today. And none of them was made by stupid. The first assumption was made by some people who told you that there was no animal husbandry in the Green Sahara. But when faced with facts, they pulled back and said there was some animal husbandry. It wasn't husbandry, it was herding. Right? That's the first thing somebody else did. I didn't do that. They were saying that animals were shown water, were shown to where to find water. Now somebody who has little knowledge of agriculture, I've never seen an animal need a man to show them where to find water. I've seen men need animals to show them where to find water, but not the other way around. Right? He also said they were drinking milk. Yet till he come back and he said, oh, there were some sources that showed that during the time period, we know that the Great Sahara was green for several thousand years. Now, what he's trying to say throughout the entire thousands of years that the Green Sahara was green, that these Africans did not acquire new skills to allow them to more perfectly or to more better survive in their environment. I am saying to you that there's no way. I've been around cattle, and cattle get wild. And wild cattle, there's no way you can stand and be taking observation of them that closely to have those clear pictures. And it shows in the Green Sahara, it shows in the depiction. He's denying all of that and he's minimizing all of that. He's no worse than the white people who tell you that black people and Africans didn't build the pyramid. Because he's discounted what those people in the Green Sahara was doing to fit his notion of when what if who was in Egypt. The Green Sahara has been shown to be a relatively sophisticated society. right? Animal husbandry, milk, storage for milk. These people are walking up and down naked because if they had bags for fermented milk, they probably had clothing on. You had pictures of chariots in the Great Sahara, in the Sahara area. This dude just come and make up stuff because somebody tell him something. And think, oh, no, no, no. He was saying, oh, they weren't raising goats, they weren't raising sheep, they weren't raising cattle. I don't know what I'm saying. Stupid is dumb.
You
No,
said it
dude,
yourself.
stop it.
You said it
You,
yourself.
no,
So,
you
I
said
knew
it.
you
You
was
said
so
going to.
it.
I knew
But
you was
you
going
were
to
the
jump.
one who
I
was
knew you
talking.
was going to jump
You,
on it as soon as he
you
said
were
that.
the
I
one.
knew you was going
You
to
were
jump
the
on
one.
that.
You were the one who was
so,
talking along.
so
You're
here's
lying,
the
Reggie.
thing.
Stop it.
You
You're
didn't need to
making
say
up.
it, Reggie. You said it himself. Is that what
I
you're
said,
You
doing?
said
no, stupid is dumb.
you would not want
Stupid was the one.
Stoopies
You
Hold
to
on,
go
Reggie.
on.
I mean, hold on, Stupid. Let's get somebody else in there. We hear you though. We hear you. We got your point. Go ahead, Reggie, or someone else. Anybody. Everybody on mute. I'm about to end the show.
All I want to
This is
add
like
is
the Reggie and Stupid show.
no. All I want to add is that if an intelligent person would know that there are stages, these people moving from hunter and gatherers, not needing not to do that in the Green Sahara because of the environment, and then that they could go into initial domestications, and then they can go into nomadic herdings, uh, and then management of that, and that management is a stage that you find more complex husbandry. But if you, I have exhausted my time. Man, Brass, I appreciate always contributing to you. I don't want it to be a me and an uneducated person's conversation, but I just think that I just think that there's nuances. I think I talked about a lot of technical terms. I just think that he just rambled and looked for points where he could be right, and that's where we are in our communities. But occasionally, I get to come out of our community and go to conferences, speak to Egyptologists, talk to them, right? And even critique them, like I did Dr. Zahi Hawass, which is probably the first African descendant of enslaved Africans who talked to Dr. Hawass and pushed back on some of his points, right? So that's for crabs in a barrel. That means nothing. There are some people say I made a fool out of myself, but I asked a question. He didn't answer the question, right? And then I pushed back on sub-Saharan, and I used technical terms to do this, right? And I asked if his gym museum will embark on will reflect the recent scientific findings. And I mentioned the Nui Watt human genome sequence, which probably no one asked him directly that question. And so crabs in a barrel getting ready to be boiled. You will hear these comments, but I will say this: never in your whole life, will you be able to do uh, any of the things that I've done in my life. You first show me a publication, show me your education, show me your mentors, right? Show me where you presented in conferences, right? Your of course your writing, any other writing that you made that you could publish, right? And my experience having complex debates on these platforms. Show me any of that, right? But we're crab in the barrel, so I'm a crab. I'm a crab. Even though I worked in a research library, even though I worked in a law office for 16 and a half years, right? Uh, um, so how can I say? I have proven complex thinking. My ex-wife is a PhD. My son is in a PhD program. Show me your goddamn children. Show me what you've done for how you directed your damn children,
Brother
right?
Reggie, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
All right. So a lot of times when you get into like the things that you've accomplished, and they're impressive. I did look your son up when you sent us the link. That's very impressive. Has anybody in the community though ever come to you? Like for example, like I was always taught when you say I, is kind of like what you do. Now, you yourself have done a lot between, you know, your family, your offspring, your wife, and your own accomplishments. But what have you ever tried to, and I'm not saying you have to, but have you ever tried to, or maybe saw somebody that you thought was promising in the community and maybe tried to get them, you know what I'm saying? Get them so that it's just not you. Because when you say that, right? I don't know how everybody else takes it, but when you say that, to me, it just says to me in the community, my challenge, I guess, to you would be, right, to see if maybe there's somebody in the community that could do similar to that, get into the papers and things like that. Like I know Unc is into papers. I don't know what subject it's on, but Unc and Dr. Mayat and them. Has anybody in the community ever reached out to you to maybe, you know, so it's not just you. You could say I and someone else, or I and a group of people are working on something.
Sure. Jedamon Kekere, he went to the Metropolitan Museum of Art with me with questions about ancient pottery. Since then, he's presented at the ASOR conference and the RC conference. And in both conferences, he mentioned me. And in his last speech in the ASOR conference, he made sure that I was there. So Asar and Ka, I helped him. He came to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I seen his skill level with the Meadow Netcher against a lot of people in the conscious community who couldn't read the Meadow Netcher. And so I worked with him. You see me on.
You said Asar. You said Asar M. Ka.
Yeah, Soren Ka. And then I helped Soren Ka go to Egypt. And I also, believe it or not, I helped Polite go to Egypt for the Kemet conference.
Okay.
A lot of people go to the museum with me for research purposes, right? Because I do museum tours, not as much, right? So it's not an I, but when I have to defend myself against people who, you know, talk about things that they have no experience whatsoever in, right?
Right.
I have to let them know that you're not talking to me because I have a degree in computer science. So that I took university biology, chemistry. I took physics, right? I took university math. I did calculus 1, 2, 3, and I did differential equations and Boolean algebra, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not talking to me about science because guess what? I had to pass tests. I had to write papers. I had to do projects. You're not talking to me because I worked in a law office as an IT director for 16 and a half years. I had to solve problems. So you're not talking to me, right? So I'm not, don't, you, so they need to say I very lightly when they talk to me. Now, I don't, I only do this because, you've had experience to talk to me, Brass. I'm generally very humble until I have to, till I sense somebody who's uneducated yapping. And so then I have to remind them who they are and who I am. But I don't do that. That's just human instinct. Otherwise, they'll run over me. So I have to
Right.
stop them in the tracks.
So more like a defense is what you're saying.
Of course.
It is,
Okay.
you know something, brother. It is easy to be wrong and strong. In 1996, my favorite basketball team was the Chicago Bulls. Favorite Chicago Bulls. There's a player on the Chicago Bulls named John Haley. Anybody hear about John Haley?
We're not
Anybody
talking
who
about
knows
that.
Chicago Bulls?
We're
You
not
are the
talking
John
about
Haley of the
basketball.
Egyptian community. You're a bench warmer. You have made nothing. This is one little thing that you do. This
But
I have
why?
a
Well,
book.
why the ad? Hey,
I have a
CP,
journal
I came
article.
across it after ad
I have a
hominem.
journal
You
No
article.
ad.
Who else? Who else in the conscious
you're taking
community?
your
Watch
thing
this.
like
Jesus.
every NBA player is better than everybody else. But you're still a John Haley. That's what you are.
Okay, but wait, hold on. Watch
You
this.
put when the Chicago
Watch this.
Bulls.
You might look
You
up
have
John
done
Haley.
nothing.
I never heard of.
You have
You
done
talking about
nothing.
John Sally?
John Haley, Haley.
I
John
don't think
Haley.
his
Talking
first. I
about
don't think his first
basketball.
name was John. You talking about this white center? He's not. I don't think his first name was
No,
John.
that's right. Yes. He's a bench warmer.
Yeah, but
Bench
Reggie's
warmer.
not a bench warmer. We can all
Of
agree on
course
that.
he
You
is.
might disagree with his
You're lying.
explanation, but he's not a bench warmer.
What contribution has
Mm.
Reggie
Yo,
made to
Stu Peace, won't you just
Okay.
debate him?
No, not debating him.
me. I would never debate
I don't
somebody
think
like
Reggie.
that.
I don't think Reggie would debate Stu Pease, to be quite honest with
Debate on how stupid this premises always. Reggie don't understand its premises when it comes to Egyptology. You can't find any document to back up what Reggie to believe in. So where are you
How
going to
much would it
debate?
take for the debate? How much would it take for y'all to debate?
you. Oh shit!
I want to debate
No,
him.
no, no, no!
That's what I
Stop
thought.
yelling!
That's what I thought. I believe
Stu Pease, Stu Pease. No, no, hold on, that good guy. Hey, Stu Pease. I'm gonna take you back to the movie Sinners. Money is a conversation, and Chef brought up money, so let's have a conversation. So
Look,
how much would it cost? Hold on, Stu Pease. How much would it cost? Answer Chef question. How much would it cost for you and Brother Reggie to debate?
honestly, Chef, it's not what I really. But at this present time of my health, I don't even get anything, any full time now. I'm a dead man walking in terms of their own health problem. But when I hear people talking stupidness, who just make up stuff, who premise cannot be backed up by anything,
Okay,
anything what
hold
Reggie
on.
says, try to
Brother,
prove it.
okay,
Nobody
okay.
else agree with nothing what Reggie says.
He's
Nothing at
saying
all.
health wise. He's saying health wise. He can't debate him health wise.
But he could argue though.
Yeah, but if you're
No,
doing a debate is no more than this. A
no,
debate is no more than this. What we doing right now?
you have to try to debunk him. And you can't find nothing to debunk him with. Because
Well,
nobody
that's what I'm
agree with
saying. One just had a gentleman debate and get it over with. So that
his premises don't exist. Nobody else agree with Reggie. Nobody else in Egyptology. Anything what Reggie
I
said.
agree with Reggie.
Anybody else agree with anything that he said. Not even doctor.
That good guy said he agreed with him.
Agree with him. Nothing at all.
Are you talking about
saying nobody in
Egyptologists?
Egyptology. He's saying
Or
nobody in
nobody. I don't think a lot of people in Egyptology agree with any of y'all since we being conversational.
Nobody agree with anything that he said.
I'm just saying. I don't think the guys with the hands in the dirt. I don't think they are. I mean, you just watch Reggie talk to our brother Reggie talk to what's that guy's name? Chef?
Sabi Hawass.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the bait of y'all relationship is contention with the information.
Did he get schooled when he talked to us?
Oh, why?
No, he didn't. If you
took
notice,
place
he
in
never
2
answered the
minutes. I
question.
don't say that. Yeah, it was a 2 minute,
didn't
two,
even
3
answer
minute
the
thing. I
second
can't say he
question.
got schooled. Yeah.
By the time the second
He
question
didn't get
came
schooled
around,
because he never answered the question.
But it was so nothing.
Yeah. I don't
Brass,
know.
I think you nailed it, bro. I think you summarized.
As long as Reggie got out of that, hold on, Stu P, hold on. Because honestly, Stu P's be real. We can't hit when you start yelling and stuff. We can't really make out what you're saying.
Sorry.
No. But what I'm saying is, with that whole Zahi Hawass thing, even under those circumstances, I could understand. But the if Reggie got out of it what he wanted to get out of it, then I would say we should leave it at that's enough. I remember, damn, I'm over here being a fat boy. I even remember Reggie, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think y'all did like a show or something from outside of that before, right? Whatever conference he was at. So the fact that that's still progress.
Yeah,
We ain't
I
looking
was
for
a
perfection,
protester.
just progress.
I joined the protest 2 years ago,
Right.
but didn't get inside. And so Dr. Ricchetti's students, including Jetta and Monica and the faculty member, Benachi Montgomery, they put together the cost, which was $795, get me in the room, right, to possibly answer the question. So I was in the $100,000 room. And they knew my chances of speaking to him was low, but they chose of anybody to do it. And
John Daly. That's your chance, story. You're John Daly on the Chicago Bulls. Stop it.
Yeah.
John
Hey,
Daly.
hey, Reggie.
Bench warmer. Stop it,
No,
man.
come on.
You're a towel boy. And you're a towel boy. If I'm a bench warmer, you're a towel boy. You're a towel boy.
That fucks it up when you jump in like that.
I don't pretend to be
Because then I'm the bad guy, bro. Don't make me meet you, bro. Then I'm the bad guy. So no. But hey Chef, you got anything else? Because I wanted to go to a broader point. I guess now I kind of unless Reggie, you gotta
y'all still
go.
hear me? I'm on mute.
No, I hear you, Elijah.
Question, I'll answer your question or shift question. I don't want to talk to this guy anymore.
Okay, go ahead, Logic.
Stu Peas with
Yeah, I was just
pigtails.
gonna be quick, man. I think you summed it up, bro. Today was like the first day. No, everybody sounded like they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. That threw me off. I
You've
just
had a
wanted
rough
to
day, bro.
add that
You
in
said
there.
that 15 times on this live, bro.
This was a
Today, I
rough
think
one for
today
me,
is a
bro.
challenge for you.
Yeah,
Hey
today
Chef,
was
you got
super
something? Because
challenging for me.
I got a topic, and hopefully you can participate. Well, not a topic, but a question for Reggie. Maybe you can participate. But I like what you did with that debate. And there'll be a good announcement coming soon. It'll be a nice shower for the conscious community. You got anything, Chef? I know he's busy. All right, so Reggie, let me say
Yeah, I
something
heard
to
him turn the
Can I,
clippers on. But
can I say
sincerely,
something?
thank you for coming through, brother Reggie. For real, for real, for real.
you. Yeah. So Reggie, I got a statement, right? And I don't want you to take this personal, right?
Yes.
But it is a bit of a chastising of the community.
Yes, sir.
The fact now, I don't like to say things in closed doors and not say it in public, unless I'm in my own house and my own Discord. But I'm gonna say something to you that I did say that I found alarming when you were telling us your story about you and Zahia Wise, right? So I find it absolutely disgusting. And just hear what I'm saying before you react to what I'm saying. I find it absolutely disgusting that a group of people has to get together to get money up for you to be able to get an $800 ticket to a Zahia Hawass conference. When, in actuality, if these conversations are valuable and the work that you guys are doing is valuable, the fact that financially $800 wouldn't be a throwaway for you because of the community, because of your accomplishments, maybe it'd be purchased goods, maybe it'd be proceeds from debates, whatever it is, based on how long you've been doing what you're doing. I find it deplorable, right? And then when I study like the older people, because I'm kind of getting into this conscious community thing. I got some good brothers that's kind of doing it the way that I would kind of do it. That when I study the older people, there are no millionaires and billionaires in this thing. So I will say I was a little upset, right? Not with you, because I understand, but I was a little upset that financially you would even need the proceeds or the help from students to get you to these to get you to that conference, or the fact that you got to do what you got to do, with the come on, y'all got to pay for this, or I've been up here 4 hours, this, that, and the other. If you don't mind, so I want to let you know that I said that, right? I have a problem with it financially. I think we had this conversation before. How do you feel about that take? And or am I completely off base? Or what are some things maybe we could do to solve it?
Okay, well, the first thing is I wasn't even thinking about going to the whole wild. I was just going to go to the demonstration because my friends are the ones who organized the demonstration, and I was part organizer the last time. But um, the group called me and they says, "Hey, what are you doing July 19th?" I said, "I'm going to the protest." He says, "Well, how would you like to get a chance to talk to Dr. Hawass?" Said, "Great." So they chose me to go and ask some questions that I thought, because as you see, I got very limited time. It was a shot in the dark, right? So but again, the reason why they donated to me is because I've worked with them and I value their work. And one of them has moved out of the space that he was and now presenting in Egyptological conferences, right? So it's more of a tribute. So I don't think that part is and wow. I mean, I've seen these debates where people get $1,000, $2,000 uh for a shabby the debate in our community where you don't know, where there's no sources, it's just theatrics. And someone says, "Well, Brother Reggie, you helped Brother Polite go to Egypt." Brother Polite, yeah, because at the time y'all loved Polite. Polite, y'all love Polite. So what am I going to do? I see that the people loving Polite for what he says, even though I'm I can go to the museum, I can read the meta nature, I go and do a tour. Polite comes and people want to see Polite talk, even though I can read what's on the wall and read it, and he will step in front of me and he will do what he does, not reading nothing that's on the wall. But y'all love Polite. I can't fight that. So I would say, and Polite, believe it or not, was kind to me, right? He was kind to me. He would go on my museum trip tours, right? He would call me up and ask me questions, right? And many times with some of these situations, Polite, with his influence, stepped in front, especially when I was debating the Moors, right? And y'all don't know how you don't know how that was. That was huge groups coming at me, and he stepped in front. So I will return a favor in kind. You had a second part of the question, so I don't think it's deplorable. I think that the people who gave me the money, I don't think that they would care two shoots about what you said because not not with no disrespect, but because we share the same teacher. And I talk about Dr. Riketti
I think
Ahmed.
you mistook my question. Just give
No,
me 1 second,
no.
just so we clear. Not deplorable that they did it. Deplorable that based on the work that you've done, right?
Yes.
I think it's honorable that they did it. That's not my point. My point is the fact that you've been working in the community for so long, right? Doing shows for so long, giving out content, doing PowerPoints. I've seen some of the stuff. The fact that the elders, quote unquote, in the conscious community, these guys are not,
Huh?
they're not the finances
I
doesn't reflect
know.
the
What
work.
time was it?
You understand what I'm saying? So it's not
Oh
it's
yeah.
not about them. I would never say what they did was
Oh
deplorable.
no, but
I
what
don't want you
happened
to
is
think that.
well, I
Huh?
understand that. So first of all, for many years I was a IT director in the law office. So I funded I paid for myself, right? Meaning that I didn't need any money. And then after that, I had ups and downs, but I had always investments, right? And so, but if I am on YouTube, right, or something like that, I just basically say, listen, you're watching me. I see you watching me. I know that you're learning something. You pay for what you want. Fine. And so this is not a financial thing to me. And I try to talk myself out every day. And my son curses me out and says, why do I even deal with you people? Right? He says, Dad, why look at it. I have a young person that I coached to go to
It was.
Harvard, MBA in business administration. But my son says, Dad, look at me. You helped me, right? Look how many articles I write. My son has more than 15 articles in science, in the same science journals that we read, right? He says, Dad, why do you even deal with these people? Right? They're so hateful, right? And I just said because I have something that my elders gave to me, and I'll give it back tenfold, right? And it's unfortunately it's at my own expense. But Brass, I so appreciate
All the way back to the right.
Listen to you.
okay. I so appreciate people like you because you don't have to do this. You're similar to me. You ain't gotta do
Not at
this.
all.
Not at all. And you know that most of these people are in kindergarten, right? But you entertain the channel so that some points can get out as a give back to this community. And you don't even have to, you don't owe this community nothing. You wasn't a part of this community, but you see lively conversations and discussions and people learning. And so it's your way of giving back. It's your civic duty. These other people, they have no civic duty. They don't. There's several of them that do. But most of them, like Shakir is in there, always got something to say, never gonna present, right? They just come here as garbage, right? But and they don't contribute to information, right? But you give back because you know what? We have a different calling, right? A different calling. We was raised differently. Some of these people weren't raised properly. I was raised in a household of love. I find that people in survival culture, all they do is take and gossip. People who was raised in love, they give back. So I have been super oppressed by um listen, sometimes my elders are in competition with me, right? They're in competition because I can see some of them speak and they don't give no sources, but they're very charismatic, and everything that they say goes unchecked, right? But people go for that, and I'm like, wow, right? Anathema, you're correct. I should stop reading the chat, but you're correct. But listen, when you're of a different calling, you do different things. But and I think that that's why you do this work, because you're in a different calling, and you do it as long as you think that it's useful, and then after a while you won't. I have to answer the door. Listen, who
All
is
right,
it?
boss. Anybody else
So let
weigh
me
in?
try. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna try to, I guess, respond to what he said. He didn't really directly answer the question, but I feel like the way I'll answer the question is because it is a movement based in politics that that claims to be the corrector of history. That I think that's problematic already, right? So like the fact that you have attempted to shroud your argument in academia, knowing full well your intentions were to have conversations about politics, or at least produce political movement through your conversations. I think that is either a product of like like not understanding like what it is you're really trying to do, or you're just deceitful, right? Like it kind of falls somewhere in between that. So I'm gonna go with the first choice and say that there's a little bit of disorganization there. But I feel like this could be a whole lot more effective if you simply just told people, hey, we need our own story, and we should start it here, and this is why. You get what I'm saying? Like now you've at least given me the option to latch on to what I know you're talking about. But to find out 10 years later that every time that you said Egypt that you was talking about politics, like now you lost me. Because I would have never got behind no crazy shit like that. So I think that that's a big part of why it stays where it's at in this little atmosphere, because it's not clear on what the goals are for real. 'Cause honestly, me, if you had told me, hey, this is what we doing, we finna lie, but it's gonna work to our benefit. At least I understand what you're doing, and I might not have rejected that shit.
I
But
love
you
the way
tell
you
me,
put that.
hey, man, we finna correct history, and then I get here and y'all really talking about politics. Now I'm like, y'all tripping. You know what I'm
You
saying?
know, you seem after these conversations today, you seem a little disillusioned. Um, I will say to you in the beginning today, one of my main issues with this conversation today specifically is I don't mind the conversations. I usually can't follow them. Once Fetty with the phylogenetic trees that he knows very well, I'll give him credit. Um, once Ngozi with the E1B1s, even when y'all start talking about sub-Sahara, I know terms because I know English, but I don't know the context because I didn't study the history. But the things that bother me is I can almost now, because from listening to y'all so much, whether it be pseudo killers, brother Reggie, Corey, all the different the people that have these conversations, even I can tell when y'all are where the consensus is one thing, when you're treating your theory or what you think
I don't like it.
as more valuable than the consensus. And then it comes to a situation where y'all are kind of putting the consensus as like, that's just part of it. But here's what I'm saying. And then that's when it gets a little crazy because that's not how it works in any field. Not in any of the social sciences, the hard sciences, whatever you want to do. At some point, if you would just keep the consensus as the baseline and then go against that versus taking the consensus and saying, the consensus out of 100%, let's say the consensus is 95%, it's not an absolute. Don't make what you saying the 95% and the consensus the 5%. And that's what I hear in a lot of these conversations. And this is nothing to you, Stu Peas, but that's why I was trying to move the conversation when y'all was talking about that, the animal husbandry and the African human period, because to me, that's a hang up. If y'all agree 95%, the 5% is where y'all start threatening each other and cussing each other out and calling each other stupid and weak and this, that, and the other. When in actuality, y'all not that far off. So that's my only contention. And Brother Reggie is right. I want to bring some cash to the community. Beth, brother, actually, I'm about to say brother said Breeze. He probably slapped me if he wasn't on mute. Said Corey,
Baba Breeze.
Yeah, right. A lot. Baba said he these are things where it's like I just don't understand for the life of me, and I'm gonna stay on this until somebody proves me wrong. That in order for you to make a couple $1 million in this thing, you got to go absolutely crazy like Pharaoh or something like that. Like why can't it be the reverse? Sedge put me onto a channel the other day when we were talking, and I went to this channel and they're talking about almost the same thing, same type of content, genetics, DNA. It was involving religion, but it was like 7,000 people watching them. I couldn't even keep up with all the cash apps and donations. I couldn't even keep up with it. And then when I listen to y'all sound way more clever, way more this, but it seems like y'all have colonialized yourselves. Y'all colonized yourselves into this small group to where y'all can only make this much and y'all can only get 150 people to listen or 80 people to listen or $100 in subscribers. So my goal, if I do have any kind of civic duty, I don't know why I care so much. Maybe I've met the brothers and I care about them probably more than the actual community. But I'm gonna tell you something, Reggie. My goal, along with some other brothers, is we're gonna bring some finance to the community. Let's see if we can get you guys. I don't like seeing stories of like the old basketball players, right? They were stars and everybody loved them. And then when they're not playing, we don't talk about them no more. Then you see they done died broke or something like that outside of the anomaly. I want the anomaly to be somebody that died broke in this community. Like I talked to Unc about that. I hate that Unc, that's how I met him. I hate that they don't get paid that much. You know what I'm saying? But that's just my own little rant. I'm done with that. But y'all got it, bro. Y'all on mute. I mean, we can end the show. I don't want to be on a soapbox.
Yeah, I like your approach to this whole community. But years of watching this community for the last 2012 to now, I started watching the community. I went to New York. I met Brother Reggie, and I met. You might not remember, but I met Brother Reggie, and I went to Scarnetta when I went to 125th Street in New York. I went and met them. Shake them hand. It was a holiday. In this community, it's not a learning experience. Nobody take away any learning thing from this community because it's not a growing thing. I've never heard anybody in this community say that they're wrong in any conversation. Say, oh, I may have misunderstood or I've misplaced the argument. And any community like that is not a learning community. That's why I backed away because I realized that if so many people come with convincing argument, yet still nobody can say, listen, your argument sounds stronger than mine. It's not learning. You're not growing. You're not growing and you're not learning. And that's what this community has always done. So until people can say, listen, what did I take away from this conversation today? What did I learn from this conversation today? What was the important salient point? It was just me and Reggie arguing backwards and forward. I'm arguing the point that says what he said was the green side was wrong, and he was saying that he wasn't really wrong. it was some semblance of, it was this. So nobody took away anything from the conversation. And you can go back to every single conversation you have. Even in Ngozi come with all the information he has on genetics, and he will lay it out step by step over a time period to somebody. They you cannot convince them that their information might be a little bit misleading, that they might have gotten it wrong. That has never happened in this community. And I dare anybody to say otherwise. Even when people was telling that black black wasn't being used, and and somebody said, but Negro mean black. People call themselves Negro. No, 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 no. Nobody in this community. It's not a growing community. It's a community where you come on when you want to vent some steam associated with other problems that you have. But if you're going to take up the mantle, you have to go call a spade a spade. When somebody right or somebody wrong, you might have to be the bad guy and change the narrative that when you come on for 5 hours, what we take away from it, what you learn, what was today about? What did I learn today? What was my approach to an argument? That's how I do it. That's what I've always done from school. I'm not afraid to say I am wrong. But
Absolutely, I don't have no
even
problem with
when
that. I thought
even
yes,
when like what's the doctor name? Female doctor, engineer. When she's talking, I shut the backside up when that doctor talking because she really ever wrong, and she listens and she adjusts our conversation to make it clear. She don't go all the way back 10,000 years. When she talk, when certain people in the community talk, you shut up because how they present things. What's the doctor name? I feel bad that I can't remember her name. She's always in Bobby Banger. What's her name?
Doctor. You talking about Doctor Mayat?
Yes, when Dr. Mayer talk, I shut the
Yeah,
hell up.
respect to her.
I listen. Have you ever heard how she put her arguments together? How
Yeah,
she
yeah.
present
I'm definitely a
conferences?
fan. I'm a fan. Yeah, I'm a fan.
Is there any confusion? Does she go around the
No,
ring?
it's real clean. But you know what? In her education, I don't know how she was. I don't know if she was on here before she was a doctor, but if you could see her education in her presentation. So you can see even when she gets down in the, even when she kind of gets down in the mud, or maybe makes a couple jokes or a couple ad homs, it's even intelligence, right? You can see it's still there in the goal of what she's trying to do. See, I watch her platform from time to time.
Has she ever used any convoluted language in an attempt to confuse her audience? Does she not use the simplest of language because she knows
No,
who she's speaking to?
she's impressive. She's definitely impressive. That's no question.
So when somebody come on here and tell you that, oh, you don't have the right vocabulary, and you have heard Dr. Mahat talk and Dr. Mahat present, and you're looking at this person, and I'm not saying anything because it sounds like Stupid's a hater. Stupid's not a hater. Stupid's call out when somebody great. I'm Jamaican, and that's what we do. When somebody good, we put them on the highest mantle. They've never heard me say anything bad about Dr. Mahat in our presentation because she know what she's doing. Uncle learn from her because Uncle start getting better now. He wasn't that good in the beginning, but I don't know if him go to her for reference. But she's great, and her shit is good. And anybody here, when she speaks, I encourage everybody to go and listen, and then use how she present and compare it to other people, and you realize how weak their argument and their logic is, and how then they rely upon name calling and they rely upon association, academic association, because they cannot win an argument because the premise is wrong in the first place.
Uh, uh,
But let me finish.
Okay.
Listen to the grade and then compare. And then you realize that's how you learn. You listen to the grade, see how they approach the topic, see how they present the premise, see how they break it down, see how they relate it to you, see what you take away from it at the end of the day. But when somebody gets this big circle, this 300,000 year circle, and then convolute it with a bag of argument to confuse you, sounding like the one who went to jail for the child situation. That's what he did. That's what most of what the sound of the audience do. They start with a big circle and convolute it, and then now you're lost. They don't even know where they're going. And then they come out and say, oh, this is what I told in the beginning. Ta-da! Like a magician with a cape. No, don't work like that. It don't work like that. But stupid.
No, I could dig it. I could dig it. We just addressing something and trying to fix it. So let's
Yeah.
unless go ahead, Reggie.
Yeah, no. I unfortunately I dealing with a client of mine.
Okay.
And I was had to he knocked on my door because I lost my phone, and the phone didn't come yet. Uh,
Okay.
so I expedited a phone. So but you were asking me another question.
Yeah, just like well, I ain't gonna speak about it yet, but look, we got some plans and stuff. But the yeah, I didn't mean it, and I meant it. I understand the honorable, but my question was, in your opinion, what would you do if looking at the conscious community, um, the one that we're talking about, not the overall. What would you do to kind of inject some energy, some new life, and specifically some finance into the community and stop all this free game? I mean, we're both from the East Coast, so you know what I mean by that. Free game is good, but too much free game, then it becomes a bad trade, right? This is bad bartering. We're not doing good business at that point if I'm giving away too much free stuff. And I think honestly, that's where a lot of the contention comes from. A lot of
Well,
this is the community is beating these conversations so much that when it's like two people in the street, when they run out of ad homs or they run out of constructive conversation to have, there's nothing left but to fight and start the ignorant stuff. So what would you do to inject some, just a breath of
I
fresh
come
air
here.
into the community?
I come here to a lot of times just to test my ideas and my work and try to get it better. So it's more of an experiment for me. There is another community that we need to break into, which is the kind of middle class that care about their children and their children's education. And uh, uh, at some point, we all have to move on from a community of people who are largely at home, don't work, right? Um, but we do that as a give back. That's free game, right? So I found out that they will scrape their pennies together to go to a debate that doesn't happen, right? Um, yeah, and many of the people don't have $1 or $5. Like for example, on a show like this, uh, it's worth at least $1, $5 for everybody that attends. It's worth that, but you're not going to get that because they're into what you call free game. So at some point, we have to uh, get together and think about what can we offer for the middle class Black folks that so that when we do shows like this, it's just for free. But there are people who really care about their children. Like I care about my children, my son, uh, and I sacrifice. That's why I sacrifice, and I'm sure you have done that for family members, right? You know, but look, what I had to pay for child support is people's whole goddamn salaries. So, oh, so at some point I just think we need to kind of like regroup and go after another group because this group is not helpful to um helpful to making money to get even a broader audience. Like I go and talk to Dr. Zahi Hawass, no African American descendant of African enslaved has ever done that on questions that we talk about, right? He immediately attacked Black Americans. Many of us on this board is okay with that. He attacked Kush incorrectly, all right, but he's an expert. Don't care about that. He didn't answer the question, but we don't care about that. Uh, but there are people. That's why I did a video on Transatlantic Productions, who has a lot more of the middle class Black folks. So I got 43 views in roughly in one night, right? Over there, right? Because they need something, because they're fighting for the lives of their children who they invested so much, and they don't want their children to go into drugs or take shortcuts. But we are donating our time to grown men, many of them over 30, not children, many of them over 30, who have not the skills, but they're just mean crabs in the basket, competitive uh, for views and influence. And we somehow you got involved in this, uh, and I'm glad I met you. But we got involved in this, and but this is a look how these conversations are going. People talking over each other. People not looking for nuance points. People want to just disagree for what? Peanuts and popcorn?
Can I
For
chime
what?
in for a second?
You done,
Can y'all
you
hear me
done, brother
okay?
Reggie?
I'm humble. I always stop unless
Okay,
I'm in
cool.
an argument.
Okay, go ahead, Ashton. Welcome to the I know you're in the Discord, but welcome to the chat.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of time, but I just want to say, what could you do to monetize it in that way? Number one, SVT said the community that we're talking about is not serious. People will have, streams for 6 hours talking about race, and they don't mention one source nor one training. They won't mention anything. It'll just be people going back and forth, talking over each other, disagreeing,
I
and
ain't
in
finna
the end,
attack my audience, man. You don't attack the audience. They come
somebody
to
has to tell the
participate.
truth.
No,
Somebody
well,
has to tell. And this
yeah,
is the
but
problem.
that's your
And
truth. That's your truth. They
okay, well,
participate.
I'm not attacking the audience. I'm just telling you what's going on. It gets to a point where somebody has to say, you know what, you're right, I'm wrong. Because if we don't, it's not a learning process. And I've been in some of these spaces and I've been on YouTube and gotten to a point where we're looking at a date on the screen and the person I'm arguing with don't want to admit the date on the screen is the date on the screen. It's like, it's not a learning process anymore. And the whole thing becomes like a charade and kind of a joke. And then the next week they're talking about the same thing and the same thing and the same thing. One thing you can do to get around this is put a level of seriousness to it where people have to come to the table and discuss peer review. They can't just say stuff and we assume that they're right or assume that they're wrong. They have to say X article says this article says this specifically here and refute a person. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of back and
You
forth.
don't want it?
So there's that.
Good.
Number two, in regards to the monetization, it may sound like a good idea, but considering the financial position people are in, it may just be like room for abuse. So you're going to attract a bunch of grifters. Now, this is the next thing we can actually make some money on. So right now, the people that are doing it, they're doing it for a little bit, or they're doing it for the love of what it is. Once the money comes in, it may do what it did to hip hop. Now you got just people just saying bullshit, or people just telling people what they want to hear. Oh, I can make a bunch of money saying Egyptians came from West Africa or black folks was here and we indigenous Americans or whatever. And it's just like viral nonsense. That's just like a feedback loop for content and monetization. So it may sound good, but you have to have some boundaries, preferably with a academic as a judge. If an academic is not
I
there,
respect
people are
that.
going to go wild.
I was talking, hey, Chef, you was about to say something. I respect that. Hey, Ashton, can you do me a favor? If your email isn't too private, can you put your email in the back
I'll put
chat?
it in chat.
Yeah.
My email is
Go
not
ahead.
private. My email is aston@astonb.com. I have a
No,
website on astonb.com.
put it in the back chat for me though, because I'm not
I'll
I'm
put it in the
usually
back
never
chat.
ever in front of my screen and doing stuff while we talking. Chef, you were saying
I
something?
respect what the brother. I respect what the brother said because we need new ideas, and it correlates to some of my ideas. But I generally don't do this for donations. But I definitely want to thank Brass and Suntan for donating and buying me dinner. Right, I appreciate that. But you try media we all have to have a private conversation about changing, possibly needing to change our audience so that we could continue to serve these people. But it's like my brother said, it's it's it comes to be like I'm right, you're wrong, but but I'm being right, but I'm not going to take the work further, and I'm right without sources, right? So my whole thing is, in this community, I was the person who began to bring more sources with more academically styled PowerPoints in our community. I did that, right? From Sarasun Seti's PowerPoints, which he did have some sources, but he was much more charismatic. I'm not charismatic, so I relied on my sources. And then Jabari came, and he's academically trained, and he brought more sources. But if you look at the bulk of the stuff, it's just charismatic talk on points, right? So we, at some point, we have a conversation about how to deal with find a audience, maybe in a subject area, but and it may not be even this, because this is just too loaded with racism. It's broken from the start, right? I speak to
And
Dr.
I,
Hawaz,
for a
and
second,
people,
the audience that you're looking for does not exist. I've been looking for that audience for 20 years. The audience that you're
I
looking for
actually,
is not there.
I actually really like what Reggie's saying for real, for real. I think that somewhere in there, it is definitely got to be about the audience and more so, just more so how to reach a broader, not necessarily leave behind. I mean, hopefully you don't, but you definitely got to do what you got to do to expand what you're talking about. Right? You do want a larger impact on at least people are listening. So, and I think another thing that would be really healthy is that like there's such a large, I guess, penalty for whatever reason in this environment for being wrong, right? You got to be held up to this crazy ass master teacher ass criteria where you've never been wrong a day in your life. You was born with all this. You know what I'm saying? Like it gets to kind of be like on some mythical shit rather than just a trial and error period. I got you. Because being wrong could be a chance for all of us to grow. So like it don't necessarily mean that you didn't ostracize yourself from the conversation because you're wrong, but that's kind of like that might be a kind of funny game that's played in these conversations. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody wants to admit when they're wrong, and that's super problem. We get you wrong.
yeah. So, but there's other audiences that care about their children, and they do homework assignments, and they help their children with papers, and they're interested in African culture, wider than ancient Egypt, African American culture. And but we have listen, if you watch the chat on any of these shows, most of these people would describe unsubscribe because of look at the conduct. Look at the conduct. Last night I was arguing with some dude on some other people's channel that came on and disrespected Juju, right? Minimized her. Like you don't even see the importance of a black woman or trying to understand this work and making her points. Even if you disagree with it, you don't just. But he wants to fight. He want to call me a buster. He want to fight, and I'm like, okay, it's not sometimes worth it. I'm 60 years old. I could better get somebody, and then I want to go to prison a day for what I might have to do. But but people of another group or class, they don't want this environment. Look at the chats in here. Look at what Shakir says, right? Look at the conduct.
Stay out the chat, brother. That's the whole point of most of the comments is to get you into the chat.
Well,
Just,
I
just
agree.
I know what they're saying is crazy, but
And it, yeah, and people like Corey, I don't dislike Corey. Corey gives me points to make sure that I can improve, and I have improved. Right? I have improved in my time because the pushback is, even if it's comical and stuff like that, it's pushback. And I respect pushback because it helps you solve a problem. And then I solve the problem. For example, I'm one of the people who solve the problems. I'm a thought leader in this community. And then other people would take it, make shows, mess it up, right? Go bananas. And they don't have no qualifications. None. Zero. But they make themselves look like they do. And then they get mad at me for pointing it out, right?
Some of that's got to fall on you though, because you come to the space where the layman dwells, right? So you know what I'm saying? Like this is what they do. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to bring a higher standard, but like that's what this is at the end of the day. Like it was never the standard that you were saying it is, you know, or that you were attempting to raise it to.
Yeah,
So it's kind of hard to expect to come into
you're
that
right.
environment.
But you're right. You're right. And it's not the tax on me, it's a tax on calling Dr. Diop. It's pronounced Job, not Diop, but Dr. Job is Sheikh Anta Job, right? Attacking Dr. Ben, attacking many of our great elders because of things that we found out that they were not right at this point, but they were Mr. Right now at that point. So now, or right then at that point, but right now they may not be right. They may not be exactly right, and then we become carnivorous. We start eating. Uh, we start eating our own, but then the Europeans, oh, we're so docile with them. I agree. I'm so happy to be here to talk to you, shaking, and and that we
Carnivorous
should
don't
be
mean eating your own. Just
what?
so carnivorous podcasts be shoe shining or something. Is
Fuck
that
it
is
up,
that
Reggie.
like
Just say it.
I don't
No,
Just say
feel
it.
like
Fuck
no,
it up.
no. But
it's about to
Carnivia
get crazy.
is
Listen, I'm just saying that about to get crazy. Just let's
no
keep
Tell
it.
Chef he be fucking up, man. I be telling him all the time he be fucking up. Tell that man.
Chef about
Carnivia
to
does.
test y'all out in about half a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, Carnivia. Listen, I have to deal with the pushback, and I like Sheffrin. Sheffrin actually reads. He ain't no.
Carnivorous podcast is Chef and Corey though, so you can't say one thing about Corey. You know what I mean, and then not Chef. Chef and
I
Corey is
said I
Carnivorous
like.
podcast.
I said I like Corey's pushback to a point.
Okay.
I didn't go slam Corey today when I'm not arguing with him. When I'm arguing with him, that's another story. But listen, they broke away. They have their own, and it's successful, right? It's successful. So, but my problem is it also began with the attacks on Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben is their main nemesis, right? That's there, and then Dr. Giop too. But Dr. Ben is their main nemesis, and so I entertained their points. I knew that, I- yeah, I entertained their
Actually, you're
points.
in that Dr. Ben conversation with them also. I didn't know that.
Well, I'm like, I listen. I was his pallbearer. I was his friend. I was his student, his aide. Look, I've been in his library. I've eaten with him and his family. Like, like they don't know the man, and they didn't know the man that was African looking, had large lips, had an accent. They don't know what he had to
Mhm.
do to get into
Was a
academia.
Puerto Rican.
Yes, thank you. Right?
Yeah,
Or
I
his
think
mother.
I think my polite version, Dr. Ben may be better off misunderstood. That's my polite way of saying that there may be something to gain in unfortunately in the form of maybe not discrediting but critiquing the way he went about his work.
Right,
There
but
may be something to gain. So it's only for gain, not for hatred.
right.
Get what
That's
I'm
what I'm
saying.
saying. People out of love do things out of love for gain. People in survival culture, right? They do things to take for their own personal, to build up their own problems. Dr. Ben, in his time period, I mean, shoot, he worked at Temple University, he worked at Cornell University and retired, right? But you could criticize him. But you can still criticize him. But you don't criticize any of the other Cornell professors. Uh, the white ones. We criticize our own. We're harder on our own, harder on Booker T, harder on Du Bois, harder on Malcolm, harder on Garvey, right? But we're not hard on J. Edgar Hoover. We're not listen, many of the people here, they love Trump. They love Donald Trump, right? They hated Kamala Harris. This community, the people, communities like this that that chose Donald Trump for all the things that he's doing versus Kamala Harris because they say she's not a Black American or she's lying. Like, so we may have to reboot, and then we may not be able to take everybody with us and leave this. Believe it or not, I do data analysis, right? I look at the channels views all the time, different channel views. I know a couple of prominent channels that are dying. If they want YouTube views, they're not getting it. They're not even getting Cash App views, right? They have to resort to other things, and they are dying. And they're why? Because people are fed up with the negative type of content, the attacks on people and stuff like that. They're dying. So if we want to live, we have to transition. And YouTube has said that a lot of this stuff, they tell you in your chat, they tell you about your chat. If you don't conduct your chat, they're going to demonetize you, right? You know that, right? And they're getting more stringent and stringent because they can't sell advertisements to this BS. They're in the business of making money and selling advertisement, and this stuff that we do is not lucrative to them. So our rate of pay on YouTube is horrible compared to what they pay other people groups on YouTube. Am I wrong?
No, I mean I can't speak on it. I don't know, but maybe somebody else can speak to that, like Corey or the guys with the channels. So I don't know.
I'm not talking about this channel. I'm talking about some of the other channels, right? Some of the other channels that that used to be really, really prominent, not prominent anywhere. Ghost Town.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ahead, Corey, you came off mute. Go ahead.
The audience that y'all trying to get to pay is not in the situation to pay. Like I don't like it's you pandering to a marginalized audience, right? So I don't like get the whole monetization thing. I don't know. I think it's a futile effort, especially like most of the content, especially in the conscious community, is mis and disinformation, right? So we like paying to hear somebody debate whether the Hebrew Israelites, was here or there, or is this people or that people. Like that shit is wild to me. Especially, I mean, I can't say whether somebody should pay for a boxing match or whatever's your entertainment, fine. You know what I mean? But and then I ain't mad at nobody paying, or I ain't mad at nobody getting paid. Like it is what it is. But the bottom line is like the audience is a marginalized group, and not just marginalized socially, but economically, right? So
That was my point.
Yeah, and even them being marginalized, Corey, just a little bit of pushback. Even them being marginalized, financially, right, economically, it's really just a matter in sales of how can I say this? A subscription to a channel, $20-$30 a month, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even people that are marginalized economically, and excuse my French, but they fuck off $20, $30
Yeah,
in a
that's what I'm
day.
saying. It
So
ain't
it's
no
just a matter
problem
of
with
right. It's just a
you.
matter of changing the narrative to where they're not necessarily doing that with you per se, but the money is there. I've never,
Yeah,
black people, not, and I'm not saying black, but just economically challenged, marginalized people, even them, they find a way to pay for things that are helpful. Now, here's my challenge to you, Corey and Ashton. One of the conversations, and Brother Reggie, one of the conversations I was having in the conscious community is a lot of times you will turn on the channel to these shows, and the conversations is so Groundhog's Day or so repetitive from the same people. I'll add too that if they felt like they were leaving with something, or they felt like they were leaving with something other than just the run of the mill, what they heard on Monday, what they heard on Tuesday, go to this channel. I look at the chats. I study some of this stuff. I look at the chats. It's the same people, just on different people's channels. If I go to channel, if I go to Sonetta's channel, I go to Garfield's channel, I go to even the guys I'm just not hearing about, Genesis and all of those guys. It's the same 400 or 500 people that all watch all the same shows because they're all the same people on different what's the name. So it's really just Groundhog's Day. So I don't blame them really for not wanting to pay for it. But I agree with Chef on that also token. I don't want to disrespect the chat. The chat is the lifeblood. But I think if we offered them something to where, the finance, I'm not looking for billions of dollars, but if they could leave with something that was worth something economically, not just educationally, right? I get the education part,
Them something
but
that they want to pay for.
leave with a tool to change their situation. You know what I mean?
right.
Like
So
not just
value.
conversation.
Give them something they willing to pay for. That's all.
What
Exactly.
they
That's
will
the thing.
pay
You
for.
you have a habit of shortening. You have a good ability of taking my poignant talk and just say it. Give them something. Yeah, give them something that'd be worth paying for. I don't think a
Right.
lot of the content that I'm seeing is worth paying for, and there's no disrespect to nobody's channel, but the finances prove me right. The
So,
finances prove me right.
And that's
we
kind of
could
my
Create a
point.
token.
I definitely agree, Brass, that
oh,
it's nothing like and that's basically what I'm saying. Like the audience can't afford to pay for the type of shit that's on these channels. You know what I mean? Like that's
we could
what are they getting out of it? What are they gonna
we
gain
could
from it? You know what I mean? Like
we have to
hearing
we have to
somebody
look
argue
another
about
way.
Egypt, like that's not gonna gain anybody anything.
No,
You know what
what
I'm saying? But
I'm
like I
trying to
said,
say
for entertainment value, I can't tell people not to watch the UFC fight. Or what you know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
that's your own choice. You know what I mean? So like it's touch and go here. I feel you. I definitely feel what you're saying, and it makes sense. But it's kind of crazy up there.
can I say something?
I agree with Corey.
Cutting in. Okay, so here's the thing is, okay, so YouTube, they make money on advertisements. So we have we have thousands of people in business, thousands in actual business, and they will pay for the traffic, right? Or they will pay. We don't need YouTube. We need YouTube, but they will pay for advertisements on YouTube. YouTube paid promotions, right? Uh, to pay,
Hold on one second. Go ahead.
so we will pay. We will. They will pay. Uh, they will pay for impressions on a page, right? And we haven't really started looking for local businesses, bookstores, and other type of businesses that want this audience because they are actually selling something that Black people can use, right? The debates seem to have been, how can I say, lucrative, right? Um, Spots on things like that or quality shows, we could find advertisers to pay for. So a $25, $50 spot, right, is something that's affordable by a store, right? It sells products that our people can use, whether it's health, whether it's survival, whether it's any educational things, right? And if we start marketing to, I'm talking to Brass, I'm talking to Tribe Media, I ain't talking to them other shows, I'm talking to you, right? That those spots, so if we get 20, 50 advertisers competing for a particular spot, right, in a shout out, right, that that means something to them, right? When I did the thing for Dr. Hawass, not for Dr. Hawass, who Dr. Hawass, if you notice the people that gifted me, what I just did is I gave them a spot in the beginning. I talked about Dr. Ricchetti and the school. That made, but why? Because that is my give back, because I know that that means something to that school that people join. So I'll stop, and guess what? I think I've said enough, and I'm talking to you, Tri Media. And I'm talking to some of the people, the two brothers that were talking. They were all trying to be helpful to making what we do important. Um, so when I'm talking like this, if you notice the chat, the crabs in the barrel, there's nothing to say because they can't help. They can't they can't help. So there's nothing really that they can say because they want to just argue about what they know. Now we're talking business, advertisements, making our content better so it's more acceptable to a larger market. And they got nothing to say.
Well, I'm a person that believes in being the change you want to see. And like I said, it's my charge, along with a couple of the other brothers that brought some of this to me. So I'll be the change that I want to see. I'm not complaining. Somebody made a comment, and it was a good comment. That while complaining about the conscious community, a lot of these people are in the conscious community, and I have no argument there. But I'll just be the change I want to see, and I think you'll see change. Anybody else want to say something? I know everybody's
I
basically
do.
listening.
I want to say something. I think there needs to be some accountability because for a long time, I guess we have to ask ourselves with these results coming out and seeing what they are, while nobody has came out and said, you know what, I'm looking at the data, I was wrong, and this is why I was wrong. Like, where's the autopsy of this failure where people have been talking about Egyptian DNA being sub-Saharan for 50 years or whatever, and then the data comes out, number one from Abu Sir, and people was caught with their pants down on that. Then the other
He's
sample
20.
now that was leaked, right? But everybody just continues and sort of just, oh, we're just gonna brush aside what the data says and continue to do what we do. Is it just like one big grift? So in
No,
my opinion,
we
I've
didn't have
made the
the data.
argument.
I don't
I
have the
made,
ability to drop a bomb on what you just said, but I
we,
gotta believe that even not knowing the conversation, I think the brothers like what you just said right there.
Right, but
I gotta be
I'll
you're
honest.
say this.
correct. We didn't
When
have
I
the
say,
data.
no, we did have the data. We had the data.
We didn't
People
have the
that
human
read the,
sequence. We're in 2019.
no,
Wait, first of all, there's a problem. It was only one cemetery with 3 specimens. So that's
doesn't
not
matter.
enough. Now
Doesn't
we
matter.
got now we
Doesn't
got
matter.
enough. But what is sub-Saharan? Now you're talking now
Pause
watch
for a
this.
second.
What's
If I
sub-Saharan
can
DNA?
finish,
Let him
it
finish his point,
depends.
brother Reggie.
It
Go ahead.
depends. The point is this: archaeology and understanding human evolution has pointed us towards a direction for a while now, right? But people in our community are still using an outdated race model, being upset that an indigenous North African population doesn't have sub-Saharan African DNA. If they're an indigenous North African population, why would they have sub-Saharan DNA if they're not in sub-Saharan Africa? So the expectations of what was going to be there was off for a very, 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 very long time.
Unrealistic.
And I'm a member of a small community of like serious people. We left the so-called conscious community. We left the message boards. We left it, all of that, and started a YouTube group specifically like for serious people. And it's actually hitting. And we've had it for maybe 15 years. And our group membership went from like 20 to 30 in 15 years. So when I say the audience that you're looking for doesn't exist, the audience that you're looking for really don't exist. And I think we're overestimating how people value education in our community. That's an
Okay.
overestimation.
Now, should I push back? What we have
No,
found
you
is,
cannot push back. You can't push back yet until you
let me,
create a video saying, this is the data that proved me wrong. And this is what I thought. And this is why I've been wrong for 20 years.
okay, so
Where's the self-analysis? I
you
mean,
should see
earlier today,
go to Transatlantic Productions, right?
Yeah, because
So
he's talking
here's
about
the thing.
accountability right now. He's talking
Yeah,
about accountability.
and being accountable. What we have found in since July, started after the Sunering report, they started sequencing North African DNA, and we find out that the fight that we've been fighting about phenotypes existed in North Africa. So we don't need Sub-Sahara to fight those fights now. That's what we've learned since July, but we had the data because now we know that North
people
Africa.
have been known that. People have been known that when they thought
Give me a
Natufian was a
source.
sub-Saharan African
Give me a
when they
source.
were looking at the cranial data.
Give me a
People been
source.
known that.
Give me a
What do you
source.
mean give you a source? Brace 1993, Brace 2001. He had the Natufian crania. It was looking sub-Saharan. Everybody thought they was going to be sub-Saharan. Finally, they sequenced the DNA and they were not sub-Saharan. You know, it was a wrap.
No, what I'm saying, you didn't listen to what I'm saying. We have found that North Africa has all the right. So the human genome study, right? Even the Schunemann study, and the other there's two studies on North Africa. So we have found out a lot more about North Africa that we did not know since that we did not know presently. So people were fighting for sub-Saharan Africa because they thought it was darker skin. Now we find that the SLC 24A A111T skin lightening genome allele came into Africa roughly 5,000 years ago, right? And that the modern genome studies show, in fact, that meaning the modern population of North Africa is not the ancient population of North Africa, right? And
Here's a
so
problem with what you're saying.
it's
I'm
been
gonna let you
proved.
finish. I don't
So
want to have to. Oh, go ahead, finish.
yeah. So whatever we knew, whatever we thought in the past, if you follow science, and then you can follow the new studies. And so we with cranial, that is a important lens, but that is not and then there's culture as a lens, but the genome helps us a way more. So I'll stop. I'll listen.
Okay, so here's two
I'm
problems.
scared of
Number
accountability.
one, people that are serious should not have been associating dark skin with sub-Saharan Africans because all across the tropical belt, from Senegal all the way to Papua New Guinea, you have dark skinned people, most of which outside of Africa are not sub-Saharan Africans. So right there, you knew skin color is not associated with ancestry. That's number one. Number two, it was proved over 10 years ago when they sequenced the first European hunter-gatherers, and they were dark skinned, but the genetics was still European. So that should have been, okay, boom, nail in the coffin. The fact that it took so long to get to this point is because a lot of unserious people were stuck on old race models. Another example is even bringing up dark skin. You have to think about the local evolution in North Africa, which is a Mediterranean climate, especially on the coast. It makes no sense that some of those people wouldn't develop light skin on their own. And when you read genetic studies by Jablonski and Tishkoff and a few others, they talk about some light-skinned alleles in Africa being like hundreds of thousands of years old.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So if
That ancestral. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
then too, you got gene flow too coming from, you know what I'm saying, tropical people mixing with people that more adapted to the Mediterranean. It's a lot of complex shit going on. You know what I'm saying?
right. But if you stuck on outdated race models, you can't get past the politics to even see light-skinned North Africans as Africans.
Exactly.
Okay,
It's like
so here's my pushback.
look at the dark skinned people in India. You know what I'm saying? And they're not African at all. You know what I'm saying? You dark. You super dark. Get on.
Yeah, we
I
having a
have a pushback.
conversation that but this is a 15-year-old conversation. We should have
Yeah,
been
I've been in the
past this
conversation.
already.
Hey,
So
hold on,
I've
hold
been
on,
in
hold
the
on, real quick.
conversation.
Let Ashton
It took him
finish his
15
point.
years to
Let
hear what
Ashton finish his point, and then let's go to
The
Reggie,
community
and then Corey cut in if you need to.
is playing catch up. And when the Abu Sir data was released, and it was over 90 mitochondrial lineages, and the sub-Saharan ones was like 1% or 2% or whatever, instead of trying to figure out why that is and what it means in the North African context, what it means in the African context, what it means as far as human evolution and the population, no, we just gonna act like those are foreigners or they're Near Eastern weavers. And then another study leaked, well, oh, guess what? The maternal lineages for this new study from Southern Egypt is similar to Abu Sir. Oh, we just want to ignore that. Ooh, look at DNA tribes. We just gonna talk about this for 20 years. Nah, it's people have a lot of explaining to do. And
yeah,
for
Land your plane. Hold on, hey Gullah, hold on. We about to land this plane.
people,
Land your plane, Ashton.
I'm gonna land my plane. For people to come into the
Ashton
community,
wants accountability.
in my opinion, it needs to be burned down, like slash and burn. And the fertilizer, the ashes that's left, that is going to be used as fertilizer to build something new. Because from what I see, it is not salvageable. It's not salvageable.
So
We're arguing over data that's
okay, Ashton,
already
okay.
been
All right,
disproved.
hey Ashton, we read you loud and clear.
I
Corey,
agree
take
with
2
Ashton.
seconds and then let Reggie go.
okay, that's fine.
And then we get Gullah in there. Go ahead, Corey.
Go ahead, Reggie. Reggie can go.
Okay, go ahead,
So
Reggie.
real quick. So I've been involved in the conversation for about 37 years. So I've seen the conversations in the Black Studies departments change. Right now, first of all, on the Abu Sir Al Malek, I think I was one of the first people to talk about it. Christopher Everett's book, I was the first person to actually do a show on it. On the human genome, I was one of the first people to do a show on it. I think that new evidence actually is very, very important. What I said was, what I heard from you is we should have known, right? I've heard you use those words like that. Yeah, there are a lot of things that we should have known, but then keeping track of it. And I see that you very well keep track of things. But I'm definitely in a fight. On the Metropolitan Museum of Art did a exhibition on the African origin civilization, and
It was
used the person.
horrible. It was horrible. They did that exposition because they
Cut
closed
me off.
down the Sub-Saharan expedition.
Hey, Ashton, let him
Like, come on.
finish his stance, and then we'll get back to it. Go ahead, Reggie, finish up.
Yeah.
I let him cook, bro.
Yeah. So the issue is, I've been to both exhibitions. I went to the African Origin of Civilization exhibit before anybody else. I was the first person to go to it, and then I've also been to the reimagining of the African Arts exhibition. Right. Um, Museum studies. You have to be really problematic to say that museum exhibitions are terrible, right? I've been to the Brooklyn Museum exhibition, right? I've been to the exhibition in Penn State. You have to see gradual changes. The African origin civilization, some of the artifacts that was in the African origin civilization is back into the reimagined Nelson Rockefeller art. So I follow not only books, I go to museum exhibitions, and I see gradually the new generation of scholars, white and black, have to now, right, release their colonial ideas. So it's great. Just like the the Abu Sir al Malek study for Shunaran. Great study, right? Then that gave the basis of other studies, and they prove points of the Abu Sir. And one of the important points is that the modern Egyptians are distinct from the ancient Egyptians. And it just depends on how you look at it. But to say a museum study, a museum exhibition where these exhibitions are made that takes millions of dollars to produce an exhibition, to say that the African Origin of Civilization Museum was terrible is problematic. The Oriental Institute of Chicago changed their name to reflect a better viewpoint, right? But so I see that you have a lens, and I respect you. But I think yeah, I think that your point, that should have known. Who should have known? How do we know? Most people in our community don't study these type of things. They get introduced to it. So there's no should have known. And about accountability, where's accountability of Petrie? Right? Breasted. Where's the accountability of white folks? Black scholars can be wrong based on sometimes the paywalls and the limited amount of information that they have on digs and now genomes. So what we have, but we're rapidly regrouping, and hopefully some of the writings will be less mythological. But you're carnivorous. You want to eat your own, but you have no real criticism. But to say the Met Museum was horrible, did you read what UNESCO said? You have to be. Listen. No disrespect.
Let me respond.
Carnivorous don't eat your own, though.
You know what? Kittens, cats, and dogs. Sometimes when they have a litter and they know that litter won't survive, they'll eat them for their own health. And the few that survive, they survive. But when they know something is going to die, they consume it themselves. So I've seen cats eat their own young. And so sometimes it has to be done because those people won't survive anyways. Number two, everybody watching this stream, I suggest you go online and look at images specifically of that exhibit. And they made that, I work in NYC, I live in Jersey, so I can go there all the time. They made that exhibit because they closed down the sub-Saharan African exhibit for, reorganization or whatever doing. It's going to be closed for a couple of months. So they did that as sort of to appease Black folks. But look at how they compared the Egyptian statuary and the artifacts to the sub-Saharan African artifacts. If you look at it, you can see it's almost like they trolling us. It's almost like they trolling us. You have to know when you're getting played, right? You have to know when you're getting played. You have to look at nuance. You have to look at language of what they're saying. They're like, okay, look at this Egyptian, rhinoceros. Now look at this African one. And they put it together side by side. And that's what I would do if I wanted to make fun of you. I would make an exhibit like that. I wouldn't make a real exhibit that talks about the local foundations of the civilization. I would make some BS to appease you. So I don't know how you missed that. And when I say we should have known of what was going down, we are the people at the top level making content, because everybody, and the problem is the Black conscious community is in a silo. And maybe you read about genetics, but you haven't been reading about genetics that long compared to someone like Ngozi or someone like me, because I started like 20 years ago. And my impression is that the entire Black community, basically 90% of everybody, got left in the dust and was still looking at Blackology and craniometrics and argued over Hebrews around 15 years ago when genetics first started to pop off. And when some of us was getting tested, a lot of us was scared. I couldn't hand out free not DVD, but free DNA kits when it was $500. I couldn't get Black folks to take them. Black folks in the conscious community on message boards talking about DNA, reading studies. I couldn't get them to spit in the tube, and they were giving away for free for $500. And so we missed the boat. And now people are hopping in, trying to discuss the information, and they have no clue what they're talking about. They're trying to wing it. You know, they got Ngozi in the back chat, and he's trying to feed them information, but they don't even understand it, and they're getting it all wrong. So some of us knew. We weren't using race models. You can look at the videos I uploaded from Kita. That's 15, 16 years ago. I updated stuff on YouTube. He said about North Africans, they could have been, light skinned and curly hair 60,000 years ago, he said. But they just poo-pooed that because, everything got to be all African and it has to be all black. And we got to argue all Africans are pure and Egyptians are pure Africans and they came from sub-Saharan Africa. Like the whole mindset that you saying an Egyptian is indigenous, which means he's local, but he comes from sub-Saharan Africa, that means he's not indigenous, he's a migrant. But people's minds don't think about that.
Mm-hmm.
They look
Brother,
at
where
it
you
slow
been?
and they have
Where the hell have you been this whole
Hey,
where
let him
I've been,
cook.
I've been,
right.
I come in on YouTube and I fact check and I get banned because no one wants to say I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to a point talk about agriculture being in place X at whatever date, and I end up arguing with very prominent people that agriculture is not farming. Like this is where we are.
Yeah.
So I say burn it
Where
all
was you at a
down.
week ago when I needed
Farming can be hunter gatherers can farm as long as you manipulating the environment. Agriculture is totally different.
There you go, right there.
Okay, there you go. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. You can just look it up.
Have you written anything, sir? Have you written anything?
Have I written anything? Have I published anything in academia? I have not published.
Crazy.
I have not published anything in academia.
They finna make
anything.
crazy.
What I'm just saying is, I respect what you're saying. I respect what you're saying, but most people.
So he got points y'all can't get around. Now he got to write something.
Most people know because I don't believe it. I need to see it. So show me some writing. So to say.
So here's an example. I'll give you a perfect example.
That's why you don't.
No. This is an example. I'll give you a perfect example.
I'm like, anybody could pop up and say, oh, they was doing this, they was watching this. Have you ever talked to Dr. Shamar Kakita? Yeah, I have.
I've talked to Shamar Kakita in person at an African genetics conference in a different state, maybe 12 or 13 years ago. You weren't there. I was there bumping fish with Tiskov, Eric, Steiner, who else? All the heavyweights. I was there.
Now that's how you name
it.
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
I still got my notes.
When are you gonna write something?
Said your mute game is diabolical.
I'll say this.
You seem bright. You seem very bright. I just wanna learn a little bit more about you. So why don't you do a show or write or do a show and put some of these points on? And I think that people could benefit. I'm not hating. I just don't know you. But the problem is sometimes people are writing.
He got a website. A lot of his writing.
Yeah, he said, "Go look at his shit. He got a show.
Go look at his website. He
put
cold
it in the
with
chat.
it. He cold with it. Step up, Reggie. Put hands on you, Reggie.
Do the work.
If there's no moderator, then things won't work. It's like, I could be talking about quantum physics, but if people in the audience only know math, they're gonna be like, "Oh, you're wrong." And if the host only knows math, then I'll just be wrong. So we need a moderator that's an academic to say, "You're wrong, be quiet." Point goes to this person. Otherwise, just people can just say stuff. And I'm interested in like nuance and detail. So I like with the lactose persistent thing. We don't know at what point exactly Africans gain the mutation for lactose persistent. In order to know that, you got to dig up a skeleton and see if they have it. So the studies that do talk about it, they put the upper bound date of those mutations at some 20,000 years. And I can link that source in the background. Anywhere from 2 to 20,000 years. And a lot of them are like 10,000 years ago. So they could have had it. But even then, some Africans, like some West Africans, and some Southern Sudanese, they have the ability to digest milk, but you can't see it in the genome because we haven't identified the specific marker yet. So to say, you know, as a matter of fact, oh, they didn't have this marker at this time, we don't know that. And there's a lot of stuff that we don't know, but people just say a matter of fact, like they're an expert and they, you know, dug up the skeleton and tested it themselves. No.
No,
It's a lot of
but I
questions.
agree with you. But what we can
Still
do,
ain't got none of that accountability that you was talking
what we
about.
can do, well, he's right. But what we can do is we
Heard a
can
lick up, not a lick.
Not a lick accountability, Corey.
You can show the publications, and so
Right.
basically,
Basically,
the accountability has to be based on the publications, and if you don't have the data, then it's just assumptions. But the data does say that lactose intolerance was something that came to Africa at the time period that you said, roughly beginning at 20,000 years, and then it was gradual.
Can I get the source for
It
20,000?
didn't, it's
Can I get the
lactose
source for
persistence. I'll put it in the back chat. It's lactose persistence, number one. And there's multiple variants, some of which didn't come to Africa. They originated in Africa. And even though the ones, the European ones that supposedly came into Africa, when you look at the data, some of those are dated older in like Fulani than anywhere else on the planet. So there's a lot of information we don't know. And one of my things as a person that researches this is to talk about nuance and detail.
But what about that accountability, though?
Why are you being so? Why are you being so
From pushing
hard?
the outdated racial model
We
that
running
he's
away from
saying
that. We getting
that
Why
they
you
knew didn't fit no more. He was saying for the last 20 years, data has been coming out pointing to the fact that sub-Saharan Africans was not the progenitors of ancient Egypt. But yet and still, y'all kept pushing it. And every which way, y'all found new ways to say it. All kind of
ain't budged a bit.
Ain't budged. You know what I mean? Y'all done went through the language.
And then talk about data, but when the data comes out saying they 0% sub-Saharan, that data is problematic.
Okay,
Like,
but here's the problem. You say that you talk about nuances.
No
but I don't think
accountability again.
I don't think that you're really talking about nuances because we're getting scientists are getting better with ancient DNA. So that's what happened with the Nuiwat specimen. So modern technology will help us make more. I think that we all have assumptions, but I also think that some people actually follow the data. So I actually follow the data and I change my views and so I don't have a problem. So when you say you all, if you're looking at the chat for that, so who is the you all that you're talking about? Give
here's
me
a
an
question
example.
for you. Here's a question for you. Did the dental data from ancient Egyptian remains show that they were sub-Saharan?
No, not directly. No.
So how long have we had that dental data?
Niggas laughed at me when I brought up the dental tissue.
The dental data for the study was in July 3rd or something like that.
No. How long have we had dental data, like dental metric and non-metric
Since the
data?
1800s, wasn't it?
No.
Yes, since the 1800s.
From genomes? From genome
No,
study?
dental.
Morphology and
dental.
No, but we're talking about human genomes that tell a bigger picture about populations that we could actually.
No, he asked you a specific question.
Specific, bro.
His answer is correct. What it is you have to understand that there's multiple lines of ancestry that you can look at to point to genetic affinity. And one of them is dental data. And the dental data for a long time was talking about the separation between people below and above the Sahara. And so for those looking at Egyptian skeletons, they had to ask themselves, we have crania that looks kind of like Horn Africans, which are, let's just say for the sake of argument, half sub-Saharan Africans. But then the dental data of these Egyptians is telling them to be like wholly North African, West Asian. But then the skeletal data is showing them highly adapted to Africa. And so some of us who like really read, we kind of, man, we knew this was coming. We knew it was coming. And instead of dismissing the data, instead of dismissing the data,
what came?
people
What came?
in this community,
what came?
The genome that you hiding from.
No, I'm not hiding from.
Instead of dismissing it. Okay, well, instead of dismissing it,
I'm not
people
hiding
need to
from it.
rationalize it. Okay.
No. And I'm a good rationalizer. I got good.
Yeah, I mean,
good rationalizer. But what you're doing is, it's nice that you're saying this would have and we should have known and all of this stuff.
And where does this accountability?
Special. You must be a time traveler, right? Because the fact of the matter is, it's easy to say we should have known. We should have known exactly what sub-Saharan, the packages that they use to was a limited package. So where's the genomic package from Nubia? Where's that being compared at? Where's the Nubia the package from Chad? Where's that? Where are those packages? Okay, so we don't have those specimens yet to compare because
why they in Chad looking for Egyptian?
The Schuneman report, they compared a package of Kenya for sub-Saharan. Right? So why so far? Why not so close? And what the hell is sub-Saharan anyway? So now it's problematic because of your term usage of sub-Saharan gives an artificial divider. Yeah.
Sub-zero.
So anyway,
I'm using it colloquially how everybody else uses it. There are issues with using the term genetically, but that's a different discussion for a different day. And I don't see anybody really making that analysis on why the term is bad genetically.
Oh, it's bad because if you look at for example the Cialis Stella, you look at the Kustal incense burner, you see motives of kingship that found them where they're found in that they find their way into later into Egyptian civilization by culture, right? You look at the Bedouin civilization, right? You see that they're closer to the Nubian population. Isn't the Nubian population is not sub-Saharan? So
the Nubian population is not sub-Saharan.
Right.
Nubian population, upper Nubia is not sub-Saharan.
Now you're saying upper Nubia.
Now you're saying upper.
Now you're saying upper Nubia.
I'm giving you a nuance. I'm not saying Sudanese.
You talking about Kustal Nubia? Where is that at? Is that
lower? That's lower.
Right. So that's the Nubians that they talking about.
Yeah. Why pivot?
Not no upper Nubian. They saying that they not sub-Saharan.
No, stop it, Sheffrin. You can look at. There's a new study out there. Yeah, call your guy. You need it.
I'll say this because I'll say this and I'm gonna go on mute and I'll let y'all talk about it. Right now in genetic spaces, the data seems to point to the major difference between Africans and non-Africans is a break between basal type ancestry, old type ancestry, which is mostly described as sub-Saharan sometimes. Then you have basal type ancestry in North Africa that seems to be indigenous North African, but at the genomic position, it sits right with sub-Saharan Africans. And so people have to wrap their heads around a North African specific population, or rather, let me rephrase it. People originating in Africa, populating the continent, diverging over time in their respective location, i.e. North Africa, and being distinct from their sub-Saharan African relatives, and people moving into West Asia, also from sub-Saharan Africa, but over time becoming distinct from sub-Saharan Africans, and then those populations going on to do whatever they do and have their own demographics.
Please come back on. We appreciate it. I'm gonna have to leave. I think in the beginning of my conversation, I talked with when I was
where's
talking
accountability at though for your good?
Where's accountability? New information. Where's your accountability? Like,
Man,
where's your accountability before you charge somebody else on accountability? Where's your accountability? Who am I
Relax, bro.
talking to, by the
You're
way?
getting worked up, bro.
I mean,
No, I'm just
being
asking
wrong.
you for accountability, and I'm asking you, where's your accountability? Where have you been in this conversation?
I'm moving along with the
Okay. Y'all take care. It's been fun. We need to figure out how we can make Try Media a better show that can reaches lots of a wider audience, right? So that he can continue serving this type of audience. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Peace. Yeah.
Hey, if that wasn't low key genius, I don't know. I think that's the that was if that wasn't low key genius, I don't know what y'all was thinking,
bro.
But if that wasn't right there, if that wasn't the exact description, low key genius, I don't know, because that's all I heard right there. Now that
And
got
those
me
are the
fired up.
kid gloves.
That
Those are
got
the
me
kid
fired up.
gloves.
He said that he didn't even take the
I
training
mean, we
wheels
really
off.
want to get into sources. Oh, like forget about it. Forget about it.
My brothers, I think we might be on.
Yeah, we gotta
something.
holler at Buddy, bro.
Hey, said, did you not hear it, bro?
Yeah,
I might
I'm
take
hearing.
Gullah off mute. Gullah been on mute. I'm gonna take Gullah off mute.
Yeah. What was the name of that dude who just called Reggie a while ago? I need to tell him thank you.
His
I
name
really
is the
appreciate
Jizza.
it.
That's what his name is. The goddamn Jizza.
I really appreciate you. You were able to. I do not have the linguistic skill to say what you said, but you weren't different much from what I was saying when it came to animal husbandry. You did not differ. You said what you said, and I appreciate you because when somebody can name drop, they want to minimize what you're saying because they think you can't think, and you name drop just as good as the greats. You dropped some bombs a while ago that was like, whoa! I think I was in Egypt or Syria. You're dropping bombs left, right, and center. And you did a good job. I appreciate you. Trust me.
No, I like the
He had the
accountability part
information to
though.
back it. That's all you need,
I like
bro.
that. I like the accountability
You can
because
deal with the
if
information, bro.
yeah, even if you don't understand the conversation, like me, I still like to know, Logic, me and Logic had these conversations where Logic's always telling me, why they not saying this when it's this, why they saying this when it's this. And that's what I'm hearing from the brother Aston is why are y'all still saying the same thing? I'm sitting here trying to get fresh and new information. The damn fresh and new information seems to already been here. It's just getting banned like you said.
Mm-hmm.
And whoever banned it, y'all can go there.
What the community, what the conscious community talking about, the part that the conscious community talking about, I keep saying it's all like surface material. It's not nothing deep. So like the shit done been known for years, bro. Just what my man's been saying or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it ain't. It's not.
20,000 years in Africa. Somebody dropped that one. Whoever got it, Reggie, might drop that.
We can't really hear you, associate shit low. What'd you say?
Can you hear me now?
Is that Sosa?
Yeah.
Yeah. He said
What'd you say?
Yeah, drop the source for lactose persistent in Africa at 20,000 years.
Okay, is Aston still in here?
Yeah.
He not. Oh yeah, he telling you Aston drop the source for that lactose persistence at 20,000 years.
I'm aware of 10K, but not 20.
It's different range, right? It'll say from this lower bound date is this, upper bound date is this, and it's somewhere in the middle. So I'll put the source in the chat.
Okay. All right. Well, y'all proceed, bro.
Thank you for that information also. Because the dude was saying that no, they weren't lactose intolerant.
Everybody was talking this shit. That's some bull.
You off mute, Gully. You was on mute. I don't exactly know why, but you off mute.
It's lactose are non-persistent. So it's like That's what I'm saying. I'm not familiar with it. I'm familiar with it being in Europe before Africa. Like, I ain't read that in a minute, but not like 20K in Africa. So
Yeah, certain genes in Africa, it's a gene that turns off and on. It's in all humans, but certain of them SNPs in Africa, it mutated on its own because it's already in humans anyway. From the baby, it just stays at the age of 5 or that mutation. You know what I'm saying? Goes off of that.
the ability to produce lactose,
Yeah,
to absorb that lactose in your adult years. Like normally, as
yeah,
Baba saw, it cuts off. It starts to cut off, but normally, right when you get about like even with black people, you notice like you're normally good till you become an adult. And then when you get to adult,
yeah.
you really with milk, and then you eventually start drinking it. But as a child, you have no problem. It might be your favorite shit. And as you get older, you know what I'm saying, your body has trouble. You know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
like holding
holding together. And most of the people in Africa that got the gene is cattle herders or pastoralists. Like people in West Africa, most of the people that got it is the Fulani and like Hausa type people. And they get it, and even they gene, the particular gene, the particular gene that the Fulani got, it came from like Neolithic Europe.
Well, now that's my point. So you saying that's why I want to see the lack, because you're talking about, like I said, normally that comes from the cattle herders.
Yeah, I
Right?
said the Fulani though. You know what I'm saying? But it might be different for not like Nilotic tribes and certain other tribes that cattle herds too. Like I read an article about a while back where
Noah,
it
you have
happened
to
in
ask yourself, if it comes from Neolithic Europeans,
I didn't
why is it
say that,
not
bro.
found in Neolithic
I'm not asking myself
Europeans?
nothing because I'm talking about nuance. I said the Fulani, bro. I ain't say total Africa.
No,
What?
he
If
not
you look,
arguing. He just
Right?
if you
So
look at
listen, I'll say this.
the genome of Fulani people, it talks about where the origins of their lactose gene come from. It talks about
That's what it
the
talks about.
the latest paper.
Well, we
Okay.
can't even get the point across. My point is that
I don't think it was an argument though. I think he was just adding a point.
from my
I'll add
understanding,
your point.
those Europeans
There were
were
papers.
lactose
Papers.
intolerance or lactose intolerance until that Yamna, I think it's probably for the Yamna invasion or right around that time frame. Right, because none of them
Thank
had
you.
the ability to digest milk until that invasion happened, and it flipped like
And
a
that was legal. When was the Yamnaya invasion? I don't study Europeans.
I can't remember exactly. I have to look it up. I have to look up the Yamna invasion.
That's the problem. You gotta study the world history, bro. You being like
No,
biased.
I don't. No, I don't.
I gotta look it up.
No, I don't.
You study human history, bro.
No,
That's
I
why
don't.
you thrown off a
No,
little
I
bit.
can study I can study what I like. I can study what I like. But I'll say this.
You on a planet,
You can
you
say
like
it comes
on
from.
a desert island. You on a deserted island. Shit.
Let's talk, man. Let's not battle rap. Let's talk.
Right.
Damn, somebody hit by a clock.
Man talking, man. Shit. That's how I
But
think
somebody was talking. Mike is kind of fucked up though. You know?
It's just this chat though. I don't know what it is, but it's this chat.
No, I don't think it's a chat. Just sound
No,
like y'all.
it
Where
is
you
the
at?
chat.
Where you
No,
at
it
in
is the
Jersey?
chat, bro. We don't do this in other groups. It's only this one. It's the chat, nigga.
Where you at in Jersey, Aston?
Brick City.
Yeah, okay. Where at? I grew up 440 Washington Street.
That's right. I think we
Yes,
had this
sir.
conversation before.
Yeah, hey, we got some more conversations because I like even if we don't agree, the one thing I like, and it's something that I don't really care for in these conversations a lot of times, is it always ends in some kind of contention, and I like to prefer to kind of change the discourse. That's why I like when somebody just cuts in, I will kind of like step in. I ain't trying to cut your wisdom, but a lot of these conversations, they've been cutting people off for so long. They done lost all the tolerance and immunity for it. And then something that could have been real good, like what you just had with Reggie, it ends up being an argument where it didn't need to be. So we're gonna definitely hit you up. We got some new things coming. And the fact that you went from 20 to 30, are you the head? Pause. Are you the leader of that group that you were talking about that went from 20 to 30? or are you a member?
I'm one of the founders, but anybody can invite, but it has to be like
No, I don't want to
serious,
be in
serious.
the group. No, I don't. I feel like I would turn the 31st person could ruin the first 30. I'm saying I'd like to sit down with you because like I said, I'm throwing my hat into the ring in this conscious thing. That rhymed. That was real fly. But the I'd like to start off with conversations like these, right? Like it was a lot of data, but it was like good discourse, but not the ignorant stuff. I don't want to get into a lot of the ignorant stuff unless I choose to that day. Who is Mel, by the way? I want to move the conversation a little bit. Who is Mel? That's a new face.
I don't even know.
Yeah, Mel cool.
I just looked up the Black Constitution gene, yo. It's like the one in Africa. It happened like multiple times independently in Europe, but some mutations did come from Europe, like the Fulani, but most of them in Africa was independently. You know what I'm saying? It happened. It was a mutation.
So I say you
Hey
got
Mel, what
Europe.
up with you?
It was good. It was good.
Yeah,
What's
Mel
going on,
cool.
G? How did you get into the Discord?
From the YouTube.
Okay, cool. So you've been in the community a long time, or
Yeah,
what's going on?
We know who Mel is, Brett.
Yeah, I've been in it for a minute.
I don't know who Mel is. Why you saying that?
What up, Mel? It's Smalls. What up, Mel?
What's going on, Smalls?
Yeah, we can tell you who he is. You
Okay.
know what I'm saying?
All right, cool, bro. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, Mel
Hey,
cool.
take your shoes off. Just don't do the fuck your couch thing. But hey,
Mel,
take your
Mel,
shoes
good
off,
people,
relax.
No, he don't
You
be
good
on that.
people.
Hey, Smalls, you said I don't trust your barometer for
Oh,
good
look, I
people,
knew
bro.
it was coming.
I done seen
I
you
know.
co-sign. Look, there you go, co-signing again, bro. You always co-signing somebody.
I can co-sign.
Never stop, Smalls. You never stop.
You ain't right, bro.
But yeah, shout out to you, Mel. If Sosa co-sign for you, that's a
We're
good
gonna get
one.
some
Smalls will
co-ed
co-sign
shit.
anybody.
Few people back here, man.
Nah, Mel cool. Mel, I like it.
Mel
He got
co-signed
about 5 folks vouching for him.
some weird people. I mean, Smalls co-signed some strangers. But all right, so y'all go ahead, bro. I'm not in your way.
Yeah, you can't do me like that just because of one motherfucker.
Pause. I don't say it like
Cool.
anything. Move on. Jesus.
No, yeah, that was a fire breakdown,
This
man.
might be
That'll
the
be a
most I've
really good
seen in
collab
here.
right there.
Discord
What'd you say? Said you saying something?
They said it's probably the most I've seen in our Discord at once. At least for
Man,
me.
due diligence done pulled up. What did we do?
That's what I'm saying.
Did somebody? Yes.
That's
We on a
crazy.
nationally syndicated TV show today or something?
Exactly.
If you build it, they will come.
Build it, they will
Yeah, and
come.
we got to have a conversation. It's funny, we have one conversation and then this happens less than 2 days later. So we need to have another conversation. I love that. I love that. What's going on, due diligence?
This is a great conversation. I just wanted to add to it if you guys don't mind.
Go ahead, brother.
What's the brother's name? Aspen?
Aston B, Asten B.
Aston B. He brought up a great point about the nuance, right? But then he was kind of like standing on it with the North African DNA having 0% sub-Saharan African DNA, right? And that's kind of the crux right there. That's what we keep going back and forth on. But then he came back and put the nuance in it, and he said something, and it's what he described.
Smalls, mute up.
What he described
No,
was
somebody's on mute. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Go ahead, due diligence.
So what he was describing was allopathic speciation, right? And that is when you can have a founding population break away, like from the south, sub-Saharan, then a piece of that population go to the north, right? And over a period of time, they become two distinct populations genetically, right? But they can still have cultural continuity, right? So the nuance is whenever we're looking at these studies, we look at it and say the North have 0 sub-Saharan DNA, so they're not related. But that's kind of false because, like I just said, the nuance is they can be related, but just be separated through time, but then be connected culturally too. You know what I mean? So in that instance, whenever you see something like that, it's not necessarily about the DNA, but how connected are they culturally, right? With the culture continuity. And I just wanted to add that to the topic.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Well, y'all proceed, bro. I ain't in y'all way. Yeah, I don't even think you had to stop. I think he was digging what you were saying.
No, y'all having some fire conversations, and I appreciate it. I'm here to learn. I'm learning some good stuff. I'm hearing some good people, man. I'm checking it out. This is my first time. I appreciate you guys letting me in.
Dope,
Thank
dope, super dope.
If I could add one thing that's unfortunate is a lot of history of North Africa and indigenous genetic substratums of North Africa is basically being dismissed and masked by light skin. So because they light skinned, we dismiss them as foreigners, or they're not native, or this or that. But because of human migration, like all Africans are been intermingling with each other on a deep level. And so, one of my whole things in this area is I'm taking the side of modern North Africans, and that they are indigenous people. It doesn't really matter how much admixture they have. And the example I always give is I'm Black American, and my ancestors were slaves in America. And 2,000 years from now, when my ancestors are walking around, they all mixed up and stuff, but they still got hip hop and jazz and speaking Black English. For somebody to look at him and say, "Oh, since you're not dark skinned, you're not related to the slaves that built America." No, those are my ancestors. They still walking around with E1, B1A, and LOA. And so to dismiss them based on skin color, like that level of you can call it racism, ethnocentrism, or whatever it is, really dumbed down the conversation, and it kept everyone in the box, because it's like cognitive dissonance. They felt uncomfortable with North Africa being its own thing. And I've always argued, okay, everybody comes from East Africa, but when the East Africans went to West Africa, they became West Africans. They ain't East African no more. And people went to South Africa, they ain't East African no more. Why can't people go to North Africa and not be Sub-Saharan African anymore? And for the longest time, people would not accept it in this community. They just couldn't accept like the population divergence idea.
No, that is a great point. That is a great point, and that is when the culture comes into the picture. Because looking at it through genetics, you would think that way. Like these populations are distinct. Well, like you said, it's just an allele, it's a variation, but that don't mean that they don't consider themselves related, right? That don't mean that they don't have cultural continuity. But that is a great point that you make in the misconception of people trying to correlate relation just by phenotypes, right? I think that is, you cannot use that alone. We cannot use none of this information solely. We cannot use limb proportions solely. We cannot use phenotype solely. All of these things we have to use together to get a broader picture, right? And I don't like, and that's why I don't consider myself an Afrocentric, right? Because that's what Afrocentrics do, right? We use Afrocentrism in order to combat Eurocentrism, but then we end up doing what they was doing, right? And that's why how can we look at Eurocentrism and say that that's wrong, but then call ourselves an Afrocentric and do what they was doing and think that we're doing the right thing? So I'm like you. We just have to be honest with the information, and these things are what they are. As the populations are distinct populations and doing their own thing culturally, have their own culture, then they are a distinct population. But I think the the material culture aspect has to come up first before we make the distinction. Because like when we take like North Africans and Sub-Saharan Africans, so-called, how different are they culturally? Even if the genetics say different, right? So we can't look at them on a genetic level and be like they different, right? Because genetic don't necessarily make the difference, right? It's how you think. It's your ideology that sometimes trumps, right? So I just think these are great nuances that you're bringing up, and we got to further the conversation for sure.
Well said, due diligence.
Yeah, dude, that didn't even sound like you, bro. I can actually appreciate how if you know the first time I heard you talking about the subject to now, I could tell that you've moved, which means that means you have like a genuine conversation. You're not
I agree.
stuck on premises that that you got before that. Like I can notice the growth. Like it's problematic that so many people you can't you don't see that in what they saying. Like you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna get on that part of it, but for real, that was kind of refreshing.
I mean,
I think it's the
I
energy,
appreciate
Logic.
all that, dog.
I
I think it's
always
the
agree
energy.
with. I always agree
But
with
the
with
mood is good
right.
for sure.
No,
I
no,
always
not the mood is good. Hold on, due diligence. I want to give you some credit. A lot of times with due diligence, I've seen him on a number of channels, even on watching us. A lot of times you can't really say the kind of things that maybe you want to say because that ain't the mood of the show. That ain't where the content of the show is going, or you already know. You might, the predisposition of the information. That's not what they're looking to afford. They're looking for, pardon my French, nigga moments. People half the time cussing, or it ain't really like a serious conversation. So I think with due diligence, you act, when in Rome, you act like the Romans do. So I appreciate that. I don't know. I don't think he knows any more than he knew before, but it probably just didn't. You dress up to go to good restaurants.
No, you make a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I'm on somebody else's show and they doing a presentation, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. You know what I mean? I might let them just stand on that. And
I like that.
these are my brothers and stuff too. You know what I mean? But I do give pushback. You know what I mean? Like I've given pushback to all my guys. I've given pushback to all you guys, and you guys are giving pushback to me. Like I am where I am, and if I'm wrong, I can admit it. That's the thing about due diligence. Like I don't care about being wrong, man. I feel like we trying to do this in order to get the information out to the masses, and that's what's important to me. Not about being right, but just about my thing is not Afrocentrism, but putting history in the proper perspective, and that's what my show is about. I just started a show, and I hope you brothers will support one day. Come over and chop it with me.
Hey,
But yeah.
put the link to your channel in the back chat.
Hey,
I'll
yeah,
subscribe
respect.
right
I
I'll
now.
tell
respect
you,
that due diligence for sure.
I'd like to add, if it's of any use, that I've learned today that it's absolutely a political and racial conversation. And I've been fighting with ChatGPT for a minute, but it doesn't seem that the evidence will ever play a large enough role in a racial and political conversation to make a difference. Bro, that's where I'm at with that. Go ahead.
Due diligence. You be going live, or you got to record a video?
Yeah, not much though. It takes me a long time to get my information together. I don't like to just shoot from the hip. So, I'll read a couple books and get my stuff together before I just jump out there. So I go live every once in a while, but my thing is right now just putting together videos, and they be taking me 2 months at a time, and
What's your
that just
channel, due diligence?
it's called the Principles 360. I'm finna go grab the link and drop it in the back check. I'll be right back.
All right, bet.
The ChatGPT says the only way to reach a conclusion based on based on just the evidence is you would just simply have to remove the politics. So like you would damn near have to take the people out of it to reach a conclusion that's 100% about evidence when it comes to this racial argument. That's
But
what I'm
you
saying.
know one way to do that? One way to do that is to not bring up the modern people at all. If you talk about the ancient
Don't even
people,
bring that shit up. Exactly.
you don't even bring them up. We talk about ancient inhabitants, but the ethnocentric is so high. We have to say that the people there ain't this, the people there ain't this. They're all Arabs, and instant fail.
Yeah, somewhere in there, I was able to like really identify that it was wrong before I got off the ground. Like it was something crazy about it. I couldn't like put my exactly like figure out exactly what it is, and then getting closer to these conversations, the answer wasn't what I was expecting it to be, but it kind of went in the wrong direction. Like you know what I'm saying? Thinking about it being more about truth, and then coming to the space and realizing it's nothing to do with truth. Like that's just a word that's used, but that they're not looking for accuracy. Because if you're looking for accuracy, you would leave that shit alone. Just like you said, you wouldn't even bring that up. There's no way to navigate it because it's so intertwined with politics and race. So you just can't do it. I don't want I guess I don't want to be like the stopgap, right? Or I don't want to be the brick wall, but this today definitely showed how futile that is. Like there ain't you ain't getting around that shit. I'm not doing it. Because all the words are interchangeable. Well, I didn't say all the words are interchangeable, but there's too many interchangeable terms, too much of having to identify what part of the conversation is political, what part of it is just facts.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Logic. So in light of your new insight, so do you ever think it was about anything other than race in this community? No matter how anybody tried to layer it, right?
So this is what I originally thought, right? I originally thought that we were the only ones racializing the argument. And then so today shows me that it's racialized in academia. You know what I'm saying? Like when I say the conclusion can't be reached, I ain't talking about us. I'm talking about them. And I put it in the chat. I put it in there what ChatGPT says about how difficult that would be. And I didn't post I asked it another question and it said that the only way to do that would be to remove the politics. So there you go. Since we know we're having a political conversation, it clearly ain't removed. So you're not going to get an evidence-based conclusion.
Not necessarily a political conversation. I mean, sort of politics involved in science. I think you're reframing it a little the way you frame it kind of problematic. You know what I mean?
You muffled a
The
little bit.
But here's why I don't think it's problematic. Here I don't think it's problematic. Because I know if I go look up Pan-Africanism, they're going to tell me it's a political and social movement. You talking about political and social, you talking about power again. So even them participating in it has something to do with it politically, right? Their whole agenda is political. So my involvement, they ain't trying to. They have shown me that they're not worried about the accuracy. So I'm not going to assume that they're worried about accuracy. I'm assuming that they're talking about politics.
That's why most black people take the Afrocentric perspective, because in the beginning, in the initial stages where black people started becoming more prominent in science, we were combating race science, right? And that is definitely political. We were combating Eurocentrics, right? Where these Europeans was putting themselves at the foundation of everything. So yeah, we didn't make it racial, but we wasn't always in science. And now that we are, we were combating that, in the 80s and the 70s, tough. And that's how the Afrocentric approach it came. But then I come to realize that has even become, a negative, right? Because then we start romanticizing ourselves. So, so I do think it was it's been political for a long time. And even if you don't want it to be political, you have to combat it. You know what I mean? Even if you just striving to bring the truth forward, you got to understand that other people have political motives.
Yeah, but am I
Can I chime in on that?
No, I can hear you, Sosa. I can hear you.
Hold on, let Sosa get in there, and then you go right after Sosa asks.
Like nothing is pure, right? Like we all have humans have biases, right? But like we talked about earlier, like science is the best way to mitigate those biases. So that's just where we are. You know what I'm saying? So we got to navigate the landscape. You feel me? So the more attuned you are with the landscape of the science, the better equipped you are to come to a more probabilistic idea of what's actually factual.
And I don't disagree with that. Chef made a great point of when he said that earlier, that science would be the best playing field for us to level that, right? He's 100% right. I agree with both of y'all there. So again, what I was like, it's a political argument, not that we're just having a political argument. They having a political argument, the experts, right? So we're not gonna get anything but their, I guess, kind of like political offshoot, right? They fighting something like we can't even follow them properly from what I'm looking at, right? Like, because you can't use the consensus while they using race. How you do it? Like how do you do that? Like in all seriousness. So like you can't. I just don't see how you will ever unracialize their conversation in order to arrive somewhere, worth a damn, for real, because they having the political conversation, not just us. It's like them, they doing it on purpose.
I like this new logic. I'm just gonna give you your props, bro.
Yeah, they are having a political conversation in academia. What I found to be good is first understanding how race is a social construct. It's not genetic. Once you understand that, you can get past some of the hurdles of identifying people, um, you know, based on who they are and not who you think they are. There's that, but then you got to look at the features and the science behind why humans look a certain way that they do look. Arguing with someone that this population is black versus argue with them that they have a specific genetic adaptation to, high mean temperature and ultraviolet radiation, and that's why they dark skinned. Those are two different things, and we're taken two different ways. And so the reason why someone's hair is curly, or the reason why someone's hair is straight, talking about the evolutionary function behind that, or a thin nose, or this or that, or these features, will be a lot more informative and acceptable than arguing, oh, these people are Caucasoids. If no one knows why these people are Caucasoids and they using that term, then, a lot of people are going to take offensive to that term. But when you describe the mechanism behind those specific features, you understand, oh, some of those features actually originate in Africa. So you won't look at a North African that has straight hair and say, oh, they got that from somewhere else. You can recognize that, straight hair may be African, or light skin may be African.
And to add to that, we got to keep adding culture to the conversation, because what does it mean if somebody have different phenotypes, right? But have cultural continuity? It don't mean nothing. So you could look at somebody through genetics and phenotype, and if they share the same culture, these people are the same people regardless, right? Because we don't look at people through genetics, right? It's all about ideology and what you're doing. And I think that one day we're going to get to that point and stop looking at, because to me, what makes somebody a non-African is people that go against the non-African agenda. That's why I consider myself a black nationalist. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to identify with the people who understand that we do possibly have a common enemy, right? People who's against our ideology, people who's playing in politics and science and trying to, direct the future in the way that they want to see such. And it's up to us to always bring it back to the middle. And it's not even a bad thing if we play politics with them and play fire with fire. Sometimes we have to do that because, these people play dirty. You know what I'm saying? So whenever I look at people like Chancellor Williams' book, Civilization or Barbarism, I think that was the point that he was making whenever he was talking about Africans mixing with with the Arabs, and then making a different quote unquote species or type of people, right? And they got to play both sides because it didn't matter what their phenotype was. It was all about culture and how they was identifying with culture, playing on both sides. So I think whenever we get to that point and start identifying, you know what I'm saying, who was who about what they doing, their actions, right, their policies and their politics, then we'll get way further in the conversation. Because right now, I think we in genetics times. Right now, we getting genetics is the new thing, and everybody is up on it. But it's nothing by itself, because you can't. You think those populations themselves are identifying themselves with genetics, right? You have two distinct cultures that one branch from the other, and they're not even breeding with each other, right? And you would think that will make them two separate, but then when you look at the culture is the same, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? For the most part. You know what I'm saying? So once we really get that in our minds, then we'll start, navigating it through the right way to the future.
I think
when you say the culture is the same, what do you mean by that exactly?
Whenever I say the culture is the same, I mean like whenever you look at the way of life, right? The gods are pretty much the same, different names. When you look at how they live on a day-to-day basis, when you look at their cultural practices, when you look at how they feed themselves, when you look at how they bury themselves, whenever you look at the type of things that they make, you know what I'm saying? They are generally the same, right? I would call that cultural
The same as
continuity.
so, but who are you talking about? Who is the same as who?
Well, I'm not talking about nobody specifically, but I'm just talking about how nuanced it could be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not talking about nobody specifically, but I'm saying that if two cultures are distinct genetically, right, and they have cultural continuity, are those populations the same or different? Different, right?
I
I'm
think they
asking you.
different. Well,
Yeah,
okay, if you have pastoralists in Somalia and pastoralists in Ethiopia, they different.
I
Those are
mean,
different people.
yeah, you could say that biologically, right? Looking through that lens, you could say that, but you could also look at them culturally. Let's say they have a lot of the same cultural practices. Let's say they pray to the same gods. Let's say they do their burial practices the same. Let's say that they still doing what you call it, trading back and forth. You know what I'm saying? They cultural practices the same. These are in essence the same people culturally. And sometimes that trumps the biological aspect of it. Because what does it mean if you're different on a genetic level, but you still rocking with these people? You consider these people your cousins. So I see what you're
But
saying, but I'm
those
just
are my cousins. They're not my twins.
I would agree with you. But what is the same mean? We know two people cannot be no two people can be exactly the same, right? The question is how much difference is it substantially? Right? Because whenever you look at two people genetically, right, and the difference, sometimes the genetics don't manifest, right? They don't what do you call it? Be expressed. So you can have some people that's genetically different and it's not expressed phenotypically, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think what you're describing is
Well
ethnicity,
said.
right? So people can have the same DNA, they can have the same culture, but ethnically they different and they have a different history of how they came about and identify themselves as a singular group. I mean, you go to Africa, you go to a country, they got 80 different ethnic groups. A lot of them look exactly the same, dress the same, eat the same, but they speak a different language and they mate within their own group. So they're ethnically distinct.
Exactly. Or even with the ethnically distinction, right? Whenever you look at all these so-called differences, it don't even be that different. You know what I mean? Whenever you look at their cultural practices and how they live and everything that they doing, like they'll have the same God with different names, right? They'll have these different rituals with different names. They'll have these different practices. And that was another thing that Diop was trying to bring to the forefront, the cultural continuity from the south all the way to the north, right? So even if you have this different DNA variation, culturally, principally, they were still the same people. And that's when you got different people come in, is when you look at people like the Arabs and the Persians, and they have different ideology. But even these are our cousins, you know what I'm saying, genetically. But the ideology didn't change, and they going against what's African, right? They trying to stomp out what's African. And to me, that's what's important. Like, I don't care if a person is different genetically. The question is, what side of the fence are you on? Ideology, politically.
I'm gonna agree to disagree that they're the same
Yeah,
people.
yeah, yeah. I disagree with that. I'm gonna go
Um,
back to the politics. We know that academia, in its nature, is very political. The saying, if you follow uh, the money, you'll find out who funded the research. And a lot of times, people they chase certain, discoveries or certain findings strictly because of the funding, not because they're genuinely interested in it and they're willing to sacrifice, money, resources to find, to go through with that study. A lot of times it's based on who's funding them and the funding, whether it's the school itself, whether it's the government, whether it's a private corporation, a nonprofit corporation, they can have their own bias for why they're funding it. And so that may, even though, let's say a scholar may be, honestly, looking into something for to seeing what it is. If that organization has a bias and they're trying to prove a point, they're either going to fund that or they're going to suppress what you're doing so that they can highlight and focus on what they're doing. So in its nature, academia is very political.
And that's an excellent point.
We can look at, I'm going to give you some examples. We can look at military research. We can look at climate change studies. We can look at pharmaceuticals. All of this stuff, there's so many different varying arguments and positions because there's so many different companies backing them.
Gun
So
control too. Cigarettes.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I said, government. Yep.
The cigarette company, this is how bad they knew it was bad and still sold it. And, we're gonna have doctors recommend it. But they used to use asbestos in the filters. Yeah, he's right about funding. You can lose funding, and funding is huge. That's why sometimes it takes so long for these studies to happen. Somebody got to travel to a location, get the samples, produce it, set up a lab in the middle of the jungle.
That's why
Sometimes
when
you
we
can see
talk,
the pictures.
yeah, that's why when we talk about places like Egypt or even certain cultures that are being studied, unless there's even with the DNA, when we're talking about DNA, to go and get a sample size, that has to be funded.
They got to
Same
be
with
funded.
linguistics.
Not only
Yep.
that, and even like people complain we don't have no ancient DNA from the Sahel. We ain't got nothing from Mali and Chad and Niger. Like, you go up in there and get blasted.
Yeah.
That's not a safe place to be. And so, the distrust of people, you coming up in, let me get some of your blood to run a test. People don't care about that. They don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I don't know what to do with some of that, you know what I'm saying? But it definitely, it's like for me, the deeper I'm digging, it's almost like it's harder to really trust all of it. You know what I'm saying? It's because if you understand, like to me, I understand that if you involve politics at all, ain't nothing off the table, bro. Like
Logic, you
the
breaking up a
rules
little bit.
change. It ain't okay. Now I'm just saying, like the rules change. Like once you add the politics in there, I don't know how to trust that shit no more, bro.
You
I
gotta
don't.
vet. You
And
gotta
then
do
it
the
don't
work.
make it don't make it no easier. You come in this environment and I don't have a better example right now, but let's just say like the Afrocentrics that don't how would you like correct themselves when they've been wrong. Like it's just crazy all the way around, bro.
That
Hey,
you know
Logic, hold
what?
on, ask,
You gotta
hold on real
have
quick,
you
guys.
gotta go ahead.
Hold on real quick. Hey, Logic, why don't you speak specifically about, wasn't it a paper or something where you were saying the politics bothered you? Wasn't there something specific that you were speaking to? When you were saying like you was having a discussion with somebody today, and it was like you was reading it and you was realizing that the politics. I don't know if it was a Keita paper or was that new DNA paper. What was it specifically, so they could speak to that and see if they even agree with you.
I'm kind of
There's no
struggling to
way you
remember how I
survive
got
for
there,
more than
right? I
2
think,
hours.
somewhere, somewhere in this discussion, I've always had a thought in my head that us, the people in the community, were racializing a scientific conversation. So for there, I understood how problematic that would be because of what science says about race. So today, right, when we got into the sub-Saharan argument about what that term actually is used to track in science, it's a lateral word from black, right? It literally, I don't want to go that far, but they're basically saying black people when they say sub-Saharan. It is a term that they use to exclude those people from North Africans, right? So it's not necessarily about creating this continuity throughout the whole continent. It's a political move so you can so you can differentiate between the people who actually built the pyramids and the people who didn't. That's literally what's a political move, right? So as you get in, so that's how I'm starting to understand it. And then so it's not, and then you go on when you look at a term like sub-Saharan African, and you realize the politics of the conversation didn't start with us. Like it's the experts having a political conversation that we are trying to like unwind in this scientific way, right? Like that's a realization that I wasn't really ready for, because that tells me how far away reaching a real conclusion actually is in terms of race. Because when you're talking about, you're not going to take the politics out of race. And if you're going to take
Right.
the politics out the conversation, then you ain't never going to get like even down the middle. This is just what the information says. It's going to be slanted in one way or the other, because that's what politics is.
Logic. Let me
Everybody can't win on one particular politic. It's not possible.
So also you making great points, because this is, they racialize the conversation, right? Because in essence, everybody is ethnocentric, right? And that brings bias, right? And even whenever you start looking at the terms, right? So when you talk about sub-Saharan DNA or African DNA and non-African DNA, like it really ain't no such thing as non-African DNA whenever you understand how evolution works, because everything is a subset from Africa, right? And what they call in non-African DNA or non-modern human DNA is if this is not an African that's mutated on the outside continent, on a continent outside of Africa. And then when you start thinking about phenotypes and morphology, how all of it comes from Africa, the conversations get convoluted. Then what are we talking about now? Because it's now we having all these probabilities, right? And that's
Right.
not the, you know what I'm saying? So
Right. See, like, and if these were
Well,
animals, you would make it really, really simple, right? It wouldn't have to be
well,
all of that. You would understand
it
it's all
has to
one
be all of
species.
that. Yeah, we are all one species of Homo sapiens. So when you
Explain
saying
how
that
how that brings clarity. I'm curious.
okay, so we have to differentiate the African origin of Homo sapiens, right? Of humans. If aliens come down and pick people up from all around the globe, they're gonna be like, all y'all the same, all y'all DNA is the same, because it's all Homo sapien plus Neanderthal, whatever. So yes, everyone is all African because Homo sapiens as a species is an African species. That's different than more recent evolutionary history where people left Africa and went into Europe and went into Asia and came into the Americas and differentiated over time. The bottlenecks that they went through, the founder effects that they went through, the adaptation to the different flora and fauna of those regions outside of Africa, the weather outside of Africa, the climate outside of Africa, the food and diseases outside of Africa, that created a different person who is genetically distinct from me and some of you in here. And so when you spit in that tube and they sequence your, 800,000 snips or whatever it is that differentiate us, the ones that those people have are different from the ones that you have. And that's like the difference between non-Africans and Africans. So there's that. Number two, we have to have faith in science to the point to believe if they dig up an African in the Americas that's from 1,000 years ago, they're going to publish it and not hide it, right? We have to have faith that what they digging up and publishing are the actual results of what they digging up and publishing, and they're not just making stuff up. If we don't have that faith, then find a different hobby, because at that point, well, I mean, you at that point, all bets are off. So you gotta have faith in the scientific process. But when they publish this stuff, you gotta know when you're getting played. Gotta know when you're getting played. If they say pseudoscience things such as black ancestry or X population has 1% sub-Saharan and 2% East African, well, East African is sub-Saharan. So why are they differentiating the two? Gotta know when you're getting played. Or talk about North Africans, Y chromosomes. You talk about North African Y chromosomes, and it's like 100% E, and they say, well, they only have 2% African Y chromosomes because they're not talking about E1B1B or the M81 marker that originates there. No, they only talk about the West African. So you got to know when you're getting played. You got to know how to interpret the data. You got to know when you're looking at the admixture charts, like how that stuff came about and what it means when you add so many populations in there and it does like weird things. They're playing us. They're playing us. But I'll say, in my mind, I'll read the data. I'll accept what it is. In the back of my mind, I'll say, okay, this is what I believe it could be based on all the other stuff I know. But for now, I'll accept what they're saying. This is what their data says. So before I dismiss it, I got to understand what it says. And it's like, it's so many times I've argued with white people that don't believe in out of Africa. And you ask them, well, explain out of Africa, and they can't even explain it. So we have to know what we disagree with.
Hey, Austin, the thing is you brought up a good point. We have to be able to identify even those predatory journals who are going to profit over having the newest finding that quote unquote dispels the out of Africa theory. Because there's so many different arguments, and even now, of people trying to use different findings to prove that out of Africa theory is not accurate. But we do have those predatory journals. We do have tainted peer review processes. The issue I have with academia is that they don't necessarily address or check the misinformation after it's publicized or after it's even hit mainstream media and news outlets. Like they don't ever, step
It's
up
one
and
thing to
good.
I'm sorry. It's one thing
Hey, hold
to
on, Mel.
demand.
Were you done, Mel?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Was one thing.
Go ahead,
It's one thing to demand this rigor and accuracy on historical events, but when you're looking for skin color and racial arguments, you have started the argument in cloudy. Like it's like your premise isn't even good. Like you know what I'm saying? Like for you to get the right information. So like
You're
that
right.
part of it,
Yeah,
like
once you start talking about race and try and use DNA, you already lost.
you already out of there.
Yeah, logic at the beginning, it was political because they were trying to put themselves at the top of this hierarchy, right? And try to claim superiority over people through science. And they was using science, right? Pseudoscience,
Right.
right? They was using so-called science to try to put themselves higher than other people. But I wanted to get at another point that you were saying, right? So, because we was talking about what about these, what are these substantial differences, right? And in terms of DNA and genetics, the only time I really think that not the only time, but one of the main things in talking about a historical aspect or a biological aspect, dealing with DNA, I deal with it like on a medical level, right? Because you can't use a European as a base model, as a proxy in order to do medicine on different types of people around the world, right? That's not going to work. And they're coming to find that out. But whenever you're talking about like people and the differences, and when you look at the differences, it'd be up to 2% or 0.2%. You know what I'm saying? What kind of differences do these make? Because anything else that you look at, you wouldn't take a 2.2% of something else and think that it's a drastic difference enough to even cry about. You know what I'm saying? Talk about it being different.
0.2%, 0.2% or something like small could be extremely advantageous, right?
Yeah, within
You may have
DNA,
in your body right now, you may have one specific variant to fight malaria, right? That
So
one little teeny tiny snip, one
hold on,
thing, you got that.
hold on.
Or you have one single variant to process
Hold on,
milk.
because I already made that point. I said on the medical side, it's important. But when we talk about identity, right? Whenever and then I moved it. I said when in terms of identity, then how is it important? Right? Because I already
Well,
agreed
genetics
with
is not race.
but it's still not medical. It's still not just isolated to medical. Somebody having a certain adaptation or a certain genetic affinity could very well be an aspect of their entire culture.
Okay,
We just
here's
can't
a question.
we just can't
Do y'all
isolate it to
know?
just medical.
Do you know, right? You know why people have curly hair? Anybody here know the specific reason why we have curly hair?
I thought they said it was for like it has something to do with like the weather or something like that. Right?
Not covering the neck or something.
It has
So
something to do
over
like
the
cooling the
pandemic,
body.
there was a researcher that defended her PhD thesis. Very good. Her name is Tina Lasisi. I bring her up all the time. So she created a model and she studies hair and figured out the specific reasons of the curl pattern. She did like all this work and they created a robot. And her conclusion is basically humans, curly hair is a derived trait.
Yeah, from
Y'all know what that
T.
means, right? It's a derived
Yeah,
trait,
derivative.
which
T
means
is it in the
the ancestral state,
TCHH?
right? So the ancestral state was not curly. So the original humans did not have curly, kinky hair. So that fact right there alone, when you look at people in North Africa, considering you have a 300,000-year-old skeleton there, the original humans already didn't have curly hair. So the idea is when humans moved into a hot and humid climate, the adaptation that created the curl pattern helped cool the brain so they could run longer, they could hunt longer without being, without dying of thirst. And people left out, and that mutation didn't exist when people left out. That's why some of the earliest people that left out, what do you see in Australia? They have straighter hair. They don't have the curl pattern like we have.
Don't it have
And later
something?
like Tasmanians, different. So later on, Africans and people over there, convergent evolution. Okay, we in the tropics, we need this. We in the tropics, we need it. Boom, we both have the same mutation or something like that. So
You mind if I
differences
finish
matter.
what I'm saying though? Because you kind of cut me before I could even land my plane. And I'm not saying that differences don't matter, but we was talking about how substantial could a 0.2% difference be, and then you jump to the medical, which I had already agreed with, right? So in that terms, I agree with you. But we use genetics in terms of identity, right? We be trying to identify populations through genetics, and that doesn't help a lot. It can show relationships, right? Where people
No,
come from
but
and
but
what
those
era.
different those
Oh,
are those
oh,
differences though.
bro,
Those are
brother,
those differences. When they sequence in your 800,000 SNPs, that's what they sequencing. Those differences in your immune system that created that stuff that differentiates you from them people way over there. All the shit
brother,
that Europeans went through in the Ice Age, that's
brother.
that's the difference.
I understand that, but we talking about. I'm trying to bring it back to identity, right? And genetics, we be trying to use genetics to identify, but genetics is probabilistic on location and relation, right? That's where it's strong at, but not in identifying who a people were according to them, right? And so whenever I make that, when I make the statement talking about a 0.2% or a 2% has nothing to do with the relationships of people in practice, right? Who these people were in reality. Genetics don't tell you nothing about that, right? It just tells you how closely related they are and to what areas of the world. And that's highly probabilistic, dealing with gene flow, speciation, and all of those type things that bog it down. So I agree with you, and I'm trying to bring it back to the earlier point that you said that it's more nuanced, right? I'm just trying to throw in another nuance because to me, it's not that important uh, in terms of identity, right? To me, culture is king, right? Because that's what we're talking about when we talking about in terms of history. That's the argument. Who were these people? Who are these people, right? Who were and then genetics let us know where these people come from probabilistically and who are they related to, right? That's what I use genetics for, but not really how these people identify themselves.
But
Okay.
there's no speciation in the human
Fire,
population. If there's no
fire.
speciation in the human population, I'm just asking from one of the person who studied genetics.
Yeah, one
Do we
person
have
is talking
species?
about
Do we have speciation in human population?
a species of human population.
No, in human population. He mentioned
No,
speciation a while ago. But
What was
Nah,
the
I
question?
don't.
talk about archaic humans, but that's it.
Yeah, but what up? You in Homo sapien population, you don't have
No,
CPU,
no,
sir.
no, no,
If
no,
it
no.
was like
I do disagree with the claim that a 0.02% difference in genetics can't change how we
Nah,
identify identity.
he's
And I Aston was talking about.
Melvin. He's not talking about genetics. That's why y'all get firing passage. He's talking about identity in terms of culture. So he's saying like, yeah, they can have different. He's arguing that the genetics can be different in terms of their identity, but who they are is about culture. That's what he's trying to say. That's why y'all keep misfiring against it.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mel.
Yeah, so culture is not identified by genetics. Culture is usually shaped
Absolutely.
by language, tradition, geography, belief systems, history. Uh, there may be traits within the ancestry that can be reflected, but the identity is around that shared ancestry. And usually the genetic difference is small. So, like when we look at West Africans, their differences reflect their ancestry. When we look at certain Chinese people or certain indigenous Indian people, like we see that their genetic differences reflect their ancestry, but their culture isn't necessarily shaped by it entirely. So yeah.
Right, y'all got anything else, or what we doing?
No, I think we're in a good spot. 'Cause I've been on this mug all day. I'm definitely about to get up off here. But
No, I'm just
man,
saying because
this
most
was
most
a
everybody's listening, but I don't know if everybody's
fire
up.
combo, dude. Man, this one was crucial. I ain't I ain't really like what I found out in the conversation, but damn it, it was a good ass conversation.
Let y'all ready to talk about this France.
Bro, I don't think they want to have that, bro. Listen. What I've come to realize, even when Reggie was in there, I don't think everybody wants to have an honest conversation about Francis Cress Wilson. I think the legends, the
Yes.
Francis Cress Wilson conversations, or anytime you start talking about the legends, it tends to lean towards reverence with no form of critique, and any critique is seen crazy. But I think anybody that says your melanin gives you ESP, that throws the majority of anything else they say into a crazy lens. But I'm not about to be the person that's gonna come in and start killing legends and get blamed for it.
What's
More like
ESP?
alchemy.
I'll do it.
Exactly, due diligence.
I'll do
That's
it.
the actual conversation. Hey,
Exposition,
due diligence.
exposition
It
What
don't
test.
you
make
just
sense,
said?
though. If
What's
they
ESP?
wrong, they wrong.
You just answered the question. Due diligence. What's
I think
ESP?
more
Exactly.
about alchemy than anything.
Well, maybe they're not wrong. The question is, what's the source? Where
There
can
is
I
no
read that at?
source. You make that shit up.
And maybe there is. Maybe there is.
No, there's
That's
no
that's
source.
what we should be doing. How you
There's
know?
what?
At
There's
one
just
time, there wasn't a source that said humans mixed with Neanderthals. We thought they couldn't mate at all. That's
we can see
absurd.
that.
What do you
We can
mean?
see the evidence of that today and then.
Nah, no,
What you mean,
they didn't
nah?
believe it. They
So
did not
what? We can
believe
see the
humans and Neanderthals were
evidence.
compatible.
Wait, are we talking about there's
No,
evidence that melanin gives you ESP? I hope we're not doing that.
no,
That's what he's
no,
talking
no.
about.
What I said,
Oh, okay.
what
Y'all
I
moved
said
something else.
is certain things seem absurd. People didn't believe in germ theory.
But there's
People didn't
some
believe that you could
melanin
tell them,
Let him
you know
finish.
what?
Let him
You
finish.
see,
Let him
no,
finish.
hold on.
No,
You
we're gonna
see
let
that
you
meat?
finish.
Is something on that meat that you can't see that's gonna kill you. People at one point didn't believe in that. It took the invention of a microscope to be able to explain that. Or it took the invention of a telescope for somebody to say, you know what? The earth don't revolve around this. And they was killing people. So,
people
I mean,
still
who
don't.
knows what the future could say? Right now is, let me see the source. That's the
melanin.
Bro,
scientific
even
process.
Melanin
hold
is a pigment. It
hold
doesn't
on.
function that way. Its base function is protection. That's it.
He's not saying that.
It protects you from cancer. They didn't know that way back when.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they didn't know it. We have evidence for that now. So
But,
whoever was
they
saying
didn't
the
know it
They
back
about to go off.
then.
They about to go off on
So
a different.
no,
Yeah, we're
it's
about to go off the
you know what I
rails.
found
That's
out.
probably my fault.
You know what I found out. I'll give you a perfect example. I have 2 copies of the APOE. Shit that fucks you up for Alzheimer's, right? People know that APO2. If you have
Yeah.
one copy, you're okay. If you have 2 copies, you got
Don't.
like a 6,000 time more chance to get early onset Alzheimer's. I have
Yeah,
2 copies. My wife has 2 copies. My daughter has 2 copies.
oh my.
Now, wait. We from Africa. So in Africans, those 2 variants don't have the association with Alzheimer's like it does in Europeans. With Africans, those 2 variants actually have an association with fighting malaria. So here I am as African American thinking this variation that's going to call me Alzheimer's actually does some other magical thing that they just now finding out
And it
about.
has.
So I mean,
I
who
That's
knows in the
magical,
future?
though. Who's
has
saying it's
no.
magical?
And it has.
It is magical.
He just be. Come
That
on.
shit is a superpower. If you got
What?
like the sickle cell trait,
It's hyperbole.
I'm done,
I'm
yo.
I'm
Hold up,
saying,
yo.
I
I'm
don't
done,
fully
yo.
need
Who
magical.
That's
Hold
all
on,
I'm
hey,
gonna do,
listen, hey,
yo.
Okay.
hold on. Hey, listen,
I don't
even if
need.
hold on, Mel.
Said it
Even
actually.
if we disagree, let a person finish their sentence. What we need to do is land our planes a little faster. Just say what you got to
When I
say
say
and then go.
magical,
Let's not start cutting each other
right?
off.
I don't mean like magic. What I mean is from a primitive people standpoint, you may have something in your body that that we thought was junk DNA, and we found out it does this, this, and this, and this. As science grows, they figuring out all these variants actually do. You have a specific gene they didn't think it did nothing. Guess what? You have this gene, you can't catch HIV. So me, if somebody say some oddball shit, I skip to science and say, what is the source? I don't dismiss nobody when we talking science. I just say, give me the source. If they can provide a source, I'm going to read it. Because if I'm wrong, I learned something.
Can I
No,
ask you a
and
question
I
about those two
hold on.
things,
Let me
please?
say something. Hold on, real quick. So the only difference that I see with the two conversations is like what you just said. Go to the science. There's no similar path of germ theory and melanin theory. There's no similar path. So for example, you brought up the microscopes. The whole conversation with germ theory was bad air caused illness. So
Bad
that's
area.
Pasteur and Koch or Koch. So
Come
they
on.
used experiments and microscopes, right? So that theory
Mm-hmm.
became accepted because it produced, and this is where we go to theory, repeatable and testable results. It also led to vaccines, antibiotics, hygiene. But the path is what's different. Melanin is just it's not just, it's a real biological pigment, whatever, gives skin, eyes, hair color, protects against radiation, like you said. But the difference though is when you extend it into something unscientific, that it affects intelligence, affects morality, gives you some kind of cosmic connection without the things that germ theory had, meaning no empirical proof, it can't be measured, tested, or repeated because it's unscientific. And it's not even improving anything that we have, like a vaccine, like with germ theory. So the reason if it's philosophical or symbolic, that's my difference. I think is even though germ theory was once doubted, okay, but then it was proven through evidence. Melanin theory has always been mystical. It's never gone from a hypothesis to something that you can verify. Now, I understand what you're saying. I don't want you to think I don't understand what you're saying. That at one point with new technology, this, that, and the third, it's just with melanin theory, it hasn't been able to be um I don't think they fall under the same realm. That's just my point. So hold on,
I get
Ashton,
what
before
you're
you go.
saying, but I always ask for the source. I don't believe in black people being in America before Columbus, but
Right.
every time they release ancient DNA on the Americas, I download it, I go in a document to see if we're there. So
Yeah,
for
and
me,
I don't think you
when
could do the
people are
same with
watching,
melanin theory.
true, but when people are watching and somebody says some oddball stuff, Me telling them, let me see the source, puts the community in a certain mindset where you can't just say shit. You're going to have to prove it. And so people, once you force it in another Facebook group I minister on Africa stuff, I call what's called the hot seat challenge. If you say some shit and I say hot seat challenge, let me see a proof. If you
Love
can't
that.
provide proof in 24 hours, boom, you kicked out the group.
Yeah,
That's
love
it.
that. I love that. I just don't
So
think,
people
in
can't
my
just say anything.
opinion,
We got to ask for a source. You got to ask for a
right,
source.
but would you agree with germ theory and melanin theory? Not all claims are equal. Like some claims,
Absolutely.
I don't think all ideas
Absolutely.
deserve the same. Just because someone says don't dismiss it, you run a dangerous lane when you still don't give some things more weight than others. If someone just comes up to me and says your melanin gives you a cosmic connection, I'm not asking for a source, because if I would want them to present that source first before I would even go. You know what I'm saying? If that's the case, then I think we'd be doing wasted energy going down rabbit holes. But that's just my opinion.
But
I'm not here for my
But,
opinion.
but can I
Doesn't
say
matter.
something?
the
It's
people that saying
ask.
that,
Can I say something?
people that
Brother,
saying
brother,
that
can I
don't
say
need, they don't know nothing about sources in the first place.
Right,
brother,
right,
can I say
right.
something to you? When
Yeah, go
somebody
ahead.
said unequivocal, said black people wasn't here before Columbus, I could argue that black people was here before Columbus, because I could use the argument that science tell me that the pale skin gene, wasn't prevalent 10,000 years ago. And we know that people in the Americas was here before 10,000 years ago. Just like how the people in those islands were there, and they retain the colors. The people who were traveling across the world 10,000 years ago, the majority of them, you had one and two, you have a minority of light-skinned or pale-skinned people. But the majority of people worldwide, according to science and research, were dark-skinned people. Were they sub-Saharan Africans? We want to call them that at the time, but were they black people? We could say yes, because the genes for pale skin never spread out as yet. It never take over as yet. So if you're arguing that the black people was here before Columbus, you can say yes. I can say
No, I'm
yes.
talking about Africans.
Yeah, but
I'm
you
talking
talk.
about
Yeah, yeah,
Africans,
yeah. Then you got to
Okay.
hold that. I
specifically
get
Africans.
being slick with black. I get it.
So,
Yeah,
and
I
this
caught
is
that
this
he
is what
was
happens.
that black was big, or I caught that too.
Yeah,
I'm turning into the conscious community. This is
Yeah,
crazy.
right? We can use that argument, but you have to say, was it Africans? Was it modern day West Africans? No. But were they black people? Yes.
But
You know,
Stu Peace, would you agree that some of that evidence is suggestive, not necessarily definitive?
yeah, but that is what we base it on. Because based on the science
No. You
suggests.
don't bet. Right? No. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying there's no definitive evidence of that. It's mainly just suggestion.
Evidence for
It's
what?
suggestion, but these are
Yes.
things like, I mean, this is that Olmec conversation. If I'm not
Evidence for
if
what?
I'm being mistaken, like all of this stuff is interesting stuff, but it's just interesting, and I think you got to leave it there until
No, I
right
said evidence for what?
until right.
That the
Evidence
people
for
in
what?
America were dark skinned, were black. They
uh,
were black.
Olmec's
Then
Olmec's already been genetically tested, so that
Yeah,
conversation is done.
yeah.
Right.
No, they weren't Africans, but they were black. Just like how the people in China 10,000 years ago was black. And the
how?
people in Europe were black 10,000 years ago. We can't say that unequivocally because the gene to express
They
pale
wouldn't have been.
skin
They wouldn't have
wasn't
been
wasn't
nilotic.
widespread.
You know what I'm saying?
You still
No,
hold
It
on, go ahead,
wasn't
sis.
widespread. So we can't say that.
yeah,
No,
they
we
I
wouldn't have
got
can
your
been.
say
point, Peace. We got your
Wouldn't
point.
they
Let our
wouldn't have
soul
been.
to get in there.
They wouldn't have been black, like nilotic black, but they would have, darker, some brown skin, dark brown, like, I mean, that type of skin tone. Yeah, yeah. You can just look at the skin map and look at the
that.
UVA radiation and see, to get an idea, general representation of skin. Look at the zones
Yeah,
that
but
they live.
just because people lived along the equator, we're not just gonna paint them black.
No, that's what I'm saying. They're not going to
It
be.
has nothing
That
to do with the
They're
equator.
not going
It
to
has to do with
migrate
the
there
gene.
to show up nilotic.
It
You know
has
what
to
I'm
do with the
saying?
gene. It has nothing to do with the equator.
No,
It
not
has to
necessarily
do with
winning.
both.
It has to do with both and UVA rate, creating lanes, angles. So
Right.
all of it matters. All of it matters. And the ability to secure vitamin D, rich foods, if you know what I mean. All that shit plays a part in to know how
Yeah.
dark we get and whatnot. So the ability to get vitamin D rich foods, can't get it, so forth, so on. All of it plays a role.
Any response to that, Mel? Peas?
No, he's right. He's
I'm
right. It has to
listening.
do with the foods, but it also has to do with the gene. Because white people never exist before the white gene. You have different variation of dark-skinned people, yes? But white people never exist before that gene. And that gene became expressive and it spread towards Europe because it wasn't all that prevalent until 4,000 years ago. And it never fully took over until about 3,000 years ago in Europe. Most people were dark-skinned.
Are you talking about the pale skin gene?
Yes.
That's
Okay, because not all whites are pale.
What do you mean that not all whites are pale? You have dark-skinned whites? In
They're
terms of
not
over
dark skin, but they're not pale.
Yeah, what?
They can be like olive colored, very light brown. You've seen the first rendering of the first type of what is it? Hunter gatherers that left out of Africa. Those people weren't
The
pale.
first, no, they look like the person.
The pale
From the
skin gene
island.
is the pale skin
Those
gene
boys,
is a recent adaptation.
yes, that's what I'm telling you. The first hunter gatherers out of Africa look like those persons from what are the
But
name
the first,
island?
all of
And
the first hunter gatherers in Africa were not dark skinned people.
who tell you that?
Say
You
what?
know that? Who were the first person? Those people in the Indian Oceans and those islands. What we call them? Those
You talking
people.
about the
Huh?
the Asians. I'm talking about
I'm,
I'm talking about the people who were hunter gatherers that left Africa that
how much years ago?
went up into Europe. Those people were not pale. That pale skin gene is recent.
That's no, I said that. That's what I said. That's
They
what I
said that.
said.
But then,
That's what I said.
then you have to specify that not all white people are pale because they aren't.
That's the point that he was making. Well, he would, and then like, so at what point, like, whenever you take the out of Africa theory, for instance, right, and then we know that Africans seeded the world. You know what I'm
Right?
saying?
And the
So
pale
at
skin
what
gene didn't exist.
so at what point when the light skin gene outside of Africa comes into play, is it that point do we stop calling them African? And then like I
Yes.
always want to bring it back to the culture
They're
thing.
all
Who's deciding
different.
how these people acted? So just because you have a light skinned gene outside of Africa, you have to understand that these people are still from Africa. You know what I'm saying? And you know, they have a genetic mutation, and we say that it turns them into something else. I would argue that the only thing that makes you something else is self-determination. You know, that's my argument. But
They got a different archaic Neanderthal mix and Denisovian mix. They got other shit that, you know, Sub-Saharan people don't got. You know what I'm saying?
You can't win that one with a Neanderthal mixture. But I agree that you can't win that one. Don't try that one. That one you go down a rabbit hole. Right? Because humanity, Homo sapiens at the core are all Africans. We have to give them that. Homo sapiens are all Africans. They came out of Africa and then migrated throughout the world. Some adapted, some get the pale skin gene, some get the white gene. But then no, and it never solidified until in Europe and that time until 4,000 to 2,000 years ago. But then after that, no, it became political. It became political even in those times.
so that's a legitimate question for you guys. Like, at what point do we start making the differentiation, right? Whenever Homo sapien leaves, out of Africa, and then before that, you got like Homo habiligansis, and before that, Homo erectus, right? So you got to think. I want you guys to look at this in practice, right? So let's say these parts of populations break off from Africa, go to somewhere else, start creating a population in a new place outside the continent. At what point do we start calling them something other than African?
Well, when they start acquiring mutations outside of Africa, and they start
Exactly.
becoming more distinct from the African population, they become their own little group. You know what I mean? Bottleneck.
Even the ones that went out and back migrated are something different. Some back migrated and stayed, others didn't. Others back migrated and left back out over time.
It's like you got
that's
cherry,
true.
like
Let
you
me
got cherry Coke, like you got Coke,
let me
right?
add a caveat right quick, right? So I want to talk about it in practice. Now let's deal with, because that's what science says, right? Whenever you pull up a fossil and they see that it has a different genetic variation than the founding population, right? They say that it's something else. But let's look at it logically, like in practice, right? So let's say this breakaway population went somewhere outside of the outside of the continent and started another civilization, right? So these people don't know when it happens that they have a genetic mutation within them, because it can be expressed or not expressed, but they could still be linked to Africa. You know what I mean? Culturally, they might not be doing nothing else that they wasn't doing on the African continent. But whenever we dig them up out the ground and we sequence the DNA, we say, look, they have a genetic variation, so they're not African genetically. But we don't know what these people are doing, and then how long after they have this genetic mutation, are they still doing African practices, which would make them African, if you ask me, regardless of what their biology says? That's an argument. I think it can go both ways. And I keep sneaking that in there on you guys just to bring in some more nuance. I hope y'all ain't getting tired of me at this point.
That's not
like
nuance.
that argument.
That's
No, I like
pseudoscience.
that argument. Because guess what? The majority of the earth is 99.8% African. But we take the 0.2%, I know have distinction to say they're not because
Yeah, but yeah,
2% when the
you mix culture with
is universal.
genes. Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you mixing up culture with genes. It's like, yeah, they doing the same thing, but they different. They gonna be in the bottleneck. You're gonna have hard, like we talked about the hard run of homozygosity. They gonna have, like, because they're gonna be mixing with first cousins, so they're gonna be all type of shit going on, and it's gonna cause different mutations that gonna make them distinct. So yeah, they doing the same thing, but they gonna come back, and they may have be affected by different illnesses than the African population. Not like this. You know what I'm saying? There's like a whole bunch of shit that happens that makes them distinct as a people, even though they got the same practice. You know what I'm saying? A similar practice.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that completely. But it's not too far
The
from what
more
we
important question:
look, can I respond to that right
why do
quick?
you want them to be African? Why do you want
Right.
them to be African though?
Yeah, that's probably
Whatever political hurdle you need to get over, it's a roadblock in your learning. If you can't get past non-African people existing, it's a roadblock to your learning. You shouldn't
So
want these people to be African so bad that you just like trying to force a square peg in a round hole.
okay, so can you speak to the specific thing that I said? Because I don't want people to be African so bad. I'm trying to look at it in reality, because whenever you migrate out of Africa, right, and you have a genetic mutation outside of Africa, right, what scientists do, they look at it automatically and say that's something else. But in reality,
Hey,
they
give
can
me something
still
going.
be
She's a hole
have
to
their
the ground.
traditional practices and,
You
and,
want
and
this
still
crispy
be
pumpkin
and have
and
affinities with
drive to
a
the ground.
excuse me.
You get
Let me
me?
land
Hit
my
that
plane.
floater.
Let me land my plane. Can I
Hit mute,
finish saying what I'm saying?
Uncle hit mute, Burton Bros, because a bunch of static. Go ahead.
He just wasn't on mute. He wasn't interrupting you. He just wasn't on mute. He just
My
came
bad.
in not on mute. Go ahead, do.
So you trying to make it seem like I'm trying to make everybody the same, but I'm trying to get people to look at it in a reality, right? Because we be projecting into the past, right? You can't dig up a fossil and genetically sequence it and look at it and say the genetic mutation, it has a genetic mutation, so it makes it this type of person substantially, right? Because how you identify is through culture, and if these people have cultural affinities to the population that they come from, in essence, how you identify with who you are culturally is actually who you are, regardless of your genetics. Because these people could have a light skin, like you said, and still be African.
Okay, you making an assumption that how you identify is through culture, and you trying to
That's not an
project
assumption,
that.
right? That's not
You
an
trying to
assumption.
project that. No, you don't know
That
how
is not an
a
assumption.
person. You don't
Everybody
Hold
know
up, let
how
him
a
identifies
finish.
through
Let
person.
him
culture.
finish due
Listen,
diligence. Let's keep it clean.
Yeah.
Let him finish.
you
All
don't
right.
know how a group of dead people from a culture 10, 15, 20, 40, or 50,000 years ago identified. That's not what we know. What we
That's
do
my
know
point.
in science, right? But this is what we know in science. We know there was hunter gatherers. They weren't farming way back then. There was no civilization way back then. So we can look at their stone tools. We can look at their bone tools, and we can see, okay, these stone tools are different from the ones in Africa. So these stone tools all look local lithics. We can see where they made them right over there in this big ass rock pile. We can see the bones, and we look at their DNA and we, okay, these people from 35,000 years ago have a genetic variant that originated 20,000 years ago in this area. And it couldn't have originated in Africa because they don't have the genetic variation that fits within Africa. Their genetic variation is outside that of that which contains Africans. You know, that's like you asking me, how do we know a Neanderthal is not African? How? Because the genetic variation that we classify as Homo sapien, Denisovans and Neanderthals are outside of that range, right? And so if you draw a circle of genetic variation and you call that African and you take a European, a lot of that circle is going to overlap because all humans come from Africa, but it's going to be a portion of it. And there's images where you can find this. There's going to be a portion of it that exists outside of Africa. And when you spit in that tube, that portion that exists outside that distinguishes you from the people inside, those 800,000 snips or 1 million snips, or when I first spit in the tube, it could have been like 100,000. That is what differentiates you from the people that stayed in Africa. A better, I guess, a more complicated issue is population divergence, right? Before people left Africa,
Facts.
what if their DNA changed to non-African before they left out? And a perfect example I always bring up is the sample from China, Beijing, that is 45,000 years old. The unique thing about the sample is it's like part Native American. But as we know, Native Americans didn't exist 40,000 years ago. There was another 20,000 or even 30,000 years before even people even came over the land bridge to become Native Americans. Therefore, it was people in East Asia, what we call Native American, differentiated in East Asia, and then went over as a founder effect, populated the mainland, and then that which existed inside East Asia, it sort of got wiped out. So that's like a more complicated situation because if you have a place like Egypt and the Levant, the first people that go out of Africa is highly likely that they had already diverged, 100,000 years ago.
It's
Check
like
the
the
idea. If you get
lactase.
100,000, yeah.
I was gonna say,
What's
it's
that?
like the lactase persistence gene, where like some populations, because they domesticate dairy animals, they have that gene, whereas others who don't necessarily do that wouldn't have it. And they could be in the same
Yeah,
location.
Matt. Or they'll be able to digest. There's other studies. Before they found these genes, they could test by, I think, blood. So they could test by blood
Blood
and
types,
saliva.
yeah.
So they could,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so they could have you drink the milk, and then they could test your blood and test your saliva and see if you have the enzymes that digest the milk. And this was before they knew about the specific variants. And what they found, okay, y'all can digest milk. Then later they got the variants. But even then, some people, again, like certain Sahelians and Southern Sudanese, their whole culture is like cattle, especially in South Sudan, but they don't have any of the known variants for lactase persistence, but they still digest milk. So there's people that can still do it, but they don't have the gene. There's people that do it, but they have a gene we haven't found. And, you know, it has to get to a point where people leave out and you have to identify them as something new. And most of that is due to them not having genetic variation that is typical of Africa. It falls outside the range.
Right. Also, like
That
the
was
people in
that was my question. That was the only question that I asked. I feel like you went long and strong just to come back to the point that I was making, and then also you just refused to put culture in it because you're going to tell me I'm making an assumption that people identify culturally. No, that's the only way that people identify, especially in groups, right? Whenever you group identify, it has everything to do with your culture, and that was the only point that I was making. And I know it's a nuance, but whenever we having these genetic conversations, we got to get into the minutia sometimes because whenever you
No,
oversimplify something, excuse me, whenever you oversimplify something, you can miss the nuances.
okay. There's a YouTuber named Kai Cenat. What's his culture?
I have no
You know, Kai,
idea.
everybody, African American. He looked like us. He talked like us. He dressed like us. He listened to our music. He makes our music. Culturally, he's African American. There are a whole bunch of people in America who are black. Culturally, they look like us. They do exactly what we do. They eat the same food, but ethnically, we are different. They're Jamaican.
Yeah, but the point that I'm making is how much of a
So,
difference
but their culture
is
is the
that? So
same.
that's,
Their culture
I
is
think you're
the
making
same,
you're
but they're
making my
different
point
people.
only. That's the point that I'm making. Not necessarily because let's look at us in the African, right? We consider ourselves the difference and the same at the same time, right? Like we consider ourselves different than Africans, but we know that those are our brothers, our cousins. You know what I'm saying? We don't look at it as a substantial difference, right? We don't have to look at it as a substantial big difference. We know,
But you,
we come from these people. So to me,
but you said
you making it a big difference. I'm saying the difference is small.
you initially said we consider ourselves different. So different is binary. You either it's like being pregnant. You either pregnant or you're not pregnant. You either different or you're the same.
Well, difference is
That's
also
it.
on the hold on. Different is also on the scale too, right? Because when you talk about 0.2 difference, right, 2% difference, right, it's also on the scale. It's not necessarily binary. It's how substantial is the difference, right? And
Yeah,
also,
different.
and then hold on, and then also you have two type of differences. You have biological differences and you have cultural differences. And then when you talk about identity, you're never talking about genetic. You're talking about cultural. That becomes king when you talk about identity.
2% is the difference between me and a chimpanzee. 2% can be huge.
I agree. It can be.
So
But
I
when
don't know why you're trying to force sameness, and what you calling culture is not necessarily culture. You talk
oh
about
my,
technology. Hunting and
um,
gathering is that's not a culture. Every primitive
I said
people around the
identity.
world did it. That's a
I said
technique.
identity. I don't want you to put words
We
in my
don't.
mouth. I never brought up
Okay.
technology. I said in terms of
Okay.
identity.
Science doesn't know the identity of ancient people around the world. They
That's
classify
the
them
point.
mainly based on so why should I force it? I'll speak of them based on the location and the archaeological site where they were found. So Badarians, who knows what they
Mhm.
call themselves, but that name is based on El Badari, a place where they were found. So, who am I to apply an identity to ancient people? I don't know what they call themselves. Like the whole
That's
exercise is just futile.
that's my point. So I'm just bringing up the nuance because sometimes we bring that stuff
Okay.
up and act like we know who people are, and you don't. That was the whole point that I was making.
I know how I see them. They're not alive for me to tell for them to tell me who they are. I know how I see them. I can look into their DNA and see which population they were closest to, and where their ancestors went and may have came from. But I don't know. I think you asking a question that can't really be answered. We don't know that much about people like that far ago.
I think
Yeah,
that's good
Cultural
though. Hold on,
anthropologists
no,
kind of
but
reconstruct it, but that's as close as you're gonna get. They guess at it.
But like you were saying earlier when you was talking about melanin theory, that's part of the thing that I don't, with the conversations we have, I actually don't mind a question like that if they're presenting some information that's kind of leading to it, even if it's an extraordinary claim, right? I understand what is an extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence. I get that, but the thing is, sometimes I don't mind. It's kind of like what you said about melanin theory. Sometimes, like if due diligence is making a point, and now due diligence, I remember you a lot more. Sometimes due diligence will bring up something, and then we'll forget, like for about 45 minutes to an hour, cooking like that, and then brought up a new idea. And I don't mind that as long as we can keep it clean. But this goes back to due diligence. I don't know if you heard earlier when he was talking. Sometimes we talk about the 5% like it's the 95%, and that's the only danger I have with extraordinary claims. We gotta focus on that the 95% of whatever the consensus is, that's what it is. And now being that you're making that claim, right? Keep working on it, keep pushing it, keep doing what it is. And then, hopefully you live long enough for that thing to become the 95%. But just understand you're gonna get a lot of pushback because what you're saying is kind of going against the established information. You understand? You dig what I'm saying?
No, I agree with you absolutely. And what's your name? Who's speaking right now?
Oh,
Who's
this
this?
Brass.
Brass. So I dropped a video in the back chat, right? And
Mm-hmm.
there's something called the species problem. And that's the
Okay.
whole thing. There is an issue with these taxonomic categories, right? There is no consensus on how you classify these species. At first, they was going on morphology, right? Before the genome got sequenced. Then the genetics came into it, and then they had to reclassify. But then also you have some of these fossils that overlap as far as the limb proportions don't fit in the category that they are assigned to. And you have this is one of the oldest issues in biology, right? The taxonomy, how you classify species, and there was a distinction that Darwin was trying to make too. When do we draw these hard lines? So I'm not going against the consensus. I'm actually bringing nuance, and if you guys got time, I created a great video on the subject, and it's in the chat. And when you get time,
Do me a favor,
play
put
it.
it in the general chat too, because a lot of times people can't come into these chats, but they'll look at a video that's in the general chats. Put a lot of your information. Don't just put it in here for us. We have almost 100 people in here that like to glance at things like that.
I did, Brash, and I'm saying this to say this. I would love for you guys
And you
to
put it
critique.
in the general chat?
Yes, sir. I did both.
When?
Earlier, whenever you told me to drop my stuff on my channel, that was the link that I put in the back chat and in the general chat. I can do it again. It's no problem, but I
Yeah,
did
do it
both.
again because I don't see it. Do it again. I don't see it.
All right, but I would love to get some critique because if I'm wrong or if I'm off base on some things, I take that and I grow. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, and
this out there.
that's what I mean, due diligence. I've heard you get shouted out of the room. That's how now I remember you. I've heard you get shouted out of rooms, gets into an argument back and forth, this, that, and the other. But healthy discourse sometimes has to come with grace and competence in these conversations so that we can elucidate on some other things. I think I just
Indeed.
used elucidate completely incorrectly, but it is what it is. So, I got that conscious community vocabulary disease where people, sometimes it's go a little bit too far. But y'all got anything else? Because pretty much everybody's on me. Y'all got anything else?
No, I'm in conclusion. Thanks for the invite. I hope everybody
Well,
learned something.
I'll be hitting you up, my
And
brother, today.
no problem. All right.
Yes, I'll be hitting
I
you up.
just know that certain things that we can say and certain paths that people go down, in the end, it only leads to like pseudoscience. So there's certain things I've heard before that basically try to make it seem like non-Africans don't exist and there's no way to tell a difference between this person and that person. And they do that in an attempt to basically, claim that everybody is African. And, it just is weird. It's weird. And if you can't learn the science and understand, the orthodoxy first, before you step into like pseudo world,
Sound like
you'll
community
never
is skeptics.
grow. You will never grow. We'll be
hey,
in
Chef, I was thinking
2035
the
and
same
they'll be
thing.
talking about the same stuff. All right, thank
All
you
right,
Boss,
all. I'm
can
going on
I
no
mute.
problem, brother.
argument? Can I say something about that? Because what I don't understand is that if I have a kilogram, if I have a kilogram of stuff, and the kilogram is 99.8% pure, and 1 kilogram, I have 2 kilograms, one that is 100% pure, and one that is 99.8% pure. How many persons without a sophisticated lab can tell the difference? Is it that because the variation in color, we're saying that, oh, that must be significantly different? Are we going to use the 0.2% to have that distinction? To say,
You want a
okay,
good
no, they're not like us.
you want a good response to that? If that
Yeah,
2% is fentanyl,
no,
when you use the drug, it's gonna have
0.2%.
it's gonna have 0.2. If it's fentanyl, the implications are gonna be huge. If you're at the doctor and you're getting put down for surgery, the implications of that tiny bit is gonna be huge. You'll never wake up. So language matters and details matters. And we have to say things for what they are and not leave out the 2%. If we're talking about $1 trillion,
It's not a
0.2% is a lot of
2%,
money.
it's 0.2%. And guess what? I used to I used to work in a machine shop, and 0.2% most times is in with the acceptable range when it comes to tolerance. 0.2%. If we have two
Not for
balls,
airplane parts,
and one
not for
stop,
spaceship
even
parts,
for
not for
airplane,
airplane parts. No, not for spaceship parts, not for airplane parts, not for computer parts, not when you're manufacturing CPUs, computer chips and shit that Rolexes. No, shit has to be perfect.
I mean,
no, that's not. There's no. But
I'm gonna go
brother,
there.
you're wrong. There's
GP,
no
you tripping.
perfection. There's no perfection. If you work in a machine shop, there's no perfection. There's no two man-made product that is exactly alike. There's no two man-made product that is exactly alike.
So what
And
about the all?
when we measure things, sometimes we measure to two decimal places. Because in real time, we're just guessing after we go past decimal
Nah,
places. Because what we're
GP,
using to measure is not that precise.
but it can be, and that's why the math exists for things that have such high precision
So
because it's needed in certain fields.
the maths appear that way, but when you're actually in practicality to machine the stuff, we're not going down to those tolerances. But when we come and we talk about it, but
Oh, driving cars are.
no, let me say, if we were supposed to establish that all human beings are African, the little that separate us, that cause most of this political agenda, would be meaningless in most cases. But we use the 0.2% to differentiate us more. To say this person is more special than this person because of 0.2% variation. But even within Africa, there's more variation among its population than an African to a European. So
outside that.
African now could say, oh, we're all Africans, but some Africans more Africans than other Africans because you have this variation and I don't. That's the problem with it. And as I said earlier, the more you think about it, 20,000 years ago, everybody on the planet they look the same way.
I said look
If
the
it
same
wasn't for
way.
the variation, the color variation, it wouldn't be a problem.
I don't know, stupid. What you trying to prove, man? We are the world. We are the children. What's going on?
No. There was this outer limits TV show to serve man. The episode was to serve man. When the aliens came down and they have this book and it was trying to translate what the book said. And the book said to serve man. And people realized that it was a cookbook. if aliens were supposed to come and they eat people, the variation wouldn't make any difference. We'd all taste the same.
Naturally.
Mhm.
Yeah, but that's one thing when you're talking about damn, biological medicine and diseases, man. Shit. That little variation got, what I'm saying, determined, one probably got Tay-Sachs disease, sickle cell, So yeah, I get what you're saying, but shit, when it comes to like biological medicine, shit like that, that's just very, very relevant. You know what I'm saying your
Sickle cell,
ancestral
no, but
history,
Hey,
no,
your
no, no.
ancestral history is very
Sickle
hey,
cell
important.
was a response. Sickle cell.
no,
Sickle cell is the body
I'll give you a
to
better
malaria.
example than sickle cell. The
To malaria.
Tibetan people up there in Tibet, like the monks and everything, they be up in the mountains. They they got a gene that makes breathing for them a lot easier, and over time, those people's lungs have gotten larger, and their ability to have more breath control exists
Yeah,
because
but
they've been up in the mountains for so long that they've adapted to the air up there.
Yeah,
no,
no,
but
brother,
that's
Ethiopians
but
the
got
thing.
that too.
You don't have a
That's
gene.
why Ethiopians
Everybody,
and Kenyans are great
I
runners. They
think it's
have that
the
too.
right, right. I think it's
everybody,
the Tibetans and the Sherpa people have that.
I can't remember the other
everybody
group, but
has it.
the judge that live out in the mountains and
Everybody has that gene.
they babies are. I think their babies are generally bigger, like high body mass index. But remember, they start coming down for jobs because the jobs were on like out of the mountains. They start having all type of health complications because they're not equipped to. Their body evolved to live in those mountains, so they've been having like real
Exactly.
high problem
And
You're
obesity.
talking
I
about the South
think,
Americans. You're talking about South America. It's a South American tribe.
yeah,
Yeah,
Now
from
they
the
now they
Andes.
yeah,
suffer from obesity.
Andes,
yep.
the Andes.
And
Yeah,
In the
I think
Andes. Yep.
I think the same thing would happen to the Tibetan monks, but that's why they take that. I guess it's like a initiation into solitude. Like they completely leave the city and never go back. But yeah, I
Listen,
think they
these
would have a hard time breathing.
genes these genes don't magically appear in public. We all have the
I had a hard
genes.
time breathing
Everybody
when
has
I go
the
to
genes.
Ethiopia.
No, but we all have the genes. It's
They're
that
up in the mountains cleaner.
these genes became activated because of the environment. It's not like there's only magical genes that some people don't have and some people have.
yeah, we get those.
Everybody has it. That's how genes work. Sometimes environment can turn on those
Hey,
genes. The food that you eat turn
hey,
on
so
those genes.
Stu Peas, real quick. I just got a question,
Always,
man,
it's
and I
not
wanna I
always a
wanna do
problem.
things a little different. Hold on, Mel. I want to do things a little bit different though. What exactly are you trying to like in a sentence or two? What is it that you're trying to establish, or what stance are you trying to put forth, based on what you're saying? Before
My
we
stance,
be arguing about something that don't make
true,
sense.
true. All right. My stance is that everybody's African. Whether they display Chinese features, whether they
No, no,
display
no, no, no. Is
European.
that your stance? No, no. One or two sentences. If so, your stance is that everyone on the planet is African.
Yes.
Okay. Why do you say that? Now take 30 seconds.
Because genetically we are 99.8% identical.
That
And
makes us
those
Homo sapien. That makes us human.
yeah, and
But
we're
everybody
over
is not.
yes.
Everybody comes from the Homo
Where
sapiens
where was Homo
as a
sapiens developed?
species
In where?
originated in Africa.
All right. That's what I'm saying.
You can say that. Yes, I agree with that.
Right. That's
But
what I'm saying.
everybody is not African.
Okay, okay. Hold on. But let's be clear, Chef. Stay right there. Are you so now that Sheffrin said what he said, are you still saying that everybody is African or everybody comes from Africa?
I'm saying that if you come from a place, if your origins in that place and that place have a name,
Simple
No,
question,
the
simple answer,
species,
stupid. Is
That's
species,
not.
everybody
That's
the
not how.
species origin is
simple
in
question,
Africa.
simple answer. All right, is everybody African or does everybody come from Africa? Which one is it? Or is it both?
That's not true.
No, I'm asking
No,
him.
no. The
Okay.
species, our species
No, but that's
originated in
what
Africa
he's saying is both. So now, Chef, why is he wrong that why both aren't true?
because there's other groups of people that mutated outside of Africa, and they are indigenous to those places. So they're not African in the sense their species originated in Africa, but their particular people originated in the land that they came from. So it's completely different. You know what I mean? That's my stance.
Okay. So now y'all know what he's actually. Now y'all know what Stu Pease is actually saying. So speak to what he's saying, not the points he's bringing up.
Yes, let me about that because he said they didn't originate outside Africa. They may have had some mutations, but that mutation don't let them make them less African, right? Because they originated in Africa. That mutation don't change them into a different species. It's all in the same species. The mutation might be some change. One day we might become ability to go to space. Are you telling me that those people who born in Mars won't be Earthling anymore? They can associate the origins of the planet where they come from? No. These are people that don't want to be African. And I understand that. And it causes a separation. But we're all
Hey,
Africans.
Stu Pease, you drive a car?
That's a trap.
Yeah.
It ain't a Ford. It ain't a Ford.
Where your car from? What kind of car is it? I didn't hear that. He breaking up. I drive a car. I got a Japanese car. The automobile was invented in America, but I have a Japanese car. And it would be absurd to call my Honda Civic an American car because Americans invented the automobile. So there comes a point where people go to a different place and become a different thing. And the importance is, if I need to replace my engine, I can't go to Ford. I got to go to Honda because I have a Japanese car. Doesn't matter that the automobile was invented in America.
Right.
So language is important. If you want to say we all African, if you're saying that in the in the frame of reference of humans, Homo sapiens, then you have to say that specifically. Otherwise, it's just like it borders absurdity.
There's no separation. There's no way we'd be able to delineate people, and you know what I mean? Like that's crazy.
And that's the point right there, Chef. This is how we delineate. I think sometimes we take these markers, right, and taxonomic classifications too literal sometimes, right? Because you made that point. This is how we delineate, right? But that don't necessarily means that it's substantially true as far as identity, right? You have a biological way that you can identify populations, right? Biologically. Then you have cultural ways you can identify, or how a population identifies themselves. And sometimes I think we conflate the two because genetics has nothing to say about culture, right, and how people identify. And we have to understand that these classifications are what people made up and project onto people into the past. Also, right, the Neanderthal didn't call himself a Neanderthal. We don't know how he's seen himself, but we made these categories and placed him in it, and we qualifying these distinctions in their genes and classifying them, right? So whenever you understand that, you don't put a whole lot of stock into it. It's just for classification purposes, so we can make these distinctions. Now, how substantial are these things is the question. Now, in terms of medicine and biology, you guys are right. There is big small percentages can make big differences in medicine right? I agree with that completely. But in terms of identity, not so much.
I don't believe that to be true. I think you can take a group of farmers in Africa and you can take a group of pastoralists that got pastoral culture, and the farmers will not have the genes for lactose persistence, and the people that practice the pastoral culture will have the genes for lactose persistence. Because the culture that they do, or if we have a culture of taking foreign wives, right? Our Y DNA may be African, but our maternal lineages are all going to be Eurasian. So there's a lot of different things that can happen in culture that affects the underlying DNA of a society. Inbreeding. I mean, look what's going on with the Jews. They have all kinds of genetic diseases due to inbreeding. It could absolutely affect your culture. You come from a culture in the United States that was subject to slavery. So now you have European DNA. You come from a culture that was genocided. So now, of your men, only 5% have a Native American Y chromosome. And y'all 40% European.
I don't. So can you tell me specifically what I said that you disagree with? Because I agree with those things that you said, but I don't think it was contrary to anything that I said.
Everybody that's listening are hearing you flip flop back and forth between culture not having an association with DNA and culture having association with DNA.
Well, I don't want you to speak for
when I
everyone
gave
else.
the
I just want you to
example,
give an example. I want no. You keep saying I disagree
I
with that,
cannot.
and then hold on, and then whenever you go into your diatribe, you don't say what specifically. You just start saying stuff that you agree with.
Let's
So
keep good energy. Let's keep good energy.
Yeah,
I'll give you an example.
I don't
Hold
make
on,
you
hold on, Aston. Hold on, Aston. Let him finish the sentence and then give me an example. But let's keep good energy. It's been a very long time, and I'm waiting on one of my brothers to pick this up. Yeah, that's a veiled threat at 4 people in here. Go ahead, due diligence.
Yeah. So this is the second time that you jumped out there and say that's pseudoscience. People you said people identifying as a group is not culture, and that's definitely culture. You said I flip flop. You was wrong about that, right? And then you just jumped out there ahead of me again. You said I disagree with that, but you didn't name the thing that you disagree with. You just started naming a bunch of stuff. So I will be able to respond to you better whenever you say I disagree with that. Well, tell me what it is that you're disagreeing with specifically, so I can get a chance to respond. Because whenever you just talk long and strong, it sounding like you saying good stuff that I agree with, but I don't see it as contrary to what I was saying.
Okay. You were making arguments that groups that may be genetically different but have the same culture are the same people. And I said, no, there are plenty of Black people in America that have the same culture as Black Americans. They dress like us, they talk like us, they participate in our culture, but they're different because they say, I'm Jamaican. Nobody knew they were Jamaican because they look and act just like us. Oh, well, my parents are from Haiti. So that's an example of culture being the same between individuals, but those individuals being different. And when I gave that example, you said, see, that supports me, but it doesn't support you. And so you're bouncing back and forth saying culture is not genetic, or culture is genetic, or culture is what matters. And if they're the same culture, they're the same people. But I'm like, no. So you mean you got to stick 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Culture can affect genetics. The cultural practices that you do can lead to certain things. You eat certain foods, you develop certain variants. Your culture says we're going to stay in this area, we're going to go back and forth between this desert. Well, guess what? We've been here long enough and under this hot ass sun that we develop specific genes for super, super, super dark skin that no other people have unless they practice this specific pastoral culture. You know that? Like Nilo-Saharans, they have a gene for extra dark skin, and they're known to be pastoralists.
So
So that culture
what I
influenced their
never
body.
said is that your culture can't affect your genetics, right? What I said is what you said previous to that. What you did say was right, that you could have 2 people that have distinct DNA but share the exact same culture, right? And you can look at it through the lens culturally and say these people are the same people. Do you agree with that? Right? That people can identify the same culturally. Do you agree with that?
If they want to, yeah.
That's the
But
point
if
that
they
I'm making.
don't, yeah, but the opposite can be true.
Hold on. So that's why I was saying that nuance that you said, right, where people can have 2 distinct DNAs, right? two distinct DNAs and be separate people, because you can look at it from a biological lens and say those are two distinct people, right? You can look at it that way too. But then the point that I was making is that in reality, right, we have to always, use culture as king and those to make those discernments whenever we looking at and we projecting what we want those people to be, right? So I agree with you, but it seems like you don't agree with me. I'm just bringing in a nuance because you agree with me that you can have people with distinct DNAs that share the same culture and they are culturally the same. And you agree with that, and that's the only nuance that I'm bringing into it. And then when we looking into the past, the it becomes an even bigger issue because, like you said, we don't know what they were culturally, right? So that's the only thing that I'm saying. I don't know why you have such a big problem with me saying that, and you agree at the same time.
I don't agree with you, and you just did it again.
Where you cook at?
The difference being when they naming these
You cook
ancient
next
groups,
door?
no,
Oh,
when
okay.
they naming these
My
ancient
daughter
groups,
got
right?
some. She came over there one day. I'm sorry.
Oh, somebody's daughter. Well, you know what?
Go
I'm
ahead.
I'm just gonna agree to disagree. I think I don't know why you saying what you're saying and what ultimately trying to get to, but it sounds like you're going down pseudo road. And I think I've had this conversation with you before on a different
That's not
server.
that's
And
not fair. Whenever you make generalizations like that, call me out for what I say. We can converse about it, right? And you just agree with me on the delineation and the nuance that I made. You did. So don't just put that on me without bringing up what I said, because I qualify what I say every time.
I don't want to speak in absolutes. So we can't always say we always have to use culture as king. Says who? It depends
But
on what we're talking about.
in
The
terms of
study that
identity,
came out,
culture is
but
king.
people again, people could have the same culture, like me and my neighbors on one side who from Haiti, and my neighbors on the other side who from Liberia, but they both practice African American culture. We have the same culture. We all at the barbecue, but we are three distinct people. I don't think you understand the definition of ethnicity.
So that's my point of saying there's the nuance. That's
All
I'm not
right,
disagreeing with that. I said that we
all
talking
right.
about nuance in that vein. I never
That's not the
disagreed.
nuance. That's the
That is
rule. No,
that is
the
I I,
rule.
I
That's the
just
rule.
I
That's not
just
the
brought up.
exception.
So hold on. So we can identify as American, all as the same people culturally, right? And still be looking at each other different biologically through genetics, through that lens. There's different lenses when you talk about identity, but when you talk about who a people are, like, you know what I'm saying, in terms of expressing themselves and practice, I'm African American. You know what I'm saying? I'm after you. I don't know where you from, but you would say you African American, even though our genetics is from Africa, right? I ain't never stepped foot on the continent, but we more closer to Africans than we are probably Europeans. I don't know, but I'm just saying there's different lenses that you can look at it, and I agree with you that you can look at it that way, but you can also look at it in an alternative way and be just as right, bro. We
Okay.
all are Americans, but our DNA
All right.
is the difference when we're talking about how people identify. But you wanna project into the past and say
Alternative.
and you know who these people are substantially. And I'm saying that there's a nuance there with gene flow, right? Creates nuance with sexual selection, right? Creates nuance. Also with how people identify culturally creates nuance. You don't disagree with none of those
Okay.
points that I'm saying, but you for some reason you think that I'm trying to be pseudo, and you ain't substantiated that. You ain't stood on it, but you agree with what I say. You don't want to say it, but you do.
Also, culturally, you can be different. People in New York have a different culture from people in Los Angeles. People in the South have a different culture from the people in the Midwest. So, from language to food to dress, there's so many different, variations when it comes to culture. So, again, you just can't paint it with a big brush and just say this is all culture and that there's no differences.
Culture's king. That's the Ujawu quote right there.
In,
Culture.
term, in terms of identity, culture.
I used to say that, but
I'm not saying that
no, it's not true.
bring out.
You
I'm
just
trying to bring out
He said that.
I'm not saying that this is the absolute, but when we talk about identity and group identity in particularly, what else do we use outside of culture to identify a group? Whenever you start talking about Neanderthal, exactly. But what is that? That's language taxonomy. These are tags. These are not how the people identify. When you say Neanderthal, that's a taxonomic tag.
Language is an element of culture, though.
Excuse me?
Language is an element of culture. It's not just a tag. It's how they express themselves.
But we're talking about in terms of identity. Identity. It's a tag.
Yes, there are people who speak a certain language due to their identity. There's people in Turkey right now that speak Arabic because they're Islamic. The same way there's people in Indonesia that speak Arabic because they're Islamic. But they're still very different.
I agree.
Yep.
Anyhow, my whole point was just, I don't think I'm making the generalization, right? I think somebody else is being more absolute, and I'm just saying that there is some overlapping. Like that's my point, and I hope somebody gets it. I'm not trying to paint no broad brush. I'm bringing up nuance in the conversation, and you can accept it or reject it, but it is so. I wish you guys would check out my video, and then you could see, what I mean, for yourself, and maybe even make a response video. You know what I'm saying? Because I think I could substantiate my position for sure.
All right, fellas, y'all got anything else? Because for the most part, everybody's listening. It's just a conversation with 3 or 4 people. So is everybody clean? Everybody done?
I'm good. Y'all have a good night.
All right, boss. We'll be hitting your email up. All right,
Got it.
y'all. Hey, I'll be thank y'all for coming out. We're gonna go ahead and shut this down. Y'all can stay in the Discord and talk, but I'm just talking about shutting down the show. We appreciate everybody for watching. Be on the lookout for new content. Talk to y'all a little bit later.